Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Elden Ring. We're just going to be, messing around and trying to help out other people messing around with builds, seeing how many times I can die because I'm a baby at PvP. Uh, while listening to some Terry Pratchett, but not the audiobook by Terry Pratchett. We're listening to Alex Graham, who has 450 subscribers on the YouTubes, and I just thought, this guy has such a lovely voice. I think I'll watch the video while I'm streaming. So, without any further ado, let's start the video. Because Dark Wasp really wanted me to get into listen to the audiobook. But the audiobook is no longer on YouTube, got taken down for copyright issues. However, this is someone else reading the book, so technically, it should be fine. Plus, this guy has a nice voice, so just have a listen. And we'll just be listening while we play.
Sam Vimes sighed when he heard the scream, but he finished shaving before he did anything about it. Then he put his jacket on and strolled out into the wonderful late spring morning. Birds sang in the trees.
Wait. Alex Graham.
Stared at it blankly and...
Wait. Okay, now we have the full playlist
Sam Vimes
all set to go.
He heard the scream, but he finished shaving before he did anything about it. Then he put his jacket on and strolled out into the wonderful late spring morning. Birds sang in the trees, bees buzzed in the blossom. The sky was hazy, though, and thunderheads on the horizon threatened rain later. But for now, the air was hot and heavy, and in the old cesspit behind the gardener's shed, a young man was treading water. Well, treading anyway. Vimes stood back a little way and lit a cigar. It probably wouldn't be a good idea to employ a naked flame any nearer to the pit. The fall from the shed roof had broken the crust. "Good morning," he said cheerfully.
"Good morning, Your Grace,"
said the industrious treadler. The voice was higher pitched than Vimes expected, and he realized that, most unusually, the young man in the pit was in fact a young woman. It wasn't entirely unexpected. The Assassin's Guild was aware that women were at least equal to their brothers when it came to inventive killing, but it nevertheless changed the situation somewhat. "I don't believe we've met, although I see you know who I am. You are?"
"Wiggs, sir. Jocasta Wiggs. Honored to meet you, Your Grace."
"Wiggs, eh? Famous family in the guild. So will do by the way. Almost broke your father's leg."
"Yes, sir. He asked to be remembered to you,"
said Jocasta. "You're a bit young to be sent on this contract, aren't you?"
"Not a contract, sir,"
said Jocasta, still paddling. "Come now, Miss Wiggs. The price on my head is at least..."
"The Guild Council put it in abeyance, sir,"
said the dogged swimmer.
"You're off the register. They're not accepting contracts on you at present."
"Good grief. Why not?"
"Couldn't say, sir,"
said Miss Wiggs.
Hello.
Her patient struggles had brought her to the edge of the pit, and now she was finding that the brickwork was in very good repair, quite slippery, and offered no handholds. Vimes knew this, because he'd spent several hours one afternoon carefully arranging that this should be so.
So how long have we been here?
"So why were you sent then?"
"Miss Band sent me as an exercise. I say, these bricks really are jolly tricky, aren't they?"
"Yes, they are." "Have you been rude to Miss Band lately? Upset her in any way?"
"Oh, no, Your Grace. But she did say I was getting overconfident and would benefit from some advanced field work."
"Ah, I see." Vimes tried to recall Miss Alice Band, one of the Assassin's Guild's stricter teachers. She was, he'd heard, very hot on practical lessons. "So, she sent you to kill them then?"
"No, sir. It's just an exercise. I don't even have any crossbow bolts. I just had to find a spot where I could get you in my sights and then report back."
"She believed you?"
"Of course, sir.
Guild honor, sir.
Easy.
Vimes took a deep breath. You see, Miss Wiggs, quite a few of your chums have tried to kill me at home in recent years. As you might expect, I take a dim view of this.
Rivers of blood,
Easy to
gross.
see why, sir, said Jocasta, in the voice of one who knows that their only hope of escaping from their present predicament is reliant on the goodwill
This dude's
of
a fucking
person who
walking
has
menstrual cycle.
No pressing reason to have any. And so, you'd be amazed at the booby traps there are around the place. Some of them are pretty cunning, even if I say it myself.
Summoning another
I
adversary.
certainly never expected
okay.
the tiles on the shed to shift like that, sir. They're on greased rails. Well done, sir. And quite a few of the traps drop you into something deadly. Lucky for me that I fell into this one, eh, sir? Oh, that one's deadly too. Eventually deadly. He sighed. He really did want to discourage this sort of thing, but they put him off
Then
the
I play
register.
fair.
It wasn't that he liked being shot at by hooded figures in the temporary employ of his many and varied
He
enemies,
plays fair, apparently.
but he'd always looked at it as some kind of vote of confidence. It showed that he was annoying the rich and arrogant people who ought to be annoyed. Besides, the Assassin's Guild was easy to outwit. They had strict rules, which they followed quite honourably, and that was fine by Vimes.
Of course he's using
under
Bloodhound
certain
Step.
Practical circumstances had no rules whatsoever. Of the register, eh? The only other person
Dodge,
not on
boy,
it having knowledge
dodge.
movement is veterinary. The assassins understand the political game in the city better than anyone. If they take you off the
This
register,
dude's dodging so
it's
much
because
you'd
they
think he
feel
was a
the
car.
departure would not only spoil the game, but also smash the board. I'd be jolly grateful if you could pull me out, sir. What? Oh, yes. Sorry. Got clean clothes on, but when I get back to the house, I'll tell the
Did they
butler
buff
to come
that
down
move?
here with the ladder. How about that? Thank you very much, sir. Nice to have met you, sir. Vimes strolled back to the house. Off the register. Can I appeal? Perhaps they need to reconsider. The scent rolled over him. He looked up.
This guy's not
Okay,
playing
well-
fair, he's running like a bitch. Get back here.
Damn. Every year I'd forget. Well, no. I'll never forget. The memories away like old silverware that you don't want to see tarnish. But every year they come
Tarnish.
back, sharp and sparkling.
I got him.
He reached up.
He also got me, but I got him.
He stood for a moment staring at nothing, and then he carried the sprig of lilac carefully.
For
back to
some
his
reason, my shield didn't want to block.
Wilkins had prepared the official uniform for today. Sam Vimes stared at it blankly and then remembered. Watch committee. Right.
Watch committee.
A battered old breastplate wouldn't do, would it? Not for his grace, the Duke of Ankh, commander of the City Watch, Sir Samuel Vimes.
Yeah, but it's
Veterinary
reliable.
had been very definite about that, blasted.
It's a storied
Blasted
bit of
all the more
armor.
Because, unfortunately, Sam Vimes could see the point. He hated the official uniform, but he represented a bit more than just himself these days. Sam Vimes had been able to turn up for meetings with grubby armor, and even Sir Samuel Vimes could generally contrive to find a way to stay in street uniform at all times. But a duke, well, a duke needed a bit of polish. A duke couldn't have the arse hanging out of his trousers when meeting foreign diplomats. Actually, even plain old Sam Vimes never had the arse hanging out of his trousers either. But no one would have actually started a war if he had. The plain old Sam Vimes had fought back. He got rid of most of the plumes and the stupid tights and ended up with a dress uniform that at least looked as though its owner was male. But the helmet had gold decoration, and the bespoke armours had made a new gleaming breastplate with useless gold ornamentation on it. Sam Vimes felt like a class traitor every time he wore it.
Yeah,
He hated being thought of as one of those people that wore stupid
gold armor
ornamental
is just
armor.
to
It was
look pretty,
guilt by association.
not actual use.
He twirled the sprig of lilac in his fingers and smelled again in a heavy smell.
Hello, Celia. How do you do?
Yes. It hasn't always been like this. Someone had just spoken to him. He looked up. What? I inquired if her ladyship is well, your grace. Are you feeling all right, your grace? What? Oh, yes, no, I'm fine. So is her ladyship, yes, thank you. I popped in before I went outside. Mrs. Content is with her. She says it won't be for a while. I've advised the kitchen to have plenty of hot water ready, your grace, nevertheless, said Willikins, helping Vimes on with the guilty breastplate. Yes. Why do they need the hot water, do you think? I couldn't say, your grace. Only best not to inquire about Vimes nodded. Sybil had already made it quite clear with gentle tact that he was not required on this particular case. It had been, he had to admit,
he's already gone down.
Relief. He handed Willikins the sprig of lilac. The butler took it without
Lilac.
comment, inserted it into a little silver tube of water that would keep it from flowers, and fixed it to one of the breastplate straps. Time moves on, doesn't it, your grace? He said, dusting him down with a small brush. Vimes took out his watch. It certainly does. Look, I'll drop in at the yard on my way to the palace, sign what needs signing. I'll be back as soon as possible, all right? Willikins gave him a look of almost unbutlerly concern.
Oh dear.
I'm sure her ladyship will be fine, your grace. Of course,
Unbutlerly
she's
concern.
not young. I would say she is richer in years than many other prima gravidae, but
She's
she
an
is
old
a
hag.
well-built lady, if you don't mind me saying so. And her family have been traditionally, they've
Well-built, unbreedable thighs.
Tribute what? New mothers, your grace. I'm sure her ladyship would much rather know that you are running after miscreants than wearing an hole in the library carpet. I expect you're right, Willikins. Was it? Oh, yes. There's a young lady dog-paddling in the old cesspit, Willikins. Very good, your grace. I shall send the kitchen boy down there with a ladder directly. And a message for the Assassin's Guild. Good idea. She'll need big clothes and bath. I think perhaps the pose in the old scullery might be more appropriate for your grace. To start with, at least. Good morning. See to it.
I really like this weapon.
I must be off. In the crowded main office of Pseudopolis Yard Watchhouse, Sergeant Colon absent-mindedly adjusted the sprig of lilac that had stuck into his helmet like a plume. They go very strange, Nobby, he said, leafing listlessly through Ramon's paperwork.
No! Host! No, you could have just fell gently.
What do you mean, tough? Said Corporal Nobbs, possibly the best living demonstration that there was some smooth evolution between humans and animals. Well, said Colon, leaning back in his chair, it's like, well, when you're our age. He looked at Nobby and hesitated. Nobby had been giving his age as probably 34 for years. The Nobbs family were not good at keeping count. I mean, when a man reaches a certain age, he knows the world's never going to be perfect. He's got used to it being a bit manky, Nobby suggested. Tucked behind his ear, in the place usually reserved for his cigarette, was another wilting lilac flower. Exactly. Like, it's never going to be perfect, so you just do the best you can, right?
Yeah, yeah.
When there's a kid on the way, well, suddenly a man sees it different. He thinks, my kid's going to have to grow up in this mess. Time to clean it up. Time to make the world better. He gets a bit, keen, full of ginger. When he hears about Strong in the arm, it's going to be very hot around here. Oh, morning, Mr. Vimes.
Full of
Talking
ginger.
about me, eh? Said Vimes, striding past them as they jerked to attention. He'd not, in fact, heard any of the conversation, but Sergeant Colon's face could be read like a book, and Vimes had learned it by heart years ago. Just wondering if the happy event, Colon began, trailing off after Vimes as he took the stairs two at a time. It hasn't. Morning, Carrot. Captain Carrot sprang to his feet and saluted. Morning, sir. Has Lady... No, Carrot, she has not. What's been happening overnight? Carrot's gaze went to the sprig of lilac and...
Manual attack aiming, ooh.
Nothing good, sir. Another officer killed. Who? Sergeant Strong in the arm, sir. Killed in Treacle Mine Road. Carcer again. Vimes glanced at his watch. They had 10 minutes to get to the palace, but time suddenly wasn't important anymore. He sat down at his desk. Witnesses? 3 this time, sir. That many? All dwarves. Strong in the arm wasn't even on duty, sir. He'd signed off and was picking up a rat pie and chips from a shop and walked out straight into Carcer. The devil stabbed him in the neck and ran for it. He must have thought we'd found him. We've been looking for the man for weeks, and he bumped into poor old Strong in the arm, and all the dwarf was thinking about was his breakfast. Is Angel on the trail?
Well, he is a dwarf. Fair enough.
Why only up to a point?
Honestly, I wouldn't really care. So I paid for the breakfast, not for the guy.
Sator Square, almost pure oil. Vimes sighed. It was amazing how people adapted. The watch had a werewolf. That news had got around in an underground kind of way, and so the criminals had evolved to survive in a society where the law had a very sensitive nose. Scent bombs were the solution. They didn't have to be that dramatic. You just dropped a little flask of pure peppermint or aniseed in the street where a lot of people would walk over it, and suddenly Sergeant Angua was facing 100, 1,000 crisscrossing trails and went to bed with a terrible headache. He listened glumly as Carrot reported on men bought off leave or shift.
Hello.
Informers pumped, pigeons stooled, grasses rustled, fingers held up to the wind, ears put to the street. And he knew how little it all added up to. He still had fewer than 100 men in the watch, and that was including the canteen lady. There were 1 million people in the city, and 1 billion places to hide. Ankh-Morpork was built of bolt holes. Besides, Carcer was a nightmare. Vimes was used to the other kinds of nut jobs, the ones that acted quite normally right up to the point where they hauled off and smashed someone with a poker for blowing their nose noisily. But Carcer was different. He was in 2 minds, but instead of them being in conflict, they were in competition. He had a demon on both shoulders, urging one another on. And yet, he smiled all the time.
Fuck you, Vare.
In a cheerful, chirpy sort of way, and he acted like the kind of rascal who made a dodgy living selling gold watches that go green after a week. And he appeared to be convinced, absolutely convinced, that he never did anything actually wrong. He'd stand there amid the carnage, blood on his hands and stolen jewellery in his pocket, with an expression of injured innocence declare, "Me, what did I do?" And it was believable, right up until you looked hard into those cheeky, smiling eyes and saw, deep down, the demons looking back at you. But you mustn't spend too much time looking at those eyes, because that'd mean you'd taken your eyes off of his hands. And by now, one of them would be holding a knife. It was hard for the average copper to deal with people like that. They expected people, when heavily outnumbered, to give in or to try to deal, or at least to stop moving. They didn't expect people to kill for a $5 watch. $100 watch might be different. It is $100 after all. Was Strong in the arm married? No, sir. Lived in New Cobblers with his parents. Parents? That makes it worse. Anyone been to tell them? He said. And don't say it was Nobby. We don't want any repeat of that bet you $1 to the widow Jackson nonsense. I went, sir, as soon as we got the news. Thank you. They took it badly. They took it solemnly, sir. Vimes groaned. Imagine the expressions. I'll write them the official letter, he said, pulling open his desk. Get someone to take it round, will you, and say I'll be over later. Perhaps this isn't the time to... No, hold on, they're dwarves. Dwarves aren't bashful about money. Forget that. Let's say we have all the details of his pension and so on. Died on duty too. That's extra, and it all adds up. He rummaged in his cupboards. Where's his file? Here, sir, said Carrot, handing it over smoothly. We're due at the palace at 10, sir. Watch committee. But I'm sure they'll understand. He added, seeing Ryan's face. I'll go and clean out Strong in the Arms locker soon. I expect the lads will have a wristband for flowers in it. Vimes pondered over a sheet of headed paper after the captain had gone. A file. I have to refer to a damn file. But there are so many more coppers these days. A whip round for flowers. Coffin. You look after your own. Sergeant Dickens taught me that a long time ago. He wasn't good with words, least of all ones written down, but after a few glances at the file to refresh his memory, he wrote down the best he could think of. They were all good words, and more or less, they were the right ones. But in truth, Strong in the Arm was just a decent dwarf who'd been paid to be a copper. He joined up because these days joining the watch was quite a good choice of career. The pay wasn't bad, there was a worthwhile pension, there was a wonderful medical scheme. The wider administration in the cellar. After a year or so, I might more trained copper to leave the city and get a job in the watches of the other cities on the plain with instant promotion. That was happening all the time. Sammies, they were called, even in towns that had never heard of Sam Vimes. He was just a little proud of that. Sammies meant watchmen who could read without their lips
Dude,
moving.
that's such a little bitch.
Take bribes. Much. And they were only at the level of beer and donuts, which even Vimes recognises the grease that helps the wheels run smoothly, and
Hell yeah, man.
on the whole, trustworthy. For given value of trust.
Donuts do be filled with grease.
The sound of running feet indicated that Sergeant Detritus was bringing some of the latest trainees back from their morning run. He could hear the Jody Detritus had taught them. Somehow you could tell it was made up by a troll. Now we sing this stupid song, sing it as we run along. Why do you sing this? We don't know. We can't make the words rhyme properly. Sound off. 1, 2. Sound off. Many, lots. Sound off. The what? It still irked Vimes that the little training school in the old lemonade factory was turning out so many coppers who quit the city the moment their probation was up. But it had its advantages. There were Sammies almost as far as Uberwald now, all speeding up the local promotion ladder. It helped knowing names and knowing that those names had been taught to salute him. The ebb and flow of politics often meant that the local rulers weren't talking to one another, but via the semaphore towers, the Sammies could talk all the time. He realised he was humming a different song under his breath. It was a tune he'd forgotten for years. It went with the lilac, scent and song together. He stopped, feeling guilty. He was finishing the letter when there was a knock at the door. "Nearly done," he shouted. "It's me, sir," said Constable Igor, pushing his head around the door, and then added, "Igor, sir." "Yes, Igor," said Vimes, wondering, not for the first time, why anyone with stitches all around his head needed to tell anyone who he was. "I would just like to say, sir, that I could have got young Strong in the Arm back on his feet, sir," said Igor, a shade reproachfully. Vimes sighed. Igor's face was full of concern, tinged with disappointment. He'd been prevented from plying his craft, so naturally he was disappointed. "We've been through this, Igor. It's not like sewing a leg back on, and dwarves are dead set against that sort of thing." "There's nothing supernatural about it, sir. I am a man of natural philosophy, and he was still warm when they brought him in." "Those are the rules, Igor. Thanks all the same. We know your heart's in the right place." "They are in the right places, sir," said Igor reproachfully. "That's what I meant," Vimes said, without missing a beat, just as Igor never did. "Oh, very well, sir," said Igor, getting up. He paused and then said, "How is her ladyship, sir?" Vimes had been expecting this. It was a terrible thing for Mike to do, but this had already presented him with the idea of Igor and Lady Sybil in the same sentence. Not that he disliked Igor, quite the reverse. There were watchmen walking around the streets right now who wouldn't have legs if it wasn't for Igor's genius with a needle. But, "Fine, she's fine," he said abruptly. Only I
I was
heard
good
that
at
Mrs.
stitching
Content
people up,
was a bit worried.
obviously.
Igor, there are some areas where... Look, do you know anything about women and babies? Not in so
Ooh.
many words, sir, but I find that once I've got someone on the slab and had a good, rummage around, I
Hmm.
can sort out most things. Vime's imagination shut down at this point. Thank you, Igor, he managed, just about without his voice trembling. But Mrs. Content is a very experienced midwife.
Whoa.
Just as you say,
Pretty.
sir, said Igor, but
Well, I have
without the
this torch.
load on the words. Now I've got to go. It's going to be a long day. He ran down the stairs, tossed the letter to Sergeant Colon, nodded to Carrot, and they set off at a fast walk for the palace. After the door had shut,
Careful, you got a little on
looked
you.
up from the desk where he'd been resting with a report in the effort of writing down, as policemen do, what ought to have happened. Sarge? Yes, Corporal Ping. Why are some of you wearing purple flowers, Sarge? There was a subtle change in the atmosphere, a suction of sound caused by many pairs of ears listening intently. All the officers in the room had stopped lighting. I mean, I saw you and Reg and Nobby wearing them this time last year, and I wondered if we were all supposed to. Ping trailed off in the face of Colon's normally amiable face. It had somehow changed. It seemed to be sending him a message. You're on thin ice, lad, and it's starting to creak. I mean, my landlady's got a garden. I could easily go and cut us a few sprigs. Ping went on in an uncharacteristic attempt at suicide. You'd wear the lilac today, would you? I just mean if you want me to go and get some, I could. Were you there? Said Colon, getting to his feet so fast that his chair fell over. Steady on, Fred. I didn't mean... was I where, Sarge? Colon leaned on the desk, bringing his round red face an inch away from Ping's nose. If you don't know where there was, you weren't there, he said in the same quiet voice. He stood up straight again. Now, me and Nobby has got a job to do. At ease, Ping. We are going out. This was not being a good day for Corporal Ping. Yes, said Colon. Standing orders, Sarge. You're the ranking officer, you see, and I'm orderly officer for the day, so I wouldn't ask otherwise, but if you're going out, Sarge, you've got to tell me where you're going, just in case anyone has to contact you, see? I've got to write it down in the book, in pen and everything. Do you know what day it is, Ping? 25th of May, Sarge. And, do you know what that means, Ping? It means that anyone important enough to ask where we are going knows where we've gone. The door slammed behind them.
No, he's not like as good as Terry Pratchett when he's doing the reading.
The cemetery of small gods was for the people who didn't know what happened next. They didn't know what they believed in,
Don't
or
change
if
the
there
voices,
was life
Papa.
after death, and often they didn't know what had hit them. They'd gone through life being amiably uncertain until the ultimate certainty had claimed them at the last. Among the city's bone orchards, the cemetery was the equivalent of the drawer marked Misk, where people were interred in the glorious expectation of nothing very much. Most of the watch got buried there. Policemen, after a few years, found it hard enough to believe in people, let alone anyone they couldn't see. For once, it wasn't raining. The breeze shook the sooty poplars around the wall, making them rustle. We ought to have brought some flowers, said Colon as they made their way through the long grass. I could nick a few off the fresh graves, Sarge, Nobby volunteered. Not the kind of thing I want to hear you saying at this time, Nobby. Sorry, Sarge. At a time like this, man ought to be thinking of his immortal soul, vis-a-vis the endless mighty river that is history. I should do that if I was you, Nobby. Right, Sarge, will do. I see someone's doing it already, Sarge. Up against one wall, lilac trees.
I think he's got the
growing.
voices
That is,
confused.
at some point in the past, a lilac had been planted there and had given rise, as lilac will to hundreds of whippy suckers so that what had once been one
Did they use the
stem
tongue,
was
Broly?
now a thicket. Every branch was covered in pale mauve blooms. The graves were still just visible in the
I don't
tangled
think they stuck their
vegetation.
tongue out.
In front of them stood the cut-me-own
Or
throat
worse,
dibbler, Hank
they didn't
Bob's
pull
least
their
successful
eyeball
businessman,
down and
with a
say
strip
na
of
na na
lilac
na
in his
na.
hat. He caught sight of the watchman and nodded to them. They nodded back. All three stood looking down at the 7 graves. Only one had been maintained. The marble headstone on that one was shiny and moss-free. The turf was clipped, the stone border sparkling. Moss had grown over the wooden markers of the other 6, but had been scraped off of the central one, revealing the name John Keel. And carved underneath by someone who had taken some pains was, "How do they rise up?" A huge wreath of lilac flowers, bound with a purple ribbon, had been placed on the grave. On top of it, tied with another piece of purple ribbon, was an egg. Mrs. Palm and Mrs. Batty and some of the girls were up here earlier, and of course, Madam always makes sure there's the egg, said Dibbler. It's nice, the way they always remember, said Sergeant Colon. The 3 stood in silence. They were not, on the whole, men with a vocabulary designed for times like this. After a while, though, Nobby felt moved to speak. He gave me a spoon once, he said to the Errand General. Yeah, I know, said Colon. My dad pinched it off me when he come out of prison, but it was my spoon. That means a lot to a kid, your own spoon. Come to that, he was the first person to make me a sergeant. Got busted again, of course, but I knew I could do it after that. He was a good copper. He bought a pie off me, first week I was starting out. And he ate it all, and didn't spit out anything, said Dibbler. There was more silence. After a while, Sergeant Colon cleared his throat, a general signal to indicate that some sort of appropriate moment was now over. There was a general relaxation of muscles. You know, we ought to come up here one day with a billock and clear this lot up a bit. You always says that, Sarge, every year, and we never do. If I had $1 for every copper's funeral I've attended up here, I'd have $19.50. 50 pence. That was when Corporal Hildebiddle woke up just in time and banged on the lid. Before your time, of course. Everyone said it was an amazing recovery. Mr. Sergeant. The 3 men turned. Coming towards them in a high-speed sidle was the black-clad, skinny figure of Legitimate First, the cemetery's resident gravedigger. Yes, Leggy. Good morrow, sweet, the gravedigger began, but Sergeant Colon waved a finger at him. Stop that right now. You know you've been warned before. None of that comic gravedigger stuff. It's not funny, and it's not clever. Just say what you've got to say. No silly bits. Leggy looked crestfallen. Well, good sirs. Leggy, I've known you for years. Just try, will you? You can once the grave's dug up, Fred, said Leggy slightly sulkily. It's been more than 30 years. Long past time they was in the crypts. No. But I've got a nice shelf all picked out for them down there, Fred. Right up near the front. We need this space, Fred. It's standing room only in here, and that's the truth. Even the worms have to go single file, right up near the front, Fred, where I can chat to them and have a nice word while I'm having my tea. How about that? The watchman and Dibbler shared a glance. Most people in the city had been into Leggy's crypts, even if only for a dare. That had come as a shock to most of them to realize that solemn burial was not for eternity, but only for a handful of years, so that, in Leggy's words, my little wriggly helpers could do their work. After that, the last interesting place was the crypts, an entry in the huge ledger. Leggy lived down there in the crypts. As he said, he was the only one who did, and he liked the company. Leggy was generally considered weird, but conscientiously so. This isn't your idea, right? Leggy looked down at his feet. The new deacon's a bit, well, new. You know, keen, making changes. You told him why they're not being dug up. He said that's just ancient history. He says we all have to put the past behind us. And did you tell him that he should take it up with Lord Veterinary? Yes. He said he was sure his lordship was a forward-thinking man. That was the past. Sounds like he is new, said the Yeah, and not likely to get old. It's okay, Leggy. You can say you've asked us. The Gravedigger looked relieved. Thanks, Nobby. And I'd just like to say that when your time comes, gents, you'll be on a good shelf with a view. I put your names down in my ledger. Them as comes after me. Well, that's, very kind of you, Leggy, said Colon, wondering if it was. Because of pressure of space, bones in the crypt were stored by size, not by owner. There were rungs of ribs. There were avenues of femurs. And shelf after shelf of skulls up near the entrance, of course, because the crypt wouldn't look right if there weren't a load of skulls up near the front. Some of the religions were right, and there really was bodily resurrection one day, Fred mused. There was going to be an awful lot of confusion with just knowing that. I've got just the spot, Leggy began, and then stopped. He pointed angrily towards the entrance. You know what I said about him coming up here. They turned. Couple Red Shoe, an old bouquet of lilac tied to his helmet, was walking silently up the gravel path. He had a long-handled shovel over his shoulder. It's only Reg. He's got a right to be here, Leggy. You know that. He's a dead man. I'm not having a dead man in my cemetery. It's full of them, Leggy, said Dibbler, trying to calm the man down. Yes, but the rest of them don't get up and walk about. Come on, Leggy, you act like this every year. He can't help the way he was killed. Just because you're a zombie don't mean you're a bad person. He's a useful lad, Reg. Plus, it'd be a lot neater up here if someone looked after their plots the way he does. Morning, Reg. Red Shoe, faced but smiling, nodded at the four of them and strolled on.
Oh.
And bringing his own shovel, too. It's disgusting.
Well, he likes the
It was
shovel.
rather, nice of him to do what he does. You let him alone, Leggy. If you start throwing stones at him like you did the year before last, Commander Vimes will get to hear about it, and then there'll be trouble.
I mean, you don't even have to pay for a shovel to give to him.
With a cadaver. But, well, Leggy, you weren't there. That's the start and finish of it. Reg was. That's all there is to it, Leggy. If you weren't there, you don't understand. Now, you just run along and count the skulls again. I know you like that. Cheerio, Leggy. Legitimate the First watched them go as they walked away. Sergeant Colon felt as if he was being measured up. I've always wondered about that name. I mean, legitimate. Can't blame
I went to part 2.
Proud, Nobby. What else should I know today? Said Vimes as he and Carrot shouldered their way through the streets. We've had a letter from the Black Ribbons, suggesting that it would be a great step forward for species harmony in the city if you see your way clear to you. They want the vampire and the watch. Yes, sir. I believe many members of the Watch Committee think that, despite your stated reservations, it would be a good idea. Does it look as if my body isn't dead?
Walked right into that.
Then the answer's no. What else? Carrot rifled through a stuffed clipboard as he half ran to keep up. The Times says Borogravia has invaded Moldavia. Is that good? I can't remember where it is. Both formerly part of the Dark Empire, sir. Right next door to Uberwald. Whose side are they on?
The Times says we should be supporting Little Moldavia against the aggressor, sir.
Then I like Borogravia already. The Times had printed, in Vime's opinion, a particularly unflattering cartoon of him the previous week, and to make matters worse, Sybil had requested the original and had it framed. And what does this all mean to us?
Probably more refugees, sir.
Ye gods, we've got no more room. Why do they keep coming here?
In search of a better life, sir, I think.
A better life? Here?
I think things are worse where they come from, sir.
What kind of refugees are we talking about here?
Mostly human, sir.
Do you mean that most of them will be human, or that each individual will be mostly human?
After a while in Ankh-Morpork, you learned how to phrase that kind of question. Apart from humans, the only species I've heard of there in any numbers are the Kvetch, sir. They live in the deep woods and are covered in hair.
Really? Well, we'll probably find out more about them when we're asked to employ one in the watch. What else?
Rather hopeful news, sir. You know the Whom's, the street gang?
What about them?
They've initiated their first troll member.
What? I thought they went around beating up trolls. I thought that was the whole point.
Well, apparently young Calcite likes beating up trolls too.
And that's good?
In a way, sir. I suppose it's a step forward.
United in hatred, you mean?
I suppose so, sir. Coward flicked through the papers on his clipboard again. Now, what else have I got? Oh yes, the river patrol boat has sunk again.
Where did I go wrong?
Why do I have to activate them all over again?
I was a copper once. A real copper. I chased people.
I feel like it would be more convenient for me to just have them all activated already, just like I did on my first playthrough, once I finished it all.
A duke, commander of the watch, a political animal. I have to know who's fighting who 1,000 miles away, just in case it means riots here. When did I last go on patrol? Last week? Last month? It's never a proper point patrol, because the sergeants make damn sure everyone knows I've left the building and
I have to go re-find all the stupid
crosses.
crosses.
Shaved by the time I get there, even if I do nip down the back streets.
That thought, at least, was freighted with a little pride, because it showed he didn't employ stupid sergeants.
I never stand all night in the rain, or fight for my life rolling in the gutter with some thug, and I never move above a walk. It's all been taken away. And what for? Comfort, power, money, a wonderful wife. They're all good things, of course, but even so, I'm not a proper copper anymore. I'm a manager. I have to talk to the damn committee as if they're children. I go to receptions and wear damn stupid toy armor. It's all politics and paperwork. It's all got too big. What happened to the days when it was all so simple? They faded like the lilac.
They entered the palace and went up the main stairs to the oblong office. The patrician of Ankh-Morpork was standing looking out of the window when they entered. The room was otherwise deserted.
Ah, Vimes. I thought you might be late. In the circumstances, I dismissed the committee. I was sorry, as indeed was I, to hear about Strong in the Arm. No doubt you have been writing the official letter.
Vimes flashed a questioning expression at Coward, who rolled his eyes and shrugged. Veterinary found things out very quickly.
I need the restroom.
Yes, that's right.
Be right back.
aren't there? Like galleries.
Sorry about that. I'm
You can
back.
definitely look up at the dome from the ground floor, right? If you were careful, could you swing onto a gallery from the edge of the dome? It'd be risky, but if a man knew he was going to swing anyway. Picking his way with care, he reached the edge of the dome. Carcer climbed up a little further. I warn you, Carcer. Only high spirits, Mr. Grace. Can't blame a man who tried to enjoy his last few minutes of freedom, can you? I can see your house from up here. Vimes hauled himself onto the dome. Carcer cheered.
What kind of fires are these? They're
Well
like
done,
pure
Vimes,
white.
he said, easing himself towards the top. Don't mess me about, Carcer. It'll go badly for you. Better than it's gonna go anyway. Carcer glanced down through a smashed pane. Long way down, Mr. Vimes. I reckon a man would die instantly falling out that way, wouldn't you? Vimes glanced down, and Carcer leapt. It didn't go the way he'd planned. Vimes had been tensed for something like this. After a complicated moment, Carcer was lying on the iron latticework, one arm under him, the other outflung and being banged heavily on the metal by Vimes. The knife it had held skidded away down the dome. God, you must think I'm stupid. You wouldn't throw away a knife, Carcer, if you didn't have another one. Vimes' face was close to the man's now, close enough to look into the eyes above that chirpy grin and watch the demons waving. You're hurting me, and that's not allowed. Oh, I wouldn't want anything to happen to you, Carcer. I want to see you in front of his lordship. I just want to hear you admit something for once. I just want to see that bloody cheeky grin wiped off your face. Sergeant Detritus. Sir, shouted the troll from his distant ridge. Make a signal. I want people up here now. Me and Carcer are just going to stay nice and quiet here, so as he doesn't try any tricks. Right, sir. With another distant clatter of doomed tiles, the troll disappeared from view. You shouldn't have sent Captain Carrot away. He doesn't like watchmen bullying innocent civilians. It is true that he has yet to master some of the finer details of de facto street policing. Sometimes maintaining his grip. Anyway, I'm not hurting you. I'm protecting you. Wouldn't like you to fall all that way. Thunder rumbled again. The sky wasn't just storm black now. There were pinks and purples in the clouds as though they were bruised. Vimes could see the clouds moving like snakes in a sack to an endless sullen rumbling. He wondered if the wizards had been messing about with the weather. Something was happening to the air. It tasted of burned metal and flints. A weathercock on top of the dome began to spin round and round. I didn't think you were stupid, Mr. Vimes. What? Said Vimes, looking down suddenly. Carcer was smiling cheerfully. I said I didn't think you were stupid, Mr. Vimes. I know a clever copper like you would think I'd got two knives. Yeah, right. Vimes could feel his hair trying to stand on end. Little blue caterpillars of light were crackling over the ironwork of the dome and even over his armor. Mr. Vimes? What? Vimes snapped. Smoke was rising from the weathercock's bearings. I got three knives, Mr. Vimes, said Carcer, bringing his arm up. The lightning struck. Windows blew out and iron gutters melted. Roofs lifted into the air and settled again. Buildings shook. But this storm had been blowing in from far across the plains, pushing the natural background magic ahead of it. It dumped it now, all in one go. They said afterwards that the bolt of lightning hit a clockmaker's shop in the street of Cunning Artificers, stopping all the clocks in that instant. That was nothing. In Baker Street, a couple who had never met before became electrically attracted to one another and were forced to get married after 2 days for the sake of public decency. In the Assassin's Guild, the chief armorer became hugely and...
Doesn't look like this place has an effigy.
Tragically attractive to men.
eggs fried in their baskets, apples roasted on the greengrocer's shelves. Candles lit themselves, cartwheels exploded, and the ornate tin bath of the Arch-Chancellor of Unseen University was lifted neatly off the floor, sizzled across his study, and then flew off the balcony and onto the lawn in the octangle several stories below, without spilling a full of suds. Arch-Chancellor Mustrum Ridcully paused with his long-handled scrubbing brush hovering halfway down his back and stared around. Tiles smashed on the ground. Water boiled in the ornamental fountain nearby. Ridcully ducked as a stuffed badger, the origin of which was never ascertained, flew across the lawn and smashed through a window. He winced as he was hit by a brief and inexplicable shower of small cogwheels which pattered down all around him. He stared as a half a dozen watchmen dashed into the octangle and headed up the steps of the library. Then, gripping the sides of the bath, the Arch-Chancellor stood up. Foaming water cascaded off him as it would off some ancient leviathan erupting from the abyssal sea. "Mr. Stibbons," he bellowed, his voice bouncing off the imposing walls. "Where the... is my... hat?" He sat down again and
Did
waited.
you censor
A
that?
few minutes of silence, and then Ponder Stibbons, head of inadvisably applied magic and prelector of the Unseen University, came running out of the main door carrying Ridcully's pointy hat. The Arch-Chancellor snatched at it and rammed it on his head. "Very well," he said, standing up again. "Now, will care to tell me what
Hey, look,
is
danger.
going on, and why old Tom is repeatedly..." "Been a magic, sir. Someone up the mechanism," Ponder shouted above the sound-destroying silences. Old Tom, the university's venerable clock, told not sounds but silences. They were not simply ordinary silences, but intervals of noise-absorbing non-sound that filled the world with wild sound effects. There was a dying metallic noise from the big clock tower. Ponder and Ridcully waited a few moments, but the city stayed full of normal noise, like the knocks of masonry, distant screams. "Right," said Ridcully, as if grudgingly awarding the world a mark of triumph. "What the hell was that about, Stibbons? Why,
Dude was panicking.
Big magical storm, sir. 7,000 gigaforms. I believe the watch is chasing a criminal." "Well, they can't just run in there without asking," said Ridcully, stepping out of the bath and striding forward. "What do we pay our taxes for, after all?" We don't actually pay taxes, sir," said Ponder, running after him. "The system is that we promise to pay taxes if the city never asks us to, provided the city promises never to ask us to, sir. We make a voluntary..." "Well, at least we have an arrangement, Stibbons." "Yes, sir. May I point out that you..." "And that means they have to ask permission. Essential decencies must be maintained, and I am the master of this college." "On the subject of decency, sir, you are not in fact wearing..." Ridcully strode through the open doors of the library. "What is going on here?" he demanded. The watchman turned and stared. A large blob of foam, which up until that point had been performing sterling service in the cause of the essential decencies, slipped slowly to the floor. "Well, haven't you lot seen a wizard before?" The watchman snapped to attention and saluted. "Captain Carrot, sir. We've never seen so much of a wizard, sir." Ridcully gave him the slow, blank stare used by those with acute uptake-grasping deficiency. "What's he talking about, Stibbons?" he said out of the corner of his mouth. "You're, insufficiently dressed, sir." "What? I've got my hat on, haven't I?" "Yes, sir." "Hat? Wizard. Wizard. Hat. Everything else is frippery. Anyway, I'm sure we're all men of the world," Ridcully added, looking around. For the first time, he took in other details about the watchman. "And dwarves of the world, and trolls of the world, too, I see, and women of the world, too, I note. The Arch-Chancellor lapsed into a moment's silence and then said, "Mr. Stibbons?" "Yes, sir." "Would you be so kind as to run up to my rooms and fetch my robe?" "Of course, sir." "And in the meantime, please be so good as to lend me your hat." "But you do actually have your hat on your head, sir." Quite so, said Ridcully slowly and carefully through his fixed grin.
Oh, is he gonna
And
throw
now,
up in it?
Mr. Stibbons, in addition, right now, I wish you, in fact, to lend me your hat, please. Oh, yes. A few minutes later, a thoroughly clean and decent and clothed Arch-Chancellor was standing in the very centre of the library, staring up at the damaged dome, while beside him pondered Stibbons, who, for some reason, had elected to continue to remain hatless, even though his hat had been handed back to him, stared glumly at some magical instruments. Nothing at all? Ook, said the librarian. You've searched everywhere? You can't search everywhere in this library, sir. That would take more time than actually could possibly exist, but all the mundane shelves, certainly. Carrot turned to ponder. What was the for, please, sir?
Ooh.
You understand that this is a magical library. That means that even in normal circumstances, there is an area of high potential magic such as bookshelves. I have been in here before, said Carrot. Then you know that time with libraries is somewhat more flexible. Given the additional power of the storm, it might just be possible that... Are you going to tell me he's been moved in time? Mondo was impressed. He hadn't been brought up to believe that watchmen were clever. However, he took care not to show it. I would if it were that simple. However, the lightning appears to have added a random lateral component.
Oh.
What? I mean, in time and space, said Carrot. Ponder felt himself getting rattled. One wizard shouldn't be that quick. Not exactly. I'm really going to have to work on this, Arch-Chancellor. Some of the readings I'm getting can't possibly be real. Vimes knew.
Shiny
he'd woken
rocks.
up. There had been
Dude threw
darkness
up
and
Fruity
rain,
Pebbles.
a terrible pain in his face. Then there had been another flowering of pain on the back of his neck and a feeling of being pulled this way and that. And now there was light. He could see it through his eyelids. His left eyelid, anyway. Nothing but pain was happening on the other side of his face. He kept the eyes shut and strained his hearing instead. Someone was moving about. There was a clink of metal. A woman's voice said, He's awake. Are you sure? How can you tell? Because I'm good at telling if a man's asleep. Vimes opened his eye. He was lying on a bench or table of some sort. A young woman was leaning against the wall next to him, and her dress and bearing and the way she leaned piled her immediately in Vimes' brain as seamstress, but one of the bright ones. The man had a long black robe and silly floppy hat that was filed under. Oh, gods, I'm in the hands of a doctor. He sat bolt upright. You lay one hand on me and I'll thump you, he yelled, trying to swing his legs off the table. Half his head burst into flame. I should take it easy if I was you, said the doctor, gently pushing him back. That's a very nasty cut, and don't touch the eye patch. Cut, said Vimes, his hand brushing the stiff cloth of an eye patch. Memories interlocked. Casa, did anyone get him? Whoever attacked you got away. After that fall, he must have been limping at the very least. Look, I've got to get... Then he noticed all the other things. He'd been picking them up all the time, but only now did his subconscious present the list. He wasn't wearing his own clothes. What happened to my uniform? He said, and noticed the I told you so expression the woman gave the doctor. Whoever attacked you stripped you down to your drawers and left you lying in the street. I found you some spare clothes at my place. It's amazing what people leave behind. Who took my armor? I never know names. I saw a bunch of men running off carrying stuff, though. Ordinary thieves? Didn't they leave a receipt? No. Why should they? And are we allowed to ask questions? Said the doctor, tidying his tools. None of this was right. Well, I mean, thank you, yes. What's your name?
Receipt.
Vimes' hand stopped halfway to his face again.
He's so used to
You
organized
mean
crime.
You don't know me. Should we? None of this was right. This is Ankh-Morpork, isn't it? Yes. The doctor turned to the woman. There was a blow to the head, but I wouldn't have thought it was that bad. Look, I'm wasting time. Who are you, mister? Everyone in the city knows me, surely. The Guild of Seamstresses certainly do. That doctor doesn't look stupid.
Oh, the
This is
seamstress?
time
Oh
to be
my.
totally truthful. I might just be somewhere that being a copper isn't a good thing to be. It might be dangerous to be Vimes, and I'm not well enough to deal with it. Kiel, he said. The name just dropped into his mind. It had been bubbling under the surface of his thoughts all day, ever since the lilac.
Yeah, right. Want me to make up a first name?
John.
Appropriate. Well, John, it's like this. Men lying flat out and naked around here aren't that uncommon. And it's a funny thing, but they don't usually want anyone to know their real name or where they live. You won't be the first one Dr. Lorne here has patched up. My name's Rosie, and now there's a little thing, you understand, for both of us.
All right. I know how this goes, said Vimes, holding up his hands. This is the Shades, right? They both nodded. Okay then, thank you. I haven't got any money, obviously, but once I've got home...
I'll escort you, shall I?
said the woman, handing him a badly styled coat and a pair of antique boots.
Oh,
I
hello.
wouldn't like you to be attacked by anything. A sudden loss of memory, for example.
Yeah.
Vimes snapped, but very gently. His face hurt, and there were plenty of other bruises everywhere. He was dressed in a suit and smelled like a privy. He'd go up to the watch house, get cleaned and changed, and make a quick report, and head on home. This young lady could spend a night in the cells and then be handed over to the Seamstresses Guild. You can't ugly on extortion like this. Not for trade. All right, he said, and pulled the boots on. The soles were made of thin, damp cardboard.
Oh, hey.
Dr. Lorne waved his hands in a general gesture of dismissal. He's all yours, Rosie. You leave that patch on for a few days, Mr. Keel, and with any luck you'll have a working eye. Someone took a slash at you with a sharp knife. I've done the best I can and the stitching's good, but you're going to have a nasty scar. Vimes raised his hand to his cheek yet again. Don't pick at it, Lorne snapped.
My good thing it was
Come
looking
on,
up and I
John.
get cut in an
Let's get
artery.
you home where you belong.
They stepped out. Water was dripping from the eaves, but the rain had eased. I live up past Pseudopolis Yard.
Lead on.
They hadn't reached the end of the street before Vimes was aware that a couple of dark figures had fallen in behind them. He was about to turn, but Rosie clapped a hand on his arm.
Don't bother them, and they won't bother you. They're just coming with us for protection.
Whose? Yours or mine? Rosie laughed.
Both. Yes, you just keep on walking, kind sir. We'll
To
be as
protect
quiet as little
them and
mice.
to protect
said a
their
voice
money.
behind him. A slightly deeper one said, That's right, dearie. Just be a good boy and Auntie Dotsy won't have to open her handbag. That's Dotsy and Sadie, the agony aunts. Well, they bloody well know who I am. He turned. Dark figures, both wearing old-fashioned black straw boots, stepped back. In the gloom, there were a number of metallic noises, and Vimes forced himself to relax a little. Even though they were more or less on the same side as the watch, you never quite knew where you were with the agony aunts. Of course, that's what made them so useful. Any customer disturbing the peace of local houses in good repute feared the threat of the aunts far more than they did the watch. The watch had rules. The watch didn't have Dotsy's handbag. Sadie could do terrible things with a parrot-headed umbrella. Come on, Dotsy, Sadie, let's not mess about, eh? Something prodded him in the chest. He looked down. The thing had a carved parrot head on it.
You must keep walking, kind sir, while you've still got toes, dearie. Probably a good idea,
said Rosie, tugging Vimes' arm.
but I could tell you've impressed them.
How?
You're not bent double and making bubbling noises. Come along, mystery man.
Vimes stared ahead, looking out for the blue light of Pseudopolis Yard. Somehow, it'd all make sense there. But when he got there was no blue light over the archway. There were just a few lights upstairs. Vimes hammered on the door until it opened a crack. What the hell's going on here? He demanded to the nose and one eye that was the visible totality of the occupant. And get out of the way! He pushed the door back and strode in. It wasn't the watch house. Not inside. There were the familiar stairs, right enough, but there was a wall across the charge room, and carpets on the floor, and tapestries on the wall, and the housemaid holding a tray, and staring, and dropping the tray, and screaming. "Where are all my officers?" "You leave this minute, do you hear? You can't just come in here like that. You get out of here." Vimes turned and confronted the old man who'd opened the door. He looked like a butler and had picked up a cudgel. Perhaps because of nerves, or maybe just because of general elderly tremors, the tip of the cudgel waved and weaved under his nose. Vimes snatched it and threw it on the floor. "What is going on?" he demanded. The old man looked as bewildered as he was. Vimes felt an odd, hollow terror welling up inside him.
Oh, hey,
He
Uberseal.
darted back out through the open door and into the wet night. Rosie and the ice had melted away in the darkness, as most people do when trouble looms, but Vimes ran on and into King's Way.
This
pushing
dude
aside
immediately
all the
runs
pedestrians
off.
and dodging the occasional carriage. He was getting a second wind when he reached Scoon Avenue and turned into the driveway of his house.
Ah,
He
dickhead.
wasn't sure what he'd find, but the place looked normal and there were torches burning on either side of the door. Familiar gravel crunched under his feet. He went to hammer on the door, but steeled himself not to and rang the bell instead. After a moment, the door was opened by a butler. "Thank goodness. It's me, man. Been in a fight. Nothing to worry about. How is—" "What do you want?" said the butler coldly. He took a step back, bringing him more fully in the light of the hall lamps. Vimes had never seen him before. "What's happened to Willikins?" "The scullery boy." Now the butler's tone was icy. "If you are a relative, I suggest you inquire round at the tradesman's entrance. You ought to know better than to come to the front door." Vimes tried to think of how to deal with this, but his fist didn't bother to wait. It laid the man out quite cleanly. "No time for this," said Vimes, stepping over him. He stood in the middle of the big hall and cupped his hands. "Mrs. Content, Sybil!" he yelled, feeling the terror twist and knot inside him. "Yes," said a voice from what Vimes had always called the ghastly pink flooring woman. Sybil stepped out.
Wonderful. He's gonna hide behind a dragon.
The voice was right, the eyes were right, and where she stood was right. The age wasn't right. This was a girl, far too young to be Sybil. She looked from him to the grown butler. "Did you do that to Forsyth?" There's been a mistake," Vimes murmured, backing away. Sybil was already...
That did not hit me. What?
It wasn't there for show. Vimes couldn't remember if his wife had ever learned to fence, but several feet of edged weapon is quite threatening enough when wielded by an angry amateur. Amateurs sometimes get lucky. He backed away hurriedly. "It's been a mistake. Wrong house. Mistaken identity." He almost tripped over the fallen butler, but managed to turn this into a staggering run through the doorway and down the steps. Wet leaves brushed against him as he blundered through the shrubbery to the gateway, where he leaned against the wall and gulped for air. "That bloody library!" Hadn't he heard something once about how you could walk through time or something there? All those magical books pressed together did something strange. Sybil had been too young. She looked 16. No wonder there isn't a watch-house in Pseudopolis Yard. We only moved in there a few years ago. The water was soaking through the cheap soles and clothes. Back home, somewhere, was his huge leather greatcoat, heavy with oil, warm as toast. Think. Don't let terror take control." Perhaps he could go and explain things to Sybil. After all, she was still Sybil, wasn't she? Kind to bedraggled creatures.
A connection error, you say? After I just got there.
A desperate man with a fresh scar and bad clothes barged into the house and said he was going to be your husband. A young woman could get quite the wrong idea, and he wouldn't want that. Not while she was holding a sword. Besides, Lord Ramkin was probably still alive, and he'd been a bloodthirsty old devil as far as Vimes could recall. He slumped against the wall and reached for a cigar, and the terror twisted him again. There was nothing in his pocket. Nothing at all. No pantweed slim panatellas, but more importantly, no
fuck off.
cigar case. It had been specially made. It had a slight curve. It had always nestled in his pocket since the day Sybil had given it to him. It was as near part of him as any thing could be.
We are here and this is now.
Constable Visit, a strict believer in the Omnian religion, occasionally quoted that from their holy book. Vimes understood it to mean, in less exalted copper speak, that you have to do the job that's in front of you. I am here, Vimes thought, and this is then. Less conscious parts of his brain added, you have no friends here, no home here, no purpose here. You are alone here. No, not alone, said a part that was much, much deeper even than the terror. It was always on the watch. Someone was watching him. A figure detached itself from the damp shadows of the street and walked towards him. Vimes couldn't make out the face, but that didn't matter. He knew it would be smiling, that special smile of the predator who knows he has the prey under his paw, who knows that the prey knows this too, and also knows that the prey is desperately going to act as if they're having a perfectly friendly conversation, because the prey wants so much for this to be the case. You don't want to die here, said the deep, dark part of Vimes' soul. Got a light, mister, said the predator. He didn't even bother to wave an unlit cigarette. Why, yes, of course, said Vimes. He went as if to pat his pocket, but swung around, arm outstretched, and caught a man creeping up behind him right across the ear. Then he leapt for the light seeker in front of him and bore him to the ground with an arm across his throat. It would have worked. He knew afterwards that it really would have worked. If there hadn't been two more men in the shadows, it would have worked. As it was, he managed to kick one of them on the kneecap before he felt the garrote go around his neck. He was pulled upright, the scar screaming pain as he tried to clutch at the rope. You hold him right there. Look what he did to Jez. Damn, I'm gonna kick him in her. The shadows moved. Vimes, struggling for breath, his one good eye watering, was only vaguely aware of what was happening, but there were some grunts and some soft, strange noises. Then the pressure on his neck was abruptly released. He fell forward and then, reeling a little, struggled to his feet. A couple of men were lying on the ground. One was bent double, making little bubbling noises, and far off and getting further, there were running footsteps.
Lucky we found you in time, kind sir,
said a voice right behind him.
Not lucky for some, dearie,
said one right next to it. Rosie stepped forward out of the gloom.
I think you ought to come back with us. You're gonna get hurt running around like this. Come on. Obviously, I'm not taking you back to my place.
Obviously.
But Mossy'll find you somewhere to lay your head, I expect.
Mossy Lawn, said Vimes, suddenly light-headed. That's him, the pox doctor. I remember. He tried to focus one tired eye on the young woman. Yes, the bone structure was right. That chin. That was a no-nonsense chin. It was a chin that took people somewhere. Rosie, you're Mrs. Palm.
Mrs.,
she said coldly, while the agony aunts giggled their high-pitched giggle.
I think not.
Well, I mean, Vimes floundered. Of course, only the senior members of the profession adopted Mrs. as an honorific. She wasn't senior yet. There wasn't even a guild.
And I've never seen you before, and neither have Dotsy and Sadie, and they have an amazing memory for places. But you know us, and that's as if you own the place, John Peel.
Do I?
You do. It's the way you stand. Officers stand like that. You eat well, maybe a bit too well. You can lose a few pounds. Then there's the scars all over you. I saw them in Mossy's place. Your legs are tanned from the knees down, and that says watchman to me, because they go bare-legged. But I know every watchman in this city, and you're not one of them. So, maybe you're a military man. You fight by instinct and dirty, too. That means you're used to fighting for your life in a melee. And that's odd, because that says to me, foot soldier and not officer. The word is that the lads took some fine armour off of you. That's officer too. But you don't wear rings. That's foot soldier. Rings catching things. Pull your finger off if you're not careful. And you're married. How can you tell that? Any woman could tell that. Now, step sharp. We're out after curfew as it is. The watch won't bother much about us, but they will about you. Curfew, thought Vimes. That was a long time ago.
Veterinary never orders curfews. They interfere with business. I think perhaps I lost my memory when I was attacked, he said. That sounded good. What he really needed now was somewhere quiet to think.
Really, I think perhaps I'm the Queen of Sheba. Just remember, kind sir, I'm not doing this because I'm interested in you, although I'd admit I'd a macabre fascination about how long you're going to survive. If it hadn't been a cold, wet night, I'd have left you in the road. I'm a working girl and I don't need trouble, but you look like a man who can lay his hands on a few dollars, and there will be a bill.
I'll leave the money on the dressing table. The slap in the face knocked him against the wall.
Consider that a sign of my complete lack of a sense of humour, will you?
Said Rosie, shaking some life back into her hand. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I mean, look, thank you for everything. I mean it. But this is not being a good night.
Yeah, I can see that.
It's worse than you think, believe me.
We all have our troubles, believe me.
Vimes was glad of the agony aunts behind them as they walked back to the shades. This was the old shades. Lawn lived the street's width away from them. The watch never set foot here.
I can be part of the
Truth in
trouble.
Shades wasn't a lot better, but people had at least learned what happened if anyone attacked the watchman. The aunts were a different matter. No one attacked the aunts. A night's sleep. Maybe in the morning this won't have happened, he thought.
She wasn't there, was she?
Said Rosie after a while.
Your wife? That was like Lord Rampkin's house. Are you in trouble with him?
Never met the man.
You were lucky someone told us where you'd gone. Those men were clogging the pay of someone up there. They're a law unto themselves over in Hank. Some rough man walking around with no tradesman's tools. Well, he used to be turned off the patch. And if they rob you blind while they're doing it, who's going to care?
Yes, thought Vimes. That's the way it was. Privilege, which just means private law. Two types of people laugh at the law. Those that break it and those that make it. Well, it's not like that anymore. But then, I'm not in now. Damn those wizards. The wizards? Right. In the morning I'll go and explain. Easy. They'll understand.
Yeah,
I bet they
sure.
can send me right back to when I left. There's a whole university full of people to deal with this. It's not my problem anymore. Relief filled his body like warm pink mist. All he had to do was get through the night. But why wait? They were open all night, weren't they? Magic didn't shut. Vimes remembered late-night patrols when he could practically see by the glows coming from...
Alright, I ignored this dude
He could simply...
last time I was here.
Hold on. A policeman's thoughts had been stirring in his mind. The aunts didn't run. They famously didn't run. They caught up with you slowly. Anyone who'd been, as they called it,
A very naughty boy.
would sleep extremely badly knowing that the aunts were on his tail and were slowly getting nearer, pausing only for cream tea somewhere or to visit an interesting jumble sale. But Vimes had run all the way up to Scoon Avenue, in the dark through coach traffic and crowds of people swarming home before curfew. No one had paid him any attention. Surely not have seen his face if they did. He certainly didn't know anyone here. He amended the thought. No one knew him. So, who told you where I'd gone?
One of those old monks.
Which old monks?
Who knows? A little bald man with a robe and broom. There's always monks begging and chanting somewhere. He was in Fedra Road.
And you asked him where I'd gone?
What? No. He was just looking around and he said Mr. Keel ran up the Scoon Avenue. Then he went on sweeping.
Sweeping?
Oh, it's the kind of holy thing they do. So they don't tread on ants, I think. Or they sweep sins away, or maybe they just like the place clean. Who cares what monks do?
And nothing about that struck you as odd?
Why? I thought perhaps you were naturally kind of beggars. Don't bother me. Dotsy said she put something in his begging bowl, though.
What?
Would you ask?
The majority of Vimes thought, who does care about what monks do? They're monks. That's why they're weird. Maybe one had a moment of revelation or something. They like that kind of thing. So what? Find the wizards, explain what's happened, and leave it to them.
The policeman part thought,
How do little monks know I'm called Keel? I smell a rat. The majority said, It's a 30-year-old rat then.
and the policeman said,
Yes, that's why it smells. Look, I'm gonna have to go and check something. I'll probably be back.
Well, I can't chain you up,
said Rosie.
His voice is pretty
smiled,
close to
grim
like
little smile,
the
and went
original
that
audiobook,
costs
but
extra. But if you don't
But
come
yeah.
back, you have any intention of staying in this city, then the aunt's...
I promise you, the last thing I want to do is leave Ankh-Morpork.
That actually sounded convincing. Off you go then. We're past curfew now, but why don't I think you'll be bothered by that?
As he disappeared in the gloom, Dotsy sidled up to Rosie.
But he
You should
doesn't
follow
do
me,
the
dearie.
voice that
Don't bother.
as like
You should have let
well
Sadie
as
give him a
the
little
original
prod, dear.
audiobook
That
was.
always slows him down. I think it's going to take quite a lot to slow that man down, and we don't want trouble. Not at a time like this. We're too close.
You don't
Gross.
want to be out at a time like this, mister. Vimes turned. He'd been hammering on the closed gates of the university. There were 3 watchmen behind him. One of them was holding a torch. Another was holding a bow. The third had clearly decided that activities for tonight would not include heavy lifting. Vimes raised his hands slowly. I expect he wants to be in a nice cold cell for the night, said the one with the torch.
Oh dear. It's the Comedian of the Year contest. Coppers really oughtn't to try this, but they still did. I was just visiting the university, he said.
Oh yeah, said the one without either torch or bow. He was portly and Vimes could make out the tarnished gleam of a sergeant's stripes. Where do you live?
Nowhere. I've just arrived. And shall we move right along? I don't have a job and I don't have any money. And neither of those is a crime.
Out after curfew, no visible means of support.
I got my legs.
At the moment, said one of the men. He stopped when Vimes looked at him.
I want to make a complaint, Sergeant. What about you and the Brothers Grin here?
Oh
You're
shit.
not doing it right. If you're going to arrest someone, you take charge right away. You've got a badge and a weapon, yes. And he's got his hands up and a guilty conscience. Everyone's got a guilty conscience. So he's wondering what you know and what you're gonna do. And what you do is fire off the question sharply. You don't make silly jokes, because that makes you too human. And you keep him off balance so he can't quite think a clear sentence. And above all, you don't let him move like this and grab your arm and pull it up so that it almost breaks like this. And grab your sword and hold it to your throat like this. Tell your men to lower those swords, will you? The way they're waving them around, they could hurt someone.
So,
The sergeant gurgled. Right.
how long have you been here?
Oh, Sergeant, this is a sword. Never sharpen it. What you use it for, bludgeoning people to death. Now, what you're gonna do is, you're all gonna put your weapons on the ground over there. Then, I'm gonna let the Sarge go, and I'll leg it up that alley. Okay? By the time you've got your weapons back in your hands, and believe me, I'd advise you to get hold of weapons before coming after me, I'll be well away. End of problem all round. Any questions?
All 3 watchmen were silent. Then Vimes heard a very faint, very close noise. It was the sound of the hairs in his ear rustling as, with great care, the tip of a crossbow bolt gently entered his ear.
Yes, sir. I have a question. Do you ever listen to your own advice?
Vimes felt the pressure of the crossbow against his skull and wondered how far the arrow would go if the trigger was pulled. An inch would be too much. Sometimes you just had to take the lumps. He dropped the sword with great and exaggerated care.
Behold,
Releasing
pathetic
grip on the
sword.
sergeant, stepped away meekly while the 4th watchman maintained his aim.
I'll just stand with my legs apart, shall I? Yeah, that'll save us a bit of time. Although for you, mister, we've got all night. Well done, Lance Constable. We'll make a watchman of you yet. Yeah, well done, said Vimes, staring at the young man with the bow. But the sergeant was already taking his run up. It was later. Pain had happened.
Oh
Vimes
yeah.
lay on the hard cell bed and tried to make it go away. It hadn't been as bad as it might be. That mob hadn't even been able to organise a good seeing to. They didn't understand how a man could roll with the punches, and half the time they were getting in their own way. Was he enjoying this? Not the pain. Pass on the pain. In fact, he passed out on the pain. There was that small part of him he'd heard sometimes during strenuous arrests after long chases. The part that wanted to punch and punch long after punching had already achieved its effect.
Right.
There was a joy to it. He called it the beast. It stayed hidden until you needed it, and then, when you needed it, out it came. Pain brought it out, and fear. He killed werewolves with his bare hands, mad with
Yeah, I've felt
anger
that
and
before.
terror, and tasting deep inside the blood of the beast. Now it was sniffing the air. Hello, Mr. Vimes. I wondered when you'd wake up. He sat up sharply.
Unwanted child.
Cells were
The
hard on your side, but
demigod. I
also
think he's talking
the
about
cells as well,
Godwin.
on the basis that those caged ought to know that they were in a cage. And in the next cell, lying with his hands behind his head, was Carcer. Go on, make a grab for me through the bars, eh? Want to see how long it takes for the guards to arrive? At least they got you too. Not for long, not for long. I smell of roses, me. Visitor in the city, got lost. Very helpful to the watch. So sorry to have bothered them. Here's a little something for their trouble. You shouldn't have stopped the watch taking bribes, Mr. Vimes. Means an easier life all round. Then I'll nail you some other way, Carcer. Carcer inserted a finger in his nose, wiggled it around, withdrew it, inspected its contents critically, and flicked them towards the ceiling. Well, that's where it all goes runny, Mr. Vimes. You see, I wasn't
Runny.
dragged in by 4 coppers. I didn't go around assaulting watchmen or trying to break into the university. I was knocking on the door. I believe you, Mr. Vimes, but you know what coppers are like. You look at them in a funny way and the buggers will fit you up for every crime in the book. Terrible what they can
Not
pin on an honest
disgusting.
man.
Oh.
Vimes knew it. So, you
Oh,
want
that
some
was just gross.
Of course, Mr. Vimes. I'm a crook. And the best part is, it's even easier to be a crook when no one knows you're a crook. But coppering depends on people believing you're a copper. Turn up for the books, eh? You know we're back in the good old days. It seems that way, Vimes
Free money.
admitted. He didn't like talking to Carcer, but right now he seemed to be the only real person around. Where did you land, if I may ask? In the shades. Me too. Couple of blokes tried to mug me where I lay. Me? I ask you, Mr. Vimes. Still, they had some money on them, so that worked out all right. Yes,
Yeah.
I think I'm going to be very happy here. Ah, here comes one of our brave lads. A watchman walked along the passage, swinging his keys. He was elderly, the kind of copper who gets given the jobs where swinging keys is more likely than swinging a truncheon. And his most distinguishing feature was a nose twice the width and half the length of the average nose. He stared at Vimes for a moment and then passed on to Carcer's cell. He unlocked the door. You, pop it. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, said Carcer, hurrying out. He pointed to Vimes. You want to watch that one, sir? He's an animal. Decent people shouldn't be locked up in the same cell, sir. Bet I said. Popping it, sir. Thank you, sir. Carcer, with a leery wink at Vimes, popped it. The jailer turned to Vimes. And what's your name, mister? John Keel. Yeah? Yeah, and I've had my kicking. Fair's fair. I'd like to go now. Oh, you'd like to go, would you? Well,
You'd like me to hand over these keys? Give you 5pence from the poor box for your trouble, eh?
The man was standing very close to the bars with the grin of one who mistakenly thinks he's a wit when he's only half a one.
Half a wit.
Vime's reflexes were quicker, and he'd bet they were even now. It'd be the work of a second to pull the old fool forcibly into the bars and spread his nose even further across his face. No doubt about it, the psychopaths had it the easy way. Just freedom would do, he said, resisting temptation.
You ain't going anywhere, except to see the captain.
That'd be Captain Tilden. Have I got that right? Smokes like a bonfire, a glass ear and a wooden leg.
Yeah, and he can have you shot. How do you like them bananas?
Bananas.
The cluttered desk of Vime's memory finally unearths the inadvertent coffee mat of
I like
recollection
the way he
deep
says
of
bananas.
You're snouty, right? Some bloke broke your nose and it never got set properly. Your eyes water all the time, which is why they give you permanent jail duty.
Do I know you, mister?
Said Snouty, peering at Vimes through suspicious, runny eyes. Me? No. But I've heard people talk about you. Practically runs the watch house, they say. Very fair man, they say. Firm but fair. Doesn't spit in the gruel. Doesn't whittle in the tea. Doesn't confuse his fruit either. The only visible parts of Snouty's face contorted into the resentful scowl of someone who can't quite keep up with the script.
Oh, yeah? Well, I've always kept the Queen's cell, that's so true.
He looked a little nonplussed at the development, but managed another scowl.
You stay here, mister, and I'll go and tell the captain you woke up.
Vimes went back and lay on the bunk, staring at the badly spelled and anatomically incorrect graffiti on the ceiling. For a while, there was a raised voice from upstairs with an occasional intrusive from Snouty. Then he heard the jailer's footsteps on the stairs again.
Well,
He said with the tone of someone looking forward to seeing a third party get what was coming to them.
turns out the captain wants to see you right away. Now, are you going to let me shackle you? Or do I have to call the lads down?
Gods protect you, Vimes thought. Maybe it was true that that blow had spread Snouty's nose across his face, had scrambled his brain too. You have to be a special kind of idiot to try and handcuff a dangerous prisoner all by yourself. If you tried that with Casa, he'd been a dead idiot 5 minutes ago. The jailer opened the door. Vimes stood up and presented his wrists. After a second's hesitation, Snouty handcuffed him. It always paid to be nice to a jailer. You might not get handcuffed with your hands behind your back. A man with both hands in front of him had quite a lot of freedom.
You go up the stairs first,
said Snouty, and reached down and picked up an efficient-looking crossbow.
If you even try to walk fast, mister, I'll shoot you, where you die slow.
Fair. Very fair. Vimes walked up the steps very carefully, hearing Snouty's heavy breathing right behind him. Like many people of limited intellectual scope, Snouty took what he could do very seriously. He'd show a refreshing lack of compunction about pulling that trigger, for one thing. Vimes reached the top of the stairs and remembered to hesitate.
Turn left, you,
said Snouty behind him. Vimes nodded to himself. Then, first on the right, it was all coming back to him in a great wave. This was Treacle Mine Road. This was his first watch house. This was where it had all begun. The captain's door was open. The tired-looking old man behind the desk glanced up.
Be seated. Thank you, Snouty.
Vimes had mixed memories of Captain Tilden. He'd been a military man before being given this job as a kind of pension, and that was a bad thing in a senior copper. It meant he looked for authority for orders and obeyed them, whereas Vimes found it better to look to authority for orders and then filter those orders through a fine mesh of common sense, adding a general streak of creative misunderstanding and maybe even incipient deafness if circumstances demanded, because authority rarely descended to street level. Tilden set too great a store by shiny breastplates and smartness on parade, You had to have some of that stuff, that was true enough. You couldn't let people slob around, but although he'd never voiced this view in public, Vimes liked to see a bit of battered armor around the place. It showed that someone had been battering it. Besides, when you were lurking in the shadows, you didn't want the gleam. There was an Ankh-Morpork flag pinned to one wall, the red faded to threadbare orange. Rumour had it that Tilden saluted it every day. There was also a very large silver inkstand with a gilt regimental crest on it, occupying quite a lot of the desk. Snouty polished it every morning, and it shone. Tilden had never quite left the army behind. Still, Vimes retained a soft spot for the old man. He'd been a successful soldier as these things went. He'd generally been on the winning side and had killed more of the enemy by good if dull tactics than his own men by bad but exciting ones. He'd been, in his own way, kind and reasonably fair. The men of the watch had run rings around him without his ever noticing. Now Tilden was giving him the long stare with associated paperwork. It was supposed to mean, we all know all about you, so why don't you tell us all about yourself? But he really wasn't very good at it. Vimes returned it blankly. "What was your name again?" said Tilden, aware that Vimes was the better starer. "Keel. John Keel. And what the hell? Look, you've only got one piece of paper there that means anything, and that's the report from that sergeant, assuming he can write. As a matter of fact, I have two pieces of paper. The other one concerns the death of John Keel. What? The scrap of the watch? In the current emergency, that would be quite sufficient for the death penalty," said Tilden, leaning forward. "But perhaps that won't be necessary in this case, because John Keel died yesterday. You beat him up and robbed him, but took his money, but you didn't bother.
Wow, there's a lot of lag in this dude's room.
What? So you wouldn't have known that John Keel was a policeman. What? What?" Vimes stared at the skinny face with its triumphantly bristling moustache and the little faded blue eyes. Then there was the sound of someone industriously sweeping the floor in the corridor outside. The captain looked past him, growled and hurled a pen. "Get him out of here. What's the little devil doing here at this time of night, anyway?" Vimes turned his head. There was a skinny, wizened-looking man standing in the doorway, bald as a baby. He was grinning stupidly and holding a broom. "He's cheap, sir, and it's best if he comes in when it's quiet," Snouty murmured, grabbing the little man by his elbow. "Come on, out you get, Mr. Lousy." So now the crossbow wasn't pointing at Vimes, and he had several pounds of metal on his wrists, or, to put it another way, his arms were a hammer. He went to stand up. Vimes woke up and stared at the ceiling. There was a deep rumbling somewhere nearby. Treadmill? Watermill? It was going to be a corny line, but some things you just had to know. "Where am I? This time?"
Well done, said a voice somewhere behind him. Consciousness to sarcasm in 5 seconds.
The room was large by the feel of the air, and the play of light on the walls suggested that there were candles alight behind Vimes. The voice said,
"I'd like you to think of me as a friend."
"Friend? Why?" said Vimes. There was a smell of cigarette smoke in the air.
"Everyone ought to have a friend. Ah, I see you've noticed you're still handcuffed."
The voice said this because in one movement Vimes had swung himself off the table and plunged forward. Vimes woke up and stared at the ceiling. There was a deep rumbling somewhere nearby. Treadmill? Watermill? Then his thoughts knotted themselves most unpleasantly. What just happened?
"I thought you might like to try that again," said the invisible friend. "We have little tricks here, but as you will learn, just sit up. I know you've been through a lot, but we don't have time for messing about. This is sooner than I'd like, but I thought I'd better get you out of there before it went really runny, Mr. Vimes."
Who are you?
"I'm Lucy, officially, Mr. Vimes, but you can call me Sweeper, since we're friends."
Vimes sat up carefully and looked around. The shadowy walls were covered with Writing. It must be writing, he thought, but a Hubland type of writing which is only one step away from being little pictures. The candle was standing on a saucer. Some way behind it, just visible in the shadows, were 2 cylinders, each as wide as a man and twice as long, set in massive horizontal bearings one above the other. Both were burning slowly, and both gave the impression of being a lot bigger than their mere dimensions suggested. A rumble filled the room. There was a strange violet haze around them. 2 yellow-robed figures tended the cylinders, but Vime's eye was drawn to the skinny little bald man sitting on an upturned crate by the candle. He was smoking a foul roll-up of the sort favoured by Nobby and looked like a foreign monk. In fact, he looked exactly the kind Vimes occasionally saw with begging bowls in the street.
You're looking fit, Mr. Vimes.
You were in the watch house, right? Snouty called you lousy.
Yes, Mr. Vimes. Lucy. I've been sweeping up there every night for the past 10 days, all for 2 pence and all the kicks I can't dodge, just waiting for you.
And you told Rosie Palm where I'd gone, too. You were the monk on the bridge.
Right again. Couldn't be sure she'd catch up.
How do you know who I am?
Don't get excited, Mr. Vimes. I'm here to help you, Your Grace. And I'm your friend because right now I'm the only person in the world who will probably believe anything you tell me about, thunderstorms and falls, that sort of thing. At least the only sane person.
He watched Vimes as the man sat quiet, still for half a minute.
Good, Mr. Vimes. Thinking. I like that in a man.
This is magic, right? Said Vimes at last.
Something like that, yes. For instance, just now, we moved you back in time. Just a few seconds. Just so you wouldn't do anything you'd regret. Can't say I blame you for wanting to have a go at someone after all you've been through. But we don't want any harm to come, do we?
I almost had my hands around your throat. Sweeper smiled. It was a disarming little smile.
Smoke,
he said. He fumbled in his robe and produced a ragged hand-rolled cigarette. Thanks, but I've got my own. Vimes began automatically. His hand stopped halfway to his pocket.
Oh yes, the silver cigar case. Sybil gave it to you as our wedding present, right? Shame about that.
I want to go home, said Vimes. It came out as a whisper. He hadn't been sleeping in the past 12 hours, merely recovering. This time it was Sweeper who sat in silence, apart from the rumble of the cylinders.
You're a policeman, Mr. Vimes. Well, I'd like you to believe, for a while, that I'm a sort of policeman too. Me and my colleagues, we see that
Time police!
or don't happen. Don't ask questions right now. Just know.
Part of the time
Vimes
police.
shrugged instead.
Policing the
And let's
entirety
say
of
our
time.
patrol, we
Time
found you,
police.
as it might be, in a metaphorical kind of way, lying in the gutter on a Saturday night singing a rude song about wheelbarrows.
I don't know a rude song about wheelbarrows. Sweeper sighed.
Hedgehogs, custard, one-string fiddles. It really doesn't matter. Now, we found you a long way from where you should be, and we'd like to get you home, but it's not as easy as you might think.
I've gone back in time, haven't I? It was that bloody library.
Death
Everyone
root.
knows the magic in there makes strange things happen.
Well, yes, it was mainly that, yes. It's more
I remember
true to say that
saying
you,
that
got caught up in
that
a
looks
major
a lot
event.
like Deathroot.
Can anyone get me
Right.
back? Can you get me back?
Where?
And I think that's what I'll
Said
call it
Sweeper,
from now on.
looking awkward.
I'll call it Deathroot.
Wizards can if you can't. I'll go back and see them in the morning.
Oh, you will you? I'd like to be there when you do. Those ain't the wizards under decent old Red Cully, you know. You'll be lucky if they only laugh at you. Anyway, even if they wanted to be helpful, they'd hit the same problem.
And what's that?
It cannot be done. Not yet.
For the first time in the conversation, the sweeper looked ill at ease.
The big problem I'm facing, Mr. Vimes, is that I ought to tell you a few things that I'm not, in any circumstances, allowed to tell you. But you're a man who isn't happy until he knows the facts. I respect that. So, if I tell you everything, can you spare me, 20 minutes of your time? It could save your life.
All right, but what?
You've got a bargain. Roll 'em, boys.
The noise of the big cylinders changed for a moment, and Vimes felt a very slight shock. A suggestion that his whole body had just gone limp.
20 minutes.
Blib.
I'll answer every question. And then, Mr. Vimes, we'll send you back from 20 minutes in the future to now, and you'll tell yourself what you and me agree you want to know, which will be most of it, really. You are a man who can keep secrets. Okay.
Yes, but... The tone of the spinning cylinders changed slightly. Sam Vimes saw himself standing in the middle of the room. That's me.
Yeah, right. Now, listen to the man.
Hello, Sam, said the other Vimes, staring not quite at him. I can't see you, but they say you can see me. Remember the smell of lilac? You thought about those who died. Then you told Wilkins to hold down that kid. And, yes, you've got a pain in your chest you're a bit worried about, but you haven't told anyone. That's about enough, I think. You know I'm you. Now, there's some things I can't tell you. I can know them because I'm in a... The speaker stopped and looked away as if he was taking instruction from someone off stage. A closed loop. You could say I'm 20 minutes of your life that you don't recall. Remember when you had? A sensation that his whole body had just gone flib. Sweep the
Flip.
spot.
I hate to do this, but we're in the temple, and we can pretty much dampen out paradoxes. On your feet, Mr. Vimes. I'm going to tell you everything.
You just said you couldn't.
Need any help with those handcuffs?
What? These old capstick Mark 1s? No, just give me a nail in a couple of minutes. How come I'm in a temple?
I brought you here.
You carried me?
No, you walked with me. Blindfolded, of course.
So why does she have the scorpion
When you were
charm if
here,
she
I
doesn't
gave
boost
you a
any
little
holy
drink.
damage at all?
I don't remember that.
Of course not. That is the purpose of the drink. Not very mystical, but it does the job. We don't want you coming back here now, do we? This place is supposed to be a secret.
You messed up my memory. Now, you see here. Vimes half stood, but Sweeper held up his hands placatingly.
Don't worry. It just made you forget a few minutes.
How many minutes?
Just a few. And it had herbs in it. Good for you, herbs. Then we let you sleep. Don't worry, no one is after us. They'll never know you've gone. See this thing here?
Sweeper picked up an open work box that lay beside his chair. It had straps like a knapsack. Vimes could just see a cylinder inside the box.
This is called a procrastinator, and it's a tiny version of the ones over there, the ones that look like your granny's mangle. I'm not going
Ew.
to get technical, but when it's spinning, it moves time around you. Did you understand what I just said?
No.
All right, it's a
Time
magic
around
box.
you.
Happier?
Go on.
You wore one of these when I led you here from the watch house. Because you are wearing it, you were, shall we say, outside time. After we've had this little talk, I'll take you back to the watch house, and the old captain will know no different. No time is passing in the outside world while we are in the temple. Procrastinators take care of that. Like I said, they move time around. Actually, what's really happening is that they are moving us back in time at the same time that time moves us forward. We've got others around the place. Good for keeping food fresh. What else can I tell you? Oh, yes, it helps keep track if you just think of things happening one after another. Believe me.
This is like a dream. There was a clink, his handcuffs
I
sprang
forgot to
open.
turn this back on, apparently.
It is, isn't it?
Said Sweeper calmly. And can your magic box take me home? Move me in time all the way to where I ought to be?
This? Ha, no. This is strictly for small-scale stuff.
Look, Mr. Sweeper, I've spent the last day fighting a right bastard on a roof and getting beaten up twice and sewn up once and, stitched up too. I've got the impression I should be thanking you for something, but I'm damned if I know what it is. What I want is straight answers, mister. I am the commander of the watch in this city.
Not
Don't you
this
mean
city.
Will be.
No. You told me it helps if I think of things happening one after another. Well, yesterday, my yesterday, I was commander of the watch, and I bloody well still am the commander of the watch. I don't care what anyone else thinks. They are not in possession of all the facts.
Hold on to that thought,
Said Sweeper, standing up.
All right, Commander. You want some facts? Let's take a walk in the garden, shall we?
Can you get me home?
Not yet. It is my professional opinion that you are here for a reason.
A reason? I fell through the bloody dome.
That helps, yes. Calm down, Mr. Vimes. All been a great strain, I can see.
Sweeper led the way out of the hall. There was a big office outside, a hubbub of quiet but purposeful activity. Here and there, among the worn and scratched desks, there were more cylinders like the ones Vimes had seen in the other chamber. Some of them were turning slowly.
Very busy, our Ankh-Morpork section. We had to buy shops on either side.
He picked up a scroll from a basket by one desk, glanced at the contents and tossed it back with a sigh.
And everyone's overworked. We're here at all hours. And when we say all hours, we know what we're talking about.
But what is it
Time
you
joke.
do?
We see that things happen.
Don't things happen anyway?
Depends what
You,
things
you
want.
fucking, what was that?
We are the monks of history, Mr. Vimes. We see that it happens.
What?
I've
Hey,
never heard
my
of
fucking
you.
weapon.
I
Fuck
know
off.
this city like the back of my hand.
Right. And how often do you really look at the back of your hand, Mr. Vimes? We're in Clay Lane, to stop you wondering.
What? Those loony monks in the funny foreign building between the pawnbrokers and the shonky shop? The ones who go dancing around the streets, banging drums and shouting?
Well done, Mr. Vimes. It's funny how secretly you can move when you're a loony monk dancing through the streets banging a drum.
When I was a kid, most of my clothes came from the shonky shop in Clay Lane. Everyone we knew got their clothes from the shonky shop. It used to be run by a foreign guy with a funny name.
Brother Sunshine Sun, not a hugely enlightened operative, but a genius when it comes to pricing fourth-hand schmutter.
Shirts so worn you could see daylight through 'em, and trousers as shiny as glass. And by the end of the week, half the stuff was in the pawn shop.
That's right. You'd pawn your clothes in the pawn shop, but you'd never buy clothes from the pawn shop, because there were standards, right?
Vimes nodded. When you got right down to the bottom of the ladder, the rungs were very close together, and oh my, weren't the women careful about them. In their own way, they were as haughty as any duchess. You might not have much, but you could have standards. The clothes might be cheap and old, but at least they could be scrubbed. There might be nothing behind the front door worth stealing, but at least the doorstep could be clean enough to eat your dinner off, if you could afford dinner. And no one ever bought their clothes from the pawn shop. You'd hit the bottom when you did that. No, you bought them from Mr. Sun at the shonky shop. Never asked where he got them from. I went on to my first proper job in a suit from the shonky shop. Seems like centuries ago now.
No, it was only last week.
Silence ballooned. The only sound was the purr of the cylinders dotted around the room. Then Sweetman
Of course he would. What a little
Must
bitch.
have occurred to you.
Why? I've spent most of my time here being beaten up or unconscious or trying to get home. You mean I'm out there somewhere?
Oh, yes. But last night, you saved the day for your squad by aiming a crossbow at the dangerous mischief who's attacking the sergeant.
The silence ballooned larger. Seemed to fill the
Little
universe.
teleporting punk ass piece of shit.
Eventually,
That's what
Vimes
that guy
said,
gets.
No, that's not right. That never happened. I would have remembered that. And I can remember a lot about my first weeks in the job.
Interesting, isn't it? But is it not written? There's a lot goes on that we don't get told. Mr. Vimes, you need a short spell in the Garden of Inner City Tranquility.
It was indeed a garden, like a lot of other gardens you got in areas such as Clay Lane. The grey soil was nothing more than old brick dust, elderly cat mess and generalised semi-rotted dross. At the far end was a 3-hole privy. It was built handily by the back gate to the lane so the night soil men didn't have far to go. This one had a small stone cylinder turning gently beside it. The gate was barred shut. The garden didn't get much proper light. Gardens like this never did. You got second-hand light once the richer folk in the taller buildings had finished with it. Some people kept pigeons or rabbits or pigs on their plots or planted against all experience a few vegetables. But it'd take magic beans to reach the real sunlight in a garden like this. Nevertheless, someone had made it happen. Most of the spare ground had been covered with gravel of different sizes. This had been carefully raked with swirls and curves. Here and there, apparently with great thought, some individual larger stones had been pushed. Vine stared at the garden at once, desperate for anything to occupy his attention. He could see what the designer had in mind, he thought, but the effect had been spoiled. This was the big city, after all. Garbage got everywhere. The main disposal method was throwing it over a wall. Sooner or later, someone would sell it on or, possibly, eat it. A young monk was carefully raking the gravel. He gave a respectful bow as Sweeper approached. The old man sat down on a stone bench.
Push off and get us 2 cups of tea, will you, lad? 1 green with yak butter, and Mr. Vimes will have it boiled orange in a builder's food, with 2 sugars and yesterday's milk. Right?
That's how I like it, said Vimes weakly, sitting down. Sweeper took a deep, long breath.
And I like boiling garden. Life
Vimes stared blankly at what's in front of them. Okay, he said. Gravel and rocks, yes, I can see that. Shame about all the rubbish. It always turns up, doesn't it?
Yes, it is part of the pattern.
What? The old cigarette packet?
Certainly, that invokes the element of air.
The cat doings?
To
Bad
remind us
air.
that disharmony, like a cat, gets everywhere.
The cabbage stalks, the used sonky.
At our peril, we forget the role of the organic in total harmony. What arrives seemingly by chance in the pattern is part of a higher organization that we can only dimly comprehend. This is a very important fact and has a bearing on your case.
And the beer bottle. For the first time since Vimes had met him, the monk frowned.
You know, some bottle always tosses one over the wall on its way back from the pub. If it wasn't forbidden to do that kind of thing, we'd feel a flap of my hand and no mistake.
It's not part of the higher organization.
Possibly, but who cares? That sort of thing gets on my thungers. It really does.
He sat back with his hands on his knees. Serenity flowed once more.
Well now, Mr. Vimes, you know the universe is made up of very small items.
Ah,
We've got to work up to things gradually,
Oh my
Mr.
god.
Vimes.
Do I have...
You are a bright man. I can't keep telling you everything is done by magic.
am I really here too? In the city? I mean, a younger me.
Of course. Why not? Where was it? Oh yes. Made up of very small items and
This is no
started with my immediate watch. I remember it's the curtain. That was only the start.
Small items, Mr. No,
Oh, all right. How small?
very, very small. So tiny that they have some very strange ways.
And I ask you, what ways are these, yeah?
I'm glad you asked that question. For one thing, they
Oh,
can
boy.
be in many places at once. Try to think, Mr. Vimes.
Vimes tried Scarlet vision chip wrapped around.
Look at the moon, it's blue.
Oddly enough, with so many horrible thoughts crowding in his head, it was almost a relief to put them on one
Is that
side
Ronnie's dark
and
moon?
consider this. The brain did things like that. He remembered once when he'd been stabbed and would have bled to death if Sergeant Aguirre hadn't caught up with him, and how, as he lay there, he'd found himself taking a very intense interest in the pattern of the carpet. The sensors say, we've only got a few minutes. Let's record everything, in every detail. That can't be right. If this seat's made up of lots of tiny things that can be in lots of places at once, why is it standing still?
Give the man a small cigar. That is the big problem, Mr. Vimes. And the answer, our abbot tells us, is that it is in lots of places at once. Ah, here is the tea. And in order for it to be in lots of places at once, the multiverse is made up of a vast number of alternative universes, an oodleplex of oodleplexes. That's like the biggest number.
He does this
anyone
guy's
can
voice
think of
really well.
ever. So,
Or at
this
least
to accommodate
exactly
all
like,
of that quantum.
almost exactly
Am I
like,
going too fast for you?
the
Oh,
original
that.
voice.
I know about that. Like, you make a decision in this universe, and you made a different decision in another one. I heard the wizards talking about it at a posh reception once. They were arguing about the glorious 25th of May.
And what were they saying?
Oh, all the old stuff. That it would have turned out different if the rebels had properly guarded the gates and the bridges, that you can't break a siege by a frontal attack. But they were saying that, in a way.
Then again, you
everything
shouldn't really
happened
hold
somewhere.
his voice against him when he's doing the voices, because
It sounded like complete thungers, but sometimes
apparently
you
in the
can't help
description he
wondering
was like
what
also
would have happened if I'd done something different.
afflicted with the
When you killed your
COVIDs.
wife.
Sweeper was impressed at Vimes' lack of reaction. This is a test, right?
You are a quick study, Mr. Vimes.
But in some other universe, believe me, I hauled off and punched you one. Again, Sweeper smiled the annoying little smile that suggested he didn't believe him.
You have not killed your wife. Anywhere. There is nowhere, however huge the multiverse is, where Sam Vimes, as he is now, has murdered Lady Sybil. But the theory is quite clear. It says that if anything could happen without breaking any physical laws, it must. But it hasn't. And yet, the many universes theory works. Without it, no one would ever be able to make a decision at all. So what people do matters. People invent other laws. What they do is important. The abbot is very excited about this. He nearly swallowed his rusk. It means the multiverse isn't infinite, and people's choices are far more vital than they think. They can, by what they do, change the universe.
Sweeper gave Vimes a long look.
Mr. Vimes, you are thinking, I'm back in time, and damn me, I'm probably going to end up being the sergeant that teaches me all I know, right?
I've been wondering. The watch would offer any gutter trasher job in those days because of the curfew and all the spying, but look, I remember John Keel, and yes, he did have a scar and an eye patch, but I'm sure as hell that he wasn't me.
Right. The universe does not work like that. You were indeed taken under the wing of one John Keel, a watchman from Pseudopolis who came to Ankh-Morpork because the pay was better. He was a real person. He was not you. But do you remember if he ever mentioned to you that he was attacked by two men not long after he got off the coach.
Hell yes. Buggers. Got this. He got his scar that way. Like good old Ankh-Morpork welcome. But he was a tough man. Took them both down, no problem.
This time, there were 3.
Well, 3's trickier, of course, but
You're the policeman. You guess the name of the 3rd man, Mr. Vimes.
That's the dude who came with him.
hardly had to think. The answer erupted from the depths of his darkest suspicion. Casa.
He soon settled in, yes.
The bastard was in the next cell. He even told me he'd grabbed some money.
And you are both stuck here, Mr. Vimes. This isn't your past anymore. Not exactly. It's a past. And up there is a future. It might be your future, but it might not be. You want to go home now, leaving Casa here, and the real John Keel dead? But there'll be no home to go to if you do that, because young Sam Vimes wouldn't get a swift course in basic policing duties at hand if you did. He'll learn it from people like Sergeant Knock, or work, Lance Constable Colon, and that might not be the worst of it.
Vimes shut his eyes. He remembered how wet behind the ears he'd been.
What behind
Fred,
the ears?
well, Fred Colon hadn't been too bad under the half-hearted timorousness
Oh yeah,
and lack of
wet behind the ears
imagination.
means that you like
Work had been an evil little
originated-
sod in his way, and as for Knock, well, Knock had been Fred's teacher. And
like, a long ass
wasn't
fucking time ago.
actually
It's supposed to
monster.
represent like
What
a
had
baby
Sam
calf being
Vimes learned
born.
from Keel?
Now that he was just
Stay
born
alert.
not long
Think for
ago, if it was
himself.
wet behind the ears.
Place in his head free from the quirks and knocks of the world, not to hesitate about fighting dirty today if that was what it took to fight again tomorrow. He'd often thought he'd been dead long ago if he wasn't for. He looked like a sharp-bearded monk.
Can't tell you that, Mr. Vimes. Nothing is certain.
But look, I know my future happened. I was there.
No. What we can hear then is constant interference. Mean anything? No. Well, let me put it this way. There is one past and one future, but there are now 2 presents. One where you and your evil friend turned up, and one where you didn't. We can keep these 2 presents going side by side for a few days. It takes a lot of runtime, but we can do it. And then they'll snap back together. The future that happens will depend on you. We want the future where Vimes is a good copper, not the other one.
But it must have happened. I told you. I can remember it. I was there yesterday.
Nice try, but that does not mean anything anymore. Trust me, yes, it's happened. But even though it has, it might not. Right now, there isn't a command that I shape hold of the future to drop you into. It is literally uncertain. But might not be, if you do it right. You owe it to yourself, Commander. Right now, out there, Sam Vimes is learning to be a very bad copper indeed. And he learns fast.
I stood up.
I'll let you think about that.
Vimes nodded, staring at the gravel garden. Sweeper crept away quietly and went back into the temple. He walked to the other side of the office. He removed the strange-shaped iron key from around his neck and inserted it into a small door. The door opened. Brilliant sunlight burst ahead of him. He walked on, his sandals leaving cold flagstones, walking on the well-trodden earth in broad hot daylight. The river had a different course this far back in the past, and present-day residents bank almost would have been surprised at how pleasant it was 700
How did that last one miss? Come on.
Hippos sunbathed on a sandbank out in the stream, and quite a few were getting troublesome lately. I've set up a little temporal fence around the camp at night, so if any hippo trying to wander into the tent found themselves back to the water in the head. Hugh himself, a straw man protecting his head from the hot sun, was supervising his assistants in a vined-off area. He could see he sighed as he walked towards it. There were going to be explosions. He knew it.
It wasn't that he disliked Q, the Order's master of devices. The man was a sort of engineering equivalent of the Abbot. The Abbot had taken thousand-year-old ideas and put them through his mind in a new way, and as a result, the multiverse had opened for him like a flower. Q, on the other hand, had taken the ancient technology of the procrastinators that could save and restore time, and had harnessed it to practical everyday purposes, such as, yes, blowing people's heads off. It was something that Lucy tried to avoid. There were better things to do with people's heads. As Lucy approached, a line of youthful dancing monks wove their way along a bamboo replica of the street, letting off firecrackers and banging gongs. As they reached a corner, the last monk turned and lightly tossed a little drum into the outstretched arms of the straw dummy. The air shimmered and the figure disappeared with a small thunderclap.
Nice to see something not blowing anyone's head off,
said Lucy, leaning on the vine rope.
Oh, hello, Sweeper. Yes, I wonder what went wrong. You see, the body should have been moved forward by a microsecond and left the head where it was.
He picked up a megaphone.
Thank you, everyone. Places for another run. Soto, take over, please.
He turned to Lucy.
Well, he is thinking about it. Oh, for heaven's sake, Lucy, this is completely unauthorized, you know. We're supposed to prune out rogue history loops, not expend vast amounts of time to keep them going. This one is important.
Nope. Ah, of course. Of course she gets stuck right there.
That's quite unacceptable, you know. I'm having to use techniques that are completely untried. Yes, but it's only a few days. What about Vimes? Is he strong enough? He's got no training for this. He defaults to being a copper. A copper's a copper wherever he is. I really don't know why I listen to you, Lucy. I really
Oh,
don't.
there he goes. He transitions back to the right voice for that
Glanced at the
character.
arena and hurriedly raised his megaphone to his lips.
Don't hold it that way up. I said don't hold... Oh!
There was a thunderclap. Lucy didn't bother to look around. Q lifted the megaphone again and said wearily,
All right. Someone please go and fetch Brother Kai, will you? Start looking around, 2 centuries ago. You don't even use these very useful devices I devise,
he added to Lucy.
Don't need to. Got a brain. Anyway, I use the temporal toilet, don't I? A privy which discharges 10 million years in the past is not a good idea, Sweeper. I'm sorry I let you persuade me. It's saving us fragments are weak to
Someone's gonna die.
and that is not to be sneezed at. Is it not written?
I'ma
A
crash
penny
and
saved is a penny
burn.
earned. Besides, it all lands in a volcano anyway. Perfectly hygienic.
There's another explosion. Q turned and raised his megaphone.
Do not bang the tambourine more than twice. It's tap, tap, throw, duck. Please pay attention.
Turned back to Sweeper.
4 more days at most, Lucy. I'm sorry, but after that I can't hide it in the paperwork. I'd be amazed if your man can stand it. It'll affect his mind sooner or later, however far he is. He's not even quite a tyrant. We are learning a lot from him. For a perfectly logical chain of reasons, mine ended up back in time.
Ah, damn it, the pullback.
Like gear, eye patch, and scar. Is that narrative causality, or historical imperative, or just plain weird? Are we back to the old theory of the self-correcting history? Is there no such thing as an accident, as the abbot says? Is every accident just a higher order design? I should love to find out. 4 days. Any longer than that and this little exercise will show up and the abbot will be very, very annoyed with us. Right you are, Q.
He'll be annoyed if he has to find out, certainly, he thought as he walked back to the door in the air. He'd been very specific. The abbot of the history monks, the men in Saffron No Such Monastery, they had many names, couldn't allow this sort of thing, and he'd taken pains to forbid Lucy from this course of action. He'd added, but when you do, I expect historical imperative will win. Sweeper went back to the garden and found Vimes still staring at the empty baked bean tin of universal oneness.
Well, Commander,
He said, "Are you really like policemen for time?"
well, in a
Time.
way.
So, you make sure the good stuff happens.
No,
Hmm.
not the good stuff, the white stuff. But frankly, these days, we have our
He's
work
talking
cut
about
out,
Melania.
making sure anything happens. We used to think time was like a river. You could row up and down, come back to the same place. Then, we found it acted like a sea, so you could go from side to side as well. Then, it turned out to be like a ball of water. You could go up and down, too. Currently, we think it's like, lots of spaces all rolled up. And then there are time jumps and time slips, and humans mess it up too, of course. Racing, game. And then there's quantum.
The monk sighed.
There's always bloody quantum. So, what with one thing and another, we think we're doing well if yesterday happens before tomorrow, quite frankly. You, Mr. Vimes, got caught up in a bit of an event. We can't put it right, not properly. You can.
I've got no choice, have I? As my old sergeant used to say, you do the job that's in front of you. That's going to be me, isn't it? I taught me all I know.
No, I explained.
I didn't understand it, but perhaps I don't have to.
Sweeper sat down. Good. And now, Mr. Vimes, I'll take you back inside and give you some background on the sergeant, and we'll work out what you need to know from all this. And we can set up a little loop so that you can tell yourself what you need to know. No addresses, though.
And what'll happen to me? The me sitting here right now. The, other me walks away and me, this me, you understand? Well, what happens? Sweeper gave him a long, thoughtful look.
You know, it's very hard to talk quantum using a language originally designed to hide other monkeys where the right fruit is. Afterwards, well, there will be a you. As much you as you are now, so who can say it is not you? This meeting will be a sort of time loop. In one sense, it will never end. In a way, it will be
like a dream, said Vimes wearily.
Sweeper brightened. Very good, yes. Not true, but a very good lie.
You know, you could have just told me everything.
Hello.
No, I wouldn't be able to tell you everything, and you, Mr. Vimes, are not in the mood for games
all right
like
then.
that. This way, a man you trust, that's you, will tell you all the truth you need to know. Then, we'll do a little of what the younger acolytes call slicing and gluing, and Mr. Vimes will go back to
Oh dear.
Road Lane a little wiser.
How are you going to get him, me, back to the watch house? Don't even think about giving me some kind of potion.
No, we will blindfold you, twirl you around, take you the long way, and walk you back. I promise.
Any other advice?
Just be yourself. See it through. There will come a time when you'll look back and see how it all makes sense.
Oh my god.
I wouldn't lie. It will be perfect moment. Believe me. Yes.
You must know there's another little problem if I'm going to be Sergeant Keel. I've remembered what day this is. I
Now
know
you can see the
what's
little
going to
purple effect
happen.
of gravity,
Yes,
anti-gravity on the
I know.
horse.
Ooh. Shall we talk?
Oh boy.
Captain Tilden blinks. What happened there? Where? Surprised, trying to fight down nausea. Time coming back had left him with a horrible sensation that he was really two people.
So,
Neither of them was feeling at all well. You're blurred, man. Perhaps I'm a bit tired of this. Survived to put himself together. Listen, Captain. John O'Neill. I can feel it, okay? Ask me some questions. You've got my papers there, haven't you? They were stolen. Tilden hesitated for a moment. He was a man whose mind was ponderous enough to have momentum. It was quite hard for his thoughts to change direction once they'd started. Who is commander of the Pseudopolis Watch, then? Sheriff McElwaite. Aha, wrong. Fallen at the very first fence, what? In fact, you fool, it's Sheriff Purley. Nah, excuse me, sir, said Snouty nervously. Yes, what? Nah, it is McElwaite, sir. Purley died last week. Heard it in the pub. Fell in the river when drunk, said Vimes helpfully. That's what I heard as well, sir. Tilden looked furious. You could have known that, what? It doesn't prove anything. Ask me something else, then. Ask me what McElwaite said about me. I just hope I've got the answers right, he thought. Well, he said I was the best officer on his force, and he was sorry to see me go. Said I was of good character. Said he wished he could pay me the $25 a month I was going to get here. I never offered you. No, you offered me $20, and now that I've seen the mess here, I'm not taking it. Vimes rejoiced. Tilden hadn't even learned how to control the conversation. If you pay Nock $20, he owes you $19 change. The man couldn't talk and chew gum at the same time. And look at this, will you? Vimes dumped his handcuffs on the desk. The gaze of Snouty and Tilden swung to them as if magnetic. Oh dear, thought Vimes, and stood up and lifted the crossbow out of Snouty's hand. It was all in the movement. If you moved with authority, you got a second or two. Authority was everything. He fired the bow at the floor, then handed it back. A kid could open those cuffs, and while Snouty here keeps a very clean jail, he's completely draws at being a guard. This place needs shaking up. He leaned forward, knuckles on the captain's desk. With his face a few inches from the trembling mustache and milky eyes, the captain looked scared. $25, or I walk out that door, he said. It was probably a phrase never ever said before by any prisoner anywhere on any world. $25? Murmured Tilden, hypnotized. And the rank will be Sergeant-at-Arms, not Sergeant. I'm not going to be given orders by the likes of Nock. Sergeant-at-Arms, said Tilden distantly, but Vimes saw the hint of approval. It was a good military-sounding title, and it was still on the books. In fact, it was a pretty ancient pre-coppering term, back in the days when a court employed a big man with a stick to drag miscreants in front of it. Vimes had always admired the simplicity of that particular arrangement. Well, Sheriff McElwaite certainly gave you a most glowing reference, said the captain, shuffling the papers. Very glowing. Things have been a little difficult since we lost Sergeant Winter. And I'll be paid my first month in advance, please. I need clothes and a decent meal and somewhere to sleep. Tilden cleared his throat. Many of the unmarried men stay at the barracks in Cheapside. Not me. I'll be lodging with Dr. Thorne in Twinkle Street. Well, Rosie Palm did suggest he had a spare room, he thought. Nah, Pox, Doctor. Yeah, I'm particular about the company I keep. It's also just around the corner. He took his hands off the desk, slipped back, and whipped off a salute of almost parodic efficiency, the sort that Tilden had always loved. I'll report for duty at 3 o'clock this afternoon, sir. Thank you, sir. Tilden sat mesmerized. It was $25, sir, I believe, said Vimes, still maintaining the salute. He watched the captain get up and go to the old green safe in the corner. The man was careful not to let Vimes see him turn the dial, but Vimes was pretty certain he didn't need to. The safe had still been there when he made captain, and by then everyone knew the combination was 4478, and that no one seemed to know how to change it. The only things worth keeping in it had been the tea and sugar and anything you particularly wanted Nobby to read. Tilden came back with a small leather bag and slowly counted out the funds. He was so cowed that he didn't ask Vimes to sign anything. Vimes took it, saluted again, and held out his other hand. Badge, sir. Oh, yes, of course. The captain, entirely unnerved, fumbled in the top drawer of the desk and pulled out a dull copper shield. If he'd been observant at all, he'd have noticed how hungrily Vimes' eyes watched it. The new sergeant-at-arms picked up his badge with care and saluted yet again. Oath, sir. Oh, that thing. I believe I've got it written down somewhere. Vimes took a deep breath. This probably wasn't a good idea, but he was flying now. I, square bracket recruit's name, square bracket, comma, do solemnly swear by square bracket recruit's deity of choice, square bracket, to uphold the laws and ordinances of the city of Ankh-Morpork, comma, serve the public trust, comma, and defend the subjects of his stroke her, bracket, delete whichever is inappropriate, bracket, majesty, bracket, name of reigning monarch, bracket, without fear, comma, favor, comma, or thought of personal safety, semicolon, to pursue evildoers and protect the innocent, comma, laying down my life if necessary, in the cause of said duty, comma, so help me, bracket, a forfeit deity, bracket, full stop, God save the king, stroke queen, bracket, whichever is inappropriate, bracket, full stop. My word, well done. You have come well prepared, Sergeant. And now it's the king's shillings, sir, said Vimes insistently, soaring on wings of audacity by now. What? I have to take the king's shillings, sir. Do we have a... It's, in the bottom drawer, sir, said Snouty helpfully. On the bit of string. Oh, yes. It's been a long time since we used that, what? Is it? Said Vimes. After some rummaging, Tilden produced the coin. It was a genuine old shilling, probably worth $50 now just for its silver content. Thus, coppers being coppers, it had always been dropped into the new copper's hand and then tugged away before it was pinched. Vimes had taken the oath once. He wondered if taking it twice cancelled it out, but it needed to be done, and you had at least to touch the shilling. He felt the weight in his palm and took a small, shameful pleasure in closing his fingers on it before the captain had time to drag it back. Then, point made, he released the grip. With a final salute, he turned and tapped Snouty on the shoulder. With the captain's permission, I'd like a chat with you outside, please. Vimes strode out. Snouty looked at Tilden, who was still sitting as though hypnotized, the shilling dangling from his fist. The captain managed to say, "Good man, that. Very good. Got backbone." "Nah, I'll just go and see what he wants, sir," said Snouty and scuttled out. He had reached the end of the corridor when a hand came out of the shadows and pulled him close. "You're a useful man to know, Snouty. I can tell."
Yes, sir.
said Snouty, held half on tiptoe. You've got your ear to the ground, eh?
Yes, sir.
There's someone in every nick who knows all that's going on and can lay his hands on just about anything, Snouty. And I think you are that man.
Yes, sir.
Then listen here. Size 8 boots, size 7 1/4 helmet, a good leather cape. The boots should be a good make, but second hand. Have you got that?
Second hand?
Yes. Soles pretty much nearly worn through.
Soles pretty much worn through. Check.
Breastplate not to have any rust on it, but a few dents will be okay. A good sword, Snouty. And believe me, I know a good sword when I hold one. As for all the rest of the stuff, well, I know a man like you can get hold of the very best and have it delivered to Dr. Long's place in Twinkle Street by 10 this morning. There'll be something in it for you, Snouty.
What'll that be, sir?
Said Snouty, who was finding the grip uncomfortable. My undying friendship, Snouty, which is going to be an extremely rare coin in these parts. Let me tell you that.
Right you are, Sergeant. Will you be wanting a bell, sir?
A bell.
For ringing and shouting, all's well with, Sarge.
Vimes considered this. A bell. Well, every copper still got a bell. It was in the regulations, but Vimes had banned its use on anything but ceremonial occasions. No bell for me, Snouty. Do you think things are well? Snouty swallowed.
Well, the bell.
Could go either way, Sarge.
Good man. See you this afternoon. There was a glow of dawn in the sky when Vimes strode out, but the city was still a pattern of shadows. In his pocket was the reassuring heaviness of the badge, and in his mind the huge, huge freedom of the oath. Ruler after ruler had failed to notice what a devious oath it was. He walked as steadily as he could down to Twinkle Street. A couple of watchmen tried to waylay him, but he showed them the badge, and, more importantly, he had the voice now. It had come back to him. It was night, and he was walking the streets, and he owned the damn streets, and somehow that came out in the way he spoke. They'd hurried off. He wasn't sure they believed him, but at least they pretended to. The voice had told them that he could be the kind of trouble they weren't getting paid enough to deal with. At one point he had to step aside as a very thin horse dragged a huge and familiar four-wheeled wagon over the cobbles. Frightened faces looked out at him from between the wide metal strips that covered most of it, and then it disappeared into the gloom. The curfew was claiming its nightly harvest. These were not good times. Everyone knew Lord Winder was insane, and then some kid who was equally mad had tried to knock him off, and would have done so too if the man hadn't moved at the wrong moment. His lordship had taken the arrow in the arm, and they said, they being the nameless people of the kind that everyone met in the pub, that the wound had poisoned him and made him worse. He suspected everyone and everything. He saw dark assassins in every corner. The rumor was that he woke up sweating every night because they even got into his dreams. He saw plots and spies everywhere throughout his waking hours and had men root them out. And the thing about rooting out plots and spies everywhere is that even if there were no real plots to begin with, there are plots and spies galore very soon. At least the Night Watch didn't have to do much of the actual rooting. They just arrested the pieces. It was the special office in Cable Street that was the long hand of his lordship's paranoia. The particulars they were officially, but as far as Vimes could remember, they'd revelled in their nickname of the Unmentionables. They were the ones that listened in every shadow and watched at every window. Or at least, that was how it seemed, anyway. They certainly were the ones who knocked on doors in the middle of the night. Vimes stopped in the dark. The cheap clothes were soaked through. The boots were flooded. Rain was trickling off his chin, and he was a long, long way from home. Yet, in a treacherous kind of way, this was home. He'd spent most of his days working nights. Walking through the wet streets of a slipping city was his life. The nature of the night changed, but the nature of the beast remained the same.
I feel like I've seen these weapons in
He reached into
Bloodborne.
the ragged pocket and touched the badge again.
There's like
The darkness,
just that
where
one,
lamps
the
were
giant
few
one.
and far between. Vimes knocked on a door. A light was burning in one of the lower windows, so Lorne was presumably still awake. After a while, a very small panel slid back and he heard a voice say, "Oh, it's you." There was a pause, followed by the sound of bolts being released. The doctor opened the door. In one hand, he held a very long syringe. Vimes found his gaze inexorably drawn to it. A bead of something purple dripped off the end and splashed onto the floor. "What would you have done? Injected me to death?" This? Lorne looked at the instrument as if unaware that he'd been holding it. "Oh, just sorting out a little problem for someone. Patients turn up at all hours." "I'll bet they do. Rosie said you had a spare room. I can pay. I've got a job. $5 a month. I won't be needing it for long." "Upstairs on the left," said Lorne, nodding. "We can talk about it in the morning." "I'm not a criminal madman," said Vimes. He wondered why he said it, and then wondered who he was trying to reassure. "Never mind, you'll soon fit in," said Lorne. There was a whimper from the door leading to the surgery. "The bed's not aired, but I doubt that you'll care. And now, if you'll excuse me." It wasn't aired, and Vimes didn't care. He didn't even remember getting into it. He woke up once in panic and heard the sound of the big black wagon rattling down the street, and then it just, quite literally and seamlessly, became part of the nightmare.
Well, nothing like free money. Hell yeah. Getting paid.
At 10 o'clock in the morning, Vimes found a cold cup of tea by his bed and a pile of clothes and armour on the floor outside the door. He drank the tea while he inspected the pile. He'd read Snouty right. The man survived because he was a weathercock and kept an eye on which way the wind was blowing, and right now the wind was blowing due
He was a
Vimes.
weathercock.
He'd even included fresh socks and drawers, which hadn't been on the specification. It was a thoughtful touch. They probably hadn't been paid for, of course. They had been obtained. This was the old night watch, after all. But glory be, the breathy little crawler had scrounged something else, too. The 3 stripes for sergeant had a little gold crown above them. Vimes instinctively disliked crowns, but this one he was prepared to treasure. He went downstairs, doing up his belt, and bumped into Lorne coming out of his surgery, wiping his hands on a cloth. The doctor smiled absently, then focused on the uniform. The smile didn't so much fade as drain. "Shocked? Surprised? Rosie won't be, I expect. I don't do anything illegal, you know." "Then you've got nothing to fear." "Really? That proves you're not from round here, then. Want some breakfast? There's kidneys." This time it was Vimes' smile that drained. "Lambs?" the doctor added. In the tiny kitchen, he prized the lid off a tall stone jar and pulled out a can. Vapour poured off it. "Ice," he said. "I get it from over the road. Keeps food fresh." Vimes' brow wrinkled. "Over the road? You mean the mortuary?" "Don't worry, it's not been used," said Lorne, putting a pan on the stove. "Mr. Garnish drops off a lump a few times a week in payment for being cured of a rather similar medical condition." "But mostly you work for the ladies of shall we say, negotiable affection. Gorn gave him a
Negotiable
sharp look
affection.
to see if he was joking, but Vimes' expression hadn't changed. Not just them, there are others. People who come in by the back door, said Vimes,
Ho,
looking
ho,
around the little
ho.
room. People who, for one reason or another, don't want to go to the better-known doctors. Or can't afford them. People who turn up with no identity. And you had a point, John. No, just asking. I just wondered where you trained. Why? The kind of people who come in by the back door are the kind of people who want results, I imagine. Ha, well, I trained in Cratch. They have some novel ideas about medicine over there. I think it's a good idea to get people better to start with. Turned over the kidneys with a fork. Frankly, Sergeant, I'm pretty much like you. We do what needs doing. We work in unpopular areas, and I suspect we both draw the line somewhere. I'm no butcher. Rosie says you aren't, but you do the job that's in front of you.
Ow.
People die. I'll remember that. And when all's said and done, there are worse
Thought that
things to do
attacked
than
faster.
repulsive women. After breakfast, Sergeant-at-Arms John Keel stepped out into the first day of the rest of his life. He stood still for a moment, shut his eyes, and swiveled both feet like a man trying to stub out 2 cigarettes at once.
Could have sworn that
Slow,
attacked
broad
faster.
smile cracked across his face. Snouty had found just the right kind of boots. Willikins and Sybil between them had conspired to prevent him wearing old, well-worn boots these days. Well, those days, and stole them away in the night to have the soldiers there. It was good
It's only
to
after the
see some
first
dry
one.
feet again, and after a lifetime of walking them through the streets. There were the cobblestones, cattails, trollheads, loaves, short and long sets, boundaries, mop-off sixes, the 87 types of paving brick, the 14 types of stone slab, and the 12 types of stone never intended for street slabs, which had got used anyway, had their own pattern of wear, and the rubbles and the gravels and the repairs, and the 13 different types of cellar cover and 20 types of drain lid. He bounced a little, like a man testing the hardness of something. Elm Street. He bounced again. Junction with Twinkle. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
He was back. There wasn't
Stop
many
it.
steps to Treacle Mine Road, and going towards the watch house, a flash of colour caught his eye. There it was, overhanging a garden wall. Lilac was common in the city. It was vigorous and hard to
stayed
kill,
it.
and had to be. Flower buds were noticeably swelling. He stood and stared as a man might stare at an old battlefield. They've eyes, hands up, hands up, hands up. How did it go now? Think of things happening one after the other. Don't assume that you know what's going to happen, because it might not. Be yourself. And because he was himself, he made a few little purchases in little shops in dark alleys, and then went to work. The Treacle Mine Road Night Watch House was generally deserted around midday, but Vimes knew that Snouty at least would be there. He was a persistent floater, just like Nobby and Colon and Carrot, and when he got down to it, Vimes as well. Being on duty was their default state of being. They hung around the watch house even when off duty, because that's where their lives took place. Being a copper wasn't something you left hanging by the door when you went home. But I promise I'll learn how, thought Vimes. When I get back, it'll all be different. He went around the back and let himself in by the stable entrance. It wasn't even locked. Black mark right there, lads.
Come on, I'm pressing the button. Do the
Oh,
thing.
your wagon stood empty on the cobbles. Behind it was what they called now the stables. In fact, the stables were on the bottom floor of what would have been part of Ankh-Morpork's industrial heritage, if anyone had ever thought of it like that. In practice, they thought of it as junk that was too heavy to cart away.
I'll be right back. I need a pee.
It was part of the winding gear from a
Okay, I'm back. Hello.
long since abandoned. One of the original lifting buckets was still up there, glued to the floor by its last load of heavy, sticky, unrefined treacle, which, once set, was tougher than cement and more waterproof than tar. Vimes remembered as a kid begging the chickens of big treacle off the miners. One lump of that oozing prehistoric decay. The boy's mouth happily shut for a week. Inside the treacle-rigged stable level, chewing a bit of bad hay, was the horse. Vimes knew it was a horse because it checked out as one. 4 hooves, tail, head with mane, seedy brown coat. Considered from another angle, it was half a ton of bones held together with horsehair. He patted it gingerly as one of nature's pedestrians. He'd never been at home around horses. He unhooked a greasy clipboard from a nail nearby and flicked through its pages. Then he had another look around the yard. Tilden never did that. He looked at the pigsty in the corner where Nock kept his pig, and then at the chicken run, and the pigeon loft, and the badly made rabbit hutches. And then he did a few calculations. The old watch house. It was all there, just like the day he first arrived. It had been 2 houses once, and one of them had been the treacle mine office. Everywhere in the city had been something else once. And so the place was a maze of blocked-in doorways and ancient windows and poky rooms. He wandered around like a man in a museum. See the old helmet on a stick for archery practice. See Sergeant Knock's broken springed armchair where he used to sit out on sunny afternoons. And inside, the smell. Floor wax, stale sweat, armor polish, unwashed clothes, ink, a hint of fried fish, and always, here, a taint of treacle. The night watch. He was back. When the first members of the night watch came in, they found a man perfectly at ease, leaning back in a chair with his feet on a desk and leafing through paperwork. The man had sergeant's stripes and an air of an unsprung trap. He was also giving absolutely no attention to the newcomers. He particularly paid no heed to one gangly lance constable who was still new enough to have tried to put a shine on his breastplate. They fanned out among the desks with muttered conversations. Vimes knew them in his soul. They were in the night watch because they were too scruffy, ugly, incompetent, awkwardly shaped, or blood-minded to day watch. They were honest in that special policeman sense of the word. That is, they didn't steal things to carry. And they had the morale of damp gingerbread. He wondered last night about giving them some kind of pep talk by way of introduction and decided against it. They might be very bad at it, but they were coppers, and coppers did not respond well to the family approach. Hello, chaps. Call me Christopher. My door's always open. Sure, if we all pull together, we shall get on splendidly like one big happy family. Well, they've seen too many families before for that rubbish. Someone cleared their throat with malice aforethought. Vimes glanced up into the face of Sergeant Knock, and for a fraction of a second, he had to suppress the urge to salute. Then he remembered what Knock was. Well, that's my desk you're sitting at, Sergeant. Vimes sighed and pointed to the little crown on his sleeve. See this, Sergeant? That's what they used to call the hat of authority. Knock's little weaselly eyes focused on the crown. Then they went back to Vimes' face, widened in the shock of recognition. Bloody hell, breathed Knock. That's bloody hell, sir. But Sarge will do.
What up,
Most
boss?
of the time. And this is your mob, is it? Oh dear. Well, let's make a start.
Oh, you called.
He swung his feet off the desk and stood up.
Hello?
Finally getting around to listening to the book, eh?
I was listening, like, I got further than the part where I'm at right now, where the part where I left off was somewhere around where he started, like, teaching his younger self. And I just couldn't be fucked to figure out where the hell that part was in the one video. Also, that video got taken down for copyright, so I had to find another.
They tend to pop up and down every now and then. Someone else is always popping it back up, but
Yeah, this guy is actually someone who's reading it, so I think it'll be around for a while.
Yeah. Well, audiobook? Are you telling me someone did something different by reading it aloud? Wow, this could revolutionize the whole industry. Who ever thought of reading it out aloud an audiobook on a bridge?
He's doing some of the voices, like, really well, too.
Okay, as long as you're enjoying it.
Look, it sounds almost like the original audiobook. What are you up to right now?
Messing about.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what.
This game I happen to have played. Have you heard of it? It's something about a ring and some lord. I think it's a Lord of the Ring game. It's hard to tell.
Oh. No, I don't think I ever heard of it.
Let me just read the package. Ring for the Elderly, apparently it's called.
Oh. Well, they do get scammed quite a bit for jewelry. Always watching them jewelry shows where they're all trying to say that, oh, it's worth more than this, but actually it's worth this. But in the end, that's all just worth way too much.
I'd be more worried about being scammed by a retirement home. What was it? That power of attorney thing for someone come along. Oh, an old feeble person. Well, I'll just take the power of attorney and their home and their bank account.
Yeah, fuck that shit.
Yeah, special place in hell for those people.
Mm-hmm. So where are you at?
I'm not sure. I was doing something. Oh, that's right. I was in Tree Town trying to do the quest line for the one-arm chick. What are you doing?
I was just listening to this guy read that shit while, you know, helping other people out. I have my blue ring on, and I have my small golden effigy going off. And searching around for effigies I may have missed. You know, for more opportunities to help. In fact, I'm being summoned right now.
There's someone suicidal. Summon a serial killer.
Well, if you want something to die, a serial killer is your best bet.
No, it's not. If you want someone to die, call a police officer. Politics.
Unable to summon. Failed to join session. Darn it.
So you're not being summoned. You lied to me.
I was just summoned badly.
No, you said you were being summoned, but you weren't. Therefore, you lied.
I was reading what it told me.
Then you lied about reality by reading what you saw. I lied to you and you lied to me.
I'm literally streaming. There's visual evidence.
Deep fake.
What?
You can't trust video nowadays. Don't you want anything?
It's not a video, it's a stream.
You can stream videos. For
Yeah.
fuck's sake, you're kind of streaming an audio pre-recorded.
You can hear yourself in my stream while we're in Discord. Are you saying that you are also a fabrication?
Yes,
Ah, well, you got me there.
I am not real. I am the very motto of a modern energy. the lyric to that song.
What song?
I am the very model of a model general.
Just looking it up.
Yep.
Google. Where would we be without you? Probably working harder.
No, we just all have more books.
Working harder.
I am the very model of a modern major general. Information, vegetable, animal, or mineral. I know the King of England. I quote, fight historical from Marathon to Waterloo to Africa Cargo. That thing.
Don't think I ever heard of that.
Well, it kind of show tune, so you don't even know the Blues Brothers, so I'm not actually surprised.
Nah, yeah, I still need to get around to watching all the classic show tunes.
You still haven't gotten this audiobook, which I literally gave you last year.
Yeah.
And it's like there's some assholes always coming around interrupting you from learning about this book.
Oh yeah, who's that?
I don't know. He said he's made up, so we don't know who he is. See, this is how I cover myself legally. I said I was never there. I have
Hearsay, Your Honor. So which bit are you at? What's the nearest waypoint shrine?
Drainage channel in Tree Town. I'm about to kill the twig thing.
Alright.
Yeah. Then I'm not gonna help. I'm gonna help the sisters. Just for a variety. And then we'll kill that lady with the crotch rot.
Gross. The lady with the STDs.
Well, she's not transmitting it through sex. Or is it stabbing transmitted disease?
If she touches you, though.
Yeah, but STD isn't touching transmitted disease. It's sexual transmitted disease, which means pants have to be taken off.
No, it doesn't. Could just be fluids.
Not really. A lot of STD can't be transmitted by kissing.
But there still are those that do.
Yeah, but some of them, they are not counted as STDs. STDs are very specific, like blood, genital touching. Diseases that are just, breathing on somebody else tend to be aerial transmitted disease or something like that.
Can't you also just take out your own blood and inject someone with it too?
They tend to come under TD as STD as well. Like, have you ever heard what making someone your blood brother? It might be really old.
Yeah, that's gross.
People, yeah, that a lot of aid got transmitted that way.
Messing around too much with the fairy juice, I see.
Yeah, what? What fairy juice?
Fairy juice. Hint, hint. AIDS.
Follow. Why do mythological creatures have to do with aid?
Well, there's what is it called? It's like a word that's also used to call someone gay.
Yeah, which is retarded because straight people transmit AIDS among themselves way more than the gay community, and they didn't need birth control or anything. And yet the straights who do need birth protection and stuff still transmitted more disease than any gay people.
Yeah, but it's more publicized as gays, and so.
That's just general stupidity and ignorance.
Well, there I go. Whee!
He died.
Yep.
You're gonna make me run. No, you get your sign down somewhere around here and I'll resummon you. I'm not walking back. I'm too busy running for my life. Oh fuck, I've been playing too much Doom off camera. I forgot I don't have double jump.
No, that's the horse that has that.
Run. Why do I have so many characters that can die with one hit? Magic, archery.
Hmm.
Do I have fire? Oh god, I do not have fire arrows equipped. I'm gonna have Scarlet Rot in a second. Oh wait, I already have it. Pill. And thanks to the Supreme Court, this pill may be banned soon.
What pill?
Oh, the whole birth control stuff. I'm just making pill jokes. What the?
Well, I put my sign down.
Well, I'm dead.
I figured.
For some reason, somehow he was a good distance away from me, but somehow he managed to bite me through the ground. It was weird.
Yeah. Some of these dudes are cheaters.
And some of the enemies in this game are too. Hey.
Whoa.
So where's your sign now?
What? Just right below the branch after you get right here.
Okay, I'll get up right up there. Hold on. Hopefully that one centipede man won't kill me.
He might.
Back up. I'm so glad you believe in me. Yeah, jerk. Fuck. Why do I have the silver core handout? Oh, that's why I was trying to get pants. Okay. Empty air. I see your sign. I saw the sign, and then a dagger stabbed me in the throat. Okay, I'm at the very edge. Not gonna do it. Oh, better get my fire arrows ready. Oh.
Okie dokie. Huh?
Does the head of woe work on this thing?
Head of woe.
We go for
Oh,
it
Shabriri's well. Yeah.
every fucking time. Oh fuck. Invader. Where are they?
Across the bridge.
I see them. I wonder. You going for them?
Yep.
And he to use that. He wants to trap you.
I got him.
Delicious free finger dust.
Yes. Feel the pain. Also, free money.
Oh, yeah. Ghost had died. Well, duh. That's what ghosts do. Duh. You grab its attention, and I'll stay safe.
Fair enough. Ow. What? What happened to you?
Some backhand tail bullshit through the ground.
Rip.
Yeah. There's an area that needs a few fix. Stay where you are.
Sun's going back down.
Thank goodness I got some free dust. I need to stay on the same level as that stupid thing just to avoid random KO.
Yeah, and it's really annoying too because the fucking Scarlet Rot really eats away at you.
Fuck. Yeah, okay, got it. What?
There was this bloodstain that I was checking on. Some wizard trying to use that moonbeam. Immediately after he was done, he got knocked off the ledge. The fool should know better. Alright. Ow. Well, that missed.
That dude. That unscrew. Shoot. Ah, fuck.
Don't worry, I'll get him.
No, you won't. You liar. Again, you lied to me. Lie to me a third time and see what happens. See what happens, you lie to me a third time. You are, I dare you. You're
a lovely human being.
That's it. I won't take any more of your filthy lies. Look out the window.
Uh-huh.
See what's out there?
Yeah. Clear skies.
Because of you. That's because of you, you filthy lying bastard.
Oh, man.
I cleared your sky.
No. I love the rain, though.
Yeah. Now start telling the truth, and maybe I'll make your day cloudy again.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll learn you. And if you too want cloudy days in your turn, just follow my channel at DarkWarsX on Twitch. DarkWarsX on Twitch. Available on Twitch at DarkWarsX.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last part. What was that?
That was DarkWarsX. DarkWarsX on Twitch. Twitch channel of DarkWarsX.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Shamelessly plug myself.
I'll say.
And you shamelessly peg yourself. Anyway, let's get. You know what? I got a plan.
Yeah.
You fight him over there, and I'll be over here. I am an archer. Why did I not think of this before?
Because you're all so stupid.
Good. I'm glad you're telling the truth now. Stop sending some clouds your way. Oh, come on. Fall off the cliff. Fall off the cliff trying to get me. Come on.
Huh, he really wants you.
I'm just going to stay over here where it's safe. Wow, I could probably achieve this one by myself if I was doing this.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Jack, I'll save you.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Oh, thank you. Epic.
Archery has longer range than magic, but weaker than magic.
Surprisingly weaker.
Yeah, even with all the talisman to give you a bit of bonus edge to it, still.
Doesn't even do as much as a dagger.
Can do. Mighty shot does decently. Like, you know how you get some enemies with shields and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Mighty shot does, even with those guys, when they got your shield up, still does decent amount of damage. So like 5 mighty shot and they're dead. Even when they have their shield up.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go die. Whee!
I could have. Never mind.
No, they don't show up until I die.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, okay. Die.
Way ahead of you. Or below you.
Jack, don't go below me. I feel uncomfortable when you're down there. Now to challenge her rather than help her. 4 against 1, my type of odds.
I thought you always wanted to feel tall.
Nah, not really. I'm afraid of height.
Is that why you never grew up?
Yep. That and I never ate my veggies. Oh, fuck. Geronimo. Ah, fuck. That didn't run properly. Whoa. Okay, I'm supposed to be helping out the sisters, but none of them are left alive. They're all dead. Stop dodging.
She gives a really nice talisman if you kill her.
I thought you got that talisman anyway.
No.
You helped her. Huh.
Apparently they patched it so that you have to make a choice for one or the other.
Okay.
Rotten Wing is for helping. Millicent's prosthesis is for killing her. You can also pair them as well.
Just waiting for my stamina to come back. You remember the old game Duck Hunter?
Duck Hunter, that's the one with the weird dog that laughs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm standing on like the column pillar in the middle of the swamp, so she can't get me. So I'm just trying to shoot her, like in Duck Hunter. And she keep dodge rolling. I'm hitting her every now and then, but difficult. Can't just lock on shoot because she dodges that.
Right.
Nope, don't go that way. You.
Did you fall?
No, she went behind the rock where I can't really shoot at her.
Yeah. Smart.
Now, annoying. Let's see. Longbow. Use a special skill. Shoot from above. Hey, that worked perfectly. Ah, dang it.
So, what was that you were saying earlier?
What?
Worked perfectly, eh?
No, it was working, but then I found a way to, you know that special Ash of War, like, arrow from the stars or something?
Mm-hmm.
Rain of Arrow, that was it. If I do the lock on and then the Rain of Arrow, it does hit her. But when the lock off disappears, it goes straight up and then fall right down around you.
Oh yeah. When I first played around with the fucking lion's bow, I noticed that and I fucking hated it. I wish it was like kind of like Elder Scrolls Online, where you can just choose the area where it goes down. Kind of like call traps or raining arrows, just like in that game. I wish it was like that. Feel like it would work better.
I have to lure her out.
Yes.
Look, you can now hit me. Run across the map.
He's lying. Don't do it.
Shut up, you. Aha, you can't get me. Up, hugging up against my pole, woman.
Whoa.
Not like that, you pervert. Gee, Jack.
You know that I know that you say that stuff on purpose.
Say what stuff?
Don't you play games with me.
Oh, Jack, I didn't know we were playing games with each other. So stop it. I'm just here to use you, and that's it.
I believe it.
Gosh, this whole thing is ridiculous. I'm gonna run out hour before I finish her off. Where are my daggers? Um. Whatever he's doing. Get over here. Why doesn't she get Scarlet right again? Because she's the daughter of so and so.
She's the daughter of Melania, just like her sisters, but she wasn't consumed by it, not completely.
Until we gave her the needle, yeah.
Yeah.
She was dying until we gave her a pointy stick.
Yeah, she was like, as they usually are. They are fine for a while whenever those people are born, but eventually it does.
What do you mean by those people?
The infected. Forget what exactly they're called.
They're people just like you and me, Jack. You racist.
No, they're not. They're born different.
No, they're not. Their parents have sex just like your parents did, unfortunately.
I don't think that they would. Melania kind of doesn't have a hoo-ha.
You don't have a hoo-ha.
Thank goodness. Man, I would be getting raped all the time. In a different position. I like the way I'm being getting raped lately.
And that's why you got banned from Twitter. There's just some things you can't say, and just some things you get bitch slapped off the platform for. Damn it, I'm gonna have to actually fight her. Boo.
Oh no, I have to actually do work.
Yes, it's terrible. And she keep drinking health potion.
Well, that's just unfair.
Yes. The bitch.
Doesn't she know that you're supposed to be the winner?
Yeah. I literally have protagonist tattoo on my forehead. Well, that's what the tattoo artist told me he tattooed on my forehead, but he did it with just 5 letters, which makes me feel suspicious. Protagonist starts with an L, right? Well, it does apparently to amphibia. Okay. No, don't die. I'll help you kill your sister. Come on, let's kill your sister. Uh-oh. Fuck. And she did the special move. Fuck. Oh, and now I got Scarlet Rot too.
Empyrean. That's what I was talking about.
How imperialistic of you, Jack. Labeling people like that.
They labeled themselves that.
No, George R. Martin labeled them like that. The lazy-ass writer. Sorry, he's not one of my favorite writers. I wanted money.
I don't like him because I'm jealous of his money.
That and I don't like his writing style. Lazy as fuck. He literally writes out characters when he's bored with them. No, you. Come on, sister. Stop drinking health potion. Should be dead by now, you. Oh crap! And. Whoa. Okay, you know that hammer that does the stretchy thing?
Yeah.
And you know that sword that does like all those wind moves as it chops?
Wind moves?
Fuck. Like, wah, 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 wah. That sword you get from killing Melania.
Oh, yeah.
It actually interrupted her when she was about to do that. I didn't think it could happen.
Well, it is a strike weapon.
Well, yes, it is a hammer. And I almost won, but I died from Scarlet Rot. It's my rotten luck, that is.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Well, since I held up a road sign saying it, I'm glad you did. I telegraphed greater than a giant. Oh crap. Need to heal. And no. Fuck me. Oh fuck.
What happened?
I like my money.
Ah.
Annoying bitch.
I feel like you're the annoying bitch in this situation since you helped her out all this way and then decided to fuck her over.
No, I'm the traitorous bitch. Get it right.
Well, she keeps on flicking you away and you just keep coming back.
No, she keep chopping me away. She keep cutting me off. Rage. Like my money. Rage.
So how much money was it?
Greater than the number of email Hillary Clinton hid in the server. Which isn't true, but it's topical enough to be funny. Not to mention, Trump did the fucking same thing.
I feel like everyone might.
Yeah, probably. I kind of, the guy who said, "Oh, she's a criminal because she did this thing." Basically, him saying, "This is what I'm going to do, folks."
She's a bad person. She did this. Send her to jail. Although, however, this is also a good idea. Quick, forget everything you just heard.
No, they say, don't forget everything you heard. I'm not doing it because I said they're doing it. And they can't do the same thing we do because they are they and we are us. We're different as blue and purple. No similarity whatsoever. Stop fighting in the goo. I can't help you as you fight in the goo.
I've been looking at the feed bills from Marilyn. Interesting reading, lads. According to my rough calculations, a horse eating that much ought to be approximately spherical. Instead, she's so thin that with 2 sticks and some sheet music I could give you a tune. Vimes put the papers down. Don't think I don't know where the corn goes. I bet I know who's got the chickens and rabbits and pigeons. And the pig. I bet the captain thinks they get fat on leftovers. Yeah, but... the voice began. Vimes' hand slammed on the desk. You lot even starved the damn horse.
That's your last drink. Die! And she dead.
Huzzah!
The host had been vanquished. What was all this for? Variety.
It's actually a really nice talisman she gives. Boost, boost dexterity, and also allows you to get more damage with successive attacks. You can also pair it with the other one that she gives you if you helped her.
I don't remember. I have no character doing things twice, and I.
Rotten Wing
remember
Sword
what-
Insignia.
Oh yeah, that thing. Doohickey. And I take it I don't get the needle back.
No. For some reason, no.
But I killed her. I mean, it's not like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's looking for a needle inside of a flesh body. Or a giant flower is what it is now. Can you imagine if people did that in real life? That man's heart attack. Quit. Make room so he'll bloom so freshly. I'm in hell. Alright, let's go kill her mother.
Okie doke. Well, my sign's right by the same sigil thingy. Statue.
Okay. My archery stuff back on. Back the hand. An archer with a talisman that looks like a hand. What are the chances? Okay, where's your thingy?
Should be near the sign.
Wait. The crucifix?
Yeah. Do you not see it?
I'm just refreshing my finger. No.
I'll put it down again. How about now?
Give it a second. Jump check. No.
Okay. I'll put it by the ledge where the water falls off.
No. I'm at the other thing.
Oh, you're at the other grace.
Yes.
Okay.
The crucifix. Yeah, I'm not at the. I wonder why I can't see it.
Huh.
Did you ever watch the TV show The Wire?
No.
Okay, it's just one of these episodes, like these guys are like in a basement office, and then there's these two guys, like there's this small cubicle office, and there's this desk that kind of stuck that's halfway between the door, and there's like two guys looking at the desk, trying to move it, and they're like struggling really hard to move this desk, and then like. And since this place is so like run down, people go, screw it, let's get more guys. So like, there's some guy get on one side of the other, and they're still struggling to move it. We can't move it. And then they get, okay, let's get even more guys. Okay, we struggle, and they're just not moving whatsoever. And then they just give up and go, it must be wedged. We're never gonna get this desk in the office. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. Wonderful thing. And why communication is important.
Okay, I'm gonna have to swap. I
should prove you have an empty head.
Why?
No reason, not like I shot an arrow through it or
Hmm.
anything.
Hmm.
I wouldn't do something like that.
Oh, really?
I mean, I'm an elf. Elf wouldn't do things like that.
Really now?
We're terrific.
Are
Which
you?
means we beget terror. We're enchanting. We weave enchantment. We're wonderful.
All right, let's
I
go.
can't remember. No.
Oh, wait. Buff.
Yes.
All right, now go.
Yeah. You're not the boss of me.
Still did what I did.
See? Tree. I'm an elf. This is my boss.
Well, you killed her daughter, so.
Well, they were just half-breeds, and you know how elf feels about half-breed. Yeah, for some reason in most mythology stories, elves are notorious xenophobic.
Hmm.
And incredibly racist, but they always seem like the pretty ones. And
Did you forget that she attacks immediately once you do it for the first time? I'll take that as a yes.
well, good thing I didn't have my runes up.
Hmm.
Go in the air. Summon. To be fair, I can't. I think that for the first time, you know how it puts you in that position. I think it's fine because you saw a cutscene of yourself walking to the middle.
Right.
So I think perfectly fine. All consistent, even though it screws me over royally.
Onward.
And drink. Gotta get rid of these extra that I don't need. Let's go. Fire! And she's gonna be dodging.
I pressed it once. Why did it make me dodge twice?
Double tap. Unconsciously. Aha! In your face! Aha! I'm getting my shots in. Keep her attention.
Working on it.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Not even a hit. Hell yeah. Wait, why is she not? Oh, right. She have to get her all the way down.
Yeah, this isn't no half measure. This is. Ah, you got quick step.
Bloodhound's quick step.
Uh-oh.
Next phase.
And I got to run at the start of this. Run!
What the fuck? What the? She went down and fucking slid towards me. That was fucking weird. That was about as terrifying as when the stupid metal ball starts to jump scare you.
And we thought the metal ball in Mario games were scary.
Yeah, I feel legit fear from those giant metal balls.
You've always been scared of balls. Fire. You know, I like this type of fighting. Everything is happening there. Fire!
Can you tell that I fired many times before?
No. Totally not noticeable. And you look thin, too.
Ah, the first heal.
And now to get rid of the witness.
Who knew that ducking actually worked?
Come back here! Still wish the arrows would actually stick into NPC, even if they did no damage, just be funny.
Right.
Shooting arrows in you. Alright. Let's see. What's next? The character. See. Okay, the city's still there. Okay, Jack, I need you to become a troll and get under the bridge.
Which bridge?
The one before the black flame.
Black flame.
I can't actually think of any other great location that's under a bridge.
I'm just having a hard time remembering it in general. What's the grace called?
Beside the Great Bridge, which is really under it.
Why do I not remember where the Great Bridge is? Farum Great Bridge.
Beside the Great Bridge. Have you maybe not unlocked it yet on this playthrough?
Maybe not.
Have you gone to Crumbling So-and-so?
Yeah. Oh, that one. Oh. You said under?
It is under it, but it's called beside the Great Bridge. But I don't get it because it's under the thing. That makes no sense.
Well, yeah.
So, you want to kill Doug or Dragon? We literally have a choice of both.
Have you not fought the dragon on this one?
Not on my arrow character, apparently.
Okay. Dragon then.
Okay. You like killing dragons?
I just like killing in general, but dragons are cooler.
Have I really not killed him? Blasphemer. That one a mighty shot for the dragon. And I'm repeating. And I'm gonna need golden arrows.
Alright, I'll be right back. I have to give my mom some balloons that I forgot to give her yesterday.
Isn't it kids that cry about not getting their balloons?
She didn't cry about it.
But it's balloons.
Yeah, but it says mom.
But it's useless balloons.
That I don't want in my room.
So you already have it, basically.
Yes.
You know, I wonder if there's such a balloon gift as like a box of condoms. You're the greatest mom, but no more. Okay, I'm down to. Check. And what? I feel like I maybe did do the boss already. Go to check. Oh, it's still alive, so now I gotta teleport the fuck out of here. Should actually check the way my well. Go buy some more arrows. Have my arm. Swivel up too.
Okie doke, I'm back. Hello.
Run up more arrows.
It would be pretty awkward to get caught with your pants down in front of a giant dragon.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Whoa! Gross.
No, there are such things as scalies.
And bad dragons.
No, you know what scaly is?
They're like furries, but for dragons.
Yeah, okay, you do know. Adios days. What?
Anyway, you almost here? My sign's right next to the lie down point.
Kinda need a bit more money than I'm comfortable carrying, but what the fuck?
If only we could buy runes. You know, the sigils.
Yeah, I know. It just, there used to be something like that in some of the previous Dark Souls. You could buy like items like that. You lost a little bit of money, but at least you could like save it that way, you know?
Yeah.
Just doing a little quick grind for a little bit more cash. Should need another 1,000, level up, and then I'll be with you.
Alright. We'll just be here.
That stops right
Scratching
now. So will a
What
lot of
was
other
a
things.
peeler?
I know how it works, see? Mumping free beer and a donut, well,
They make you look
that
very appealing.
And that joke was very appalling.
If only we knew a guy named Paul.
If only.
Oh, just a random topic. You know the Philippines?
Yes, a terrible place with terrible people.
Well, 80% Catholic. And, like, the president of the country said in a public speech that the Pope can go fuck himself.
Hell yeah.
In a country that's 80% Catholic. And somehow he's popular enough to be voted, well, by voted president, I'm using massive air quote in the word around voting. Voted.
I think I remember in Kingdom Come Deliverance they were teaching us about, like, in the past there was issues with people accepting any of the popes or whatever. I forget what it was, what the fight was about.
Yeah, there's been incident where there were like 2 or 3 popes at the same time and they all sent army to, for the soul of Christendom, bum bum bum,
Yeah.
and all that. Yeah.
I'm still waiting for the second Kingdom Come game to come out, but I don't know when that's happening.
Is it actually going to come out?
It was supposed to, but
Okay.
I think they changed the name of it, and I don't
Okay.
remember.
Sometimes some games are meant to be one-off, and then they do DLC, and then they say, "Oh, never gonna make another one of those." Yeah, we just don't feel like it. You know, like a Sonic game.
It was supposed to be kind of like, just the same Kingdom Come games. It's just taking place in a different setting with an entirely different story. I think it was supposed to be the Rose War or Red War, something like that.
Road War is quite a ridiculous piece of history in the UK. But yeah, that lasted for over 100 years. But we already kind of have a popular fiction world based on the Road War. Game of Thrones. I'm not kidding. The kind of power struggle for Game of Thrones is pretty much mirrored of the Road War. Martin even said so.
Yeah, but the Kingdom Come to games, they're all about educating you on the actual history.
So is Assassin's Creed. You know, if you actually bother to read the stuff from, you know, all those historical landmarks thing that you get,
Yeah.
you actually read it, it's actual history there.
Yeah, and that part's interesting, but it's supposed to, like, just be... Not... It's more direct, instead of something like Assassin's Creed does. Where it's supposed to immerse you in the past and not just be like, oh, you're here from the future inside some simulation shit. Uh-oh.
But, I don't know, I've always found if you actually follow up actual history, TV, I think has always been the better medium. Video game. It's difficult.
And I got hit by his chest. Motorboated to death, good luck.
Oh, crap.
I don't know, I still liked Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Even though I hate Assassin's Creed games, I did like it. It was fun walking around in Whitechapel and stuff. And then learning about Jack the Ripper and shit.
Well, one game I'm actually looking forward, I have it already. I got it for Christmas, in Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Yep, because it's in England, and I'm curious to see how it does the landscape of all tiny. Because well, being in the UK, I've been around a lot of the historical sites, so I'm interested to see. And there's also, what was that dog game? It's supposed to be in the future. You're a spy person.
Watch Dogs?
Watchdog, yeah. Watch Dogs 2, I don't care about Watch Dogs 1, but Watch Dogs 2 I'm interested to play just because it takes place purely because it's in London. I'm interested to, walk around and go, hey, I've seen that before,
Right.
I'm just interested in the mapping. I don't give two shit about the story.
Right.
Oh my god, government are spying on their own citizen? Are you going to tell an actual interesting story about it, or are you just going to pout out the obvious thing that government wants the citizen? And they have technology to do this, so they're spying on us. I mean, in complete fiction, it's corporations that spy on citizens, not government. If government was spying on us, they wouldn't be such incompetents. Wouldn't be so bloody stupid. Oh, that reminded me of random thing in the news. The head of our government that's in charge of our budget and stuff.
Oh boy.
He got a green card.
Why?
I don't know, but he actually does have a USA green card. So if he really fucks things up here in the UK, he has a way out. So it doesn't look good. The guy in charge of all our money and budgeting has a way out.
I'm sure he's just covering all bases.
And his wife who lived with him doesn't pay taxes in the UK because she registered herself as living in India. Even though her husband, yet again, is one of the highest, most powerful man in government. And the sad thing is, I've seen an interview with this guy said he's a Coke fan. He was talking about Coca-Cola, but he actually said that I'm a big Coke fan. I'm Coke crazy.
I bet he is. Just like every other politician.
Well, strangely enough, he's not really into cocaine. He's too dull. And the one guy we know who's not doing it that boring fuck. I mean, for fuck's sake, he got a Coca-Cola collection. He must be dull.
There's some Coca-Cola memorabilia can be cool.
Yeah, but that thing is, you can find maybe like 5 items just to have in your collection, just one thing. If you have more than that, you literally are looking for a way to be interesting.
Right. They're conversational piece. Boy, how long do you want to converse? There's a big ass conversation you want to have.
Whoa! Almost got motorboated to death. Run away! Stop crouching, you pointy-eared bastard!
Aw, man. Thought I
Does
dodged
this
it.
thing bleed?
Yes.
It's effective. It should bleed.
Well, we're in a point in time where he's still alive. It was doing a weird fire where he only attacks in front of him.
Fuck, he's in the air. With my shield.
Was? No. Yes. Above me. And killed you.
I didn't dodge right. Ow. Dead. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he ran away. I would have had him if he didn't run away.
That's what he said about me. And then he got me. I wonder if anyone would ever do that. Create a Dark Souls game or something where you actually play as one of the monsters.
I think I have heard of a game that has done that. But I forget.
Mod.
No, not a mod, like a whole ass game. Like a long time ago, it was a concept that I saw.
I don't know. There's been games where you're the bad guy, but I'm thinking specifically like a From Software game where you want the awesome creature. Like we beat a Dragon Lord and we just go around. Just death. The fun thing. Actually, this game is ridiculously old, and it's like one of those quick adventure games, and you are literally the bad guy. And like the first tutorial mission, go, oh, let's try different item. Grab needle. Use needle on squirrel. Squirrel is hurt. 3 points. The whole game you're trying to earn mischief point, and you do things like that just to be the jerk bad guy. Use needle on child balloon. 2 more points.
Oh yeah.
And just out of curiosity, have you ever played Leisure Suit Larry?
What? I never heard of that.
Leisure Suit Larry.
Ledger Suit Larry. No, I don't. I've never heard of that ever.
It's basically a loser who tried to keep having sex with women.
Oh, gross.
Yeah, it's not gonna be a cup of tea, but it's comical. Like the game always gets you like doing all this thing to maybe get laid with the woman, and then hilariously something stops him from getting laid. Whoa, funny.
That's just sad.
Well, that's his whole character. He's kind of a bad, sad guy. You know those big old 70s suits with medallions and stuff from the 70s with the chest open?
Mm-hmm.
He's a short, fat guy who's wearing a suit like that. His leisure suit.
That's great.
Yeah. And he's dumber than a bag of rocks.
Obviously, if he's wearing that suit with that shape.
But I like playing the game just because it's funny to me. The puns they do in it is hilarious. How he doesn't get things with clever dialogue. It's like one of the recent version of the game, they go, he gets Siri. They go, ooh, a lady voice. And then the app said, get away from me, you creep. How do I download it myself? Error, user error, get away from me. Like at the end of the game, the great villain goes, and now I'm going to kill you. And he's like, so we're not going on a second date?
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's that type of humor I love.
Sounds like Spider-Man humor. If he was like a sad, lonely guy. Before Mary Jane, pretty much. Come here.
No.
North. He's coming from north.
He went for you, I think.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Keep. Lightning hand. Lightning hand. Fire breath.
Yeah, great.
Oh, fire breath.
That's not the one that goes behind him, so I'm attacking.
Lightning hand. Lightning hand. Lightning slap. And in the air.
Come here.
Nope.
Okay.
He's over there. I noticed if you're near a wall, he's always when it comes from the direction to approach the wall.
Damn it. Second blast. Get ready for the laser beams. Yeah, alright. I'm just gonna stay away from that.
Back away, back away.
Nah, I'm good. I know what distance.
Am I too far away for my arrow to hit?
No, you just have to get good at aiming.
No, I got a lock on. That's hard to miss that way. Now you got hooked on. Heal, Jack, heal.
Yep.
Fire!
Almost dead.
Oh, fuck.
No,
I
you're...
see.
No, west. West.
I see. Whoa. 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 Whoa, he came right to me.
Yep. We should be fine to attack him, though.
No, you attacked
Come
him.
on, I'm working on it. Almost.
Over the tail, and I jumped over
I
the
got
tail
him.
and missed. I went, I got his tail, and over the tail.
So, you were spreading tall tales, eh? You lied to me!
No. I'm not real, therefore everything I do is a lie. I am ashamed of myself. Well, that's a good thing I'm a dwarf in real life. I tell no tall tale.
Huh.
They're all short stories. Okay, time for a visit to the round table. I got quite a few remnant to hand in. I may tell short stories, and maybe when I'm on a stepping ladder, I tell tall tale, but at least I don't tell a big fat lie.
I'm honest most of the time.
Jack, do you hear that? That was the sound of all the people who believe you.
Fair enough.
There we go. Okay. Let's see. Power. Stabby and great sword. Over the sword. Okay. Equipment. Ooh, definitely want the elf costume. Let's see. Level up. Yep. Okay. Okay, back to under the bridge. So we got the black flame, black blade to kill.
Yep, I have my sign down in front of the statue.
This fight might be difficult for me.
Affordable Windows. Welcome to Windows Savings. What? I don't... What? Savings for what?
For Windows bank account, duh.
Fake ass emails trying to scam me. I don't think so.
Yeah, but they don't need to scam you. They just need to scam one person out of 10,000. Statistics are in their favor.
That's sad.
But true. I summon you.
Did you ever try looking up there?
Where?
That way. Up in the mountain.
I mean, look up there. What bit?
In the mountain
Where we
face.
go fight? Where we fight Potman?
Yeah. Just straight ahead
I've
where I'm
already
looking.
killed. Yeah, I've already killed Potty.
Yeah, but have you looked at the mountain itself?
Yeah.
It's Pollutus
Where
axe
they?
in the mountain.
You mean all the dead dragons?
Yes.
What about it?
It is the Lord. That is him right then at that time. When you go into the middle, it reverses time, and then he comes out to the mountain.
Ah.
Oh,
Did
you
we
haven't
kill it?
fought this dude. I just answered that for you.
Have you killed that guy yet? You mean the one standing in front of us? Yeah, that guy. Why, yes, I have killed him. This is his ghost. Ooh. Now, don't let him beat me like a redheaded step, and we're being invaded. You know what? Run to the boss room. Forget this thing. You want to screw over the invader.
Well, I killed him. Goodbye, boss. Huzzah! To the next room.
Screw over invader because he's a prick. Wait for them to get close. Well,
He's on the way.
oh no, he's gonna catch us. He's gonna catch us. He's gonna buy.
I watched him disappear.
Get in here quick, the guy talking.
That doesn't look like talking. I don't think you talk with a knife.
Well, you've never understood the language of dabby stabby slash slash.
No, I do. I
Beautiful language.
just don't think that you would.
Oh, you're prejudiced against elves, are you? Well, it's kind of expected from lower races like yourself.
You wound me.
Oh, I wounded. And he's looking at me. Oh, fuck, run!
I'm going to take this time to step away and heal myself.
Shot him in the butt. Shot him in the face. And he's not happy with me. I'm a disgrace. But... Oh, look, statues of free doggies.
I think that's those 3 dogs. Hey, try summoning those the wolves if I die. The 3 wolves, you know what I mean? Spirit summons.
Yeah, I have them in my bag. I just don't have immediately equipped. Okay, I'm going to hide behind this pillar. Good luck. Actually, I'm going to hide behind 2 pillars just to be safe.
So I feel like that statue is depicting the warrior that they took in, or who took them in.
I think that's the queen, and she had 3 honor guards, and this is being one of them. I think there are more of the dog men black grenade people. Because remember the beast cleric?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he's one of these things, but he's just a different one.
Now if
Third one out.
alright, I died. Summon the dogs.
Oh crap, he's almost dead. I'm shooting him. Oh crap, he's going to shoot. Stop. What the hell is he doing? He almost dead. I just gotta not die and shoot him. Crap! Ah! I'm not dead.
The thing is, if you complete Garong's quest and give him all the death root, he changes his dialogue in this boss fight.
Oh, maybe they had a chat afterwards. But the thing is, you killed his boss and he's still there in that temple.
Well, yeah, he's literally the god of death. I don't think he would die.
I think they're two different people.
Different theories, different series.
Is that a phrase you've used before?
No.
Kind of crap. Well, what this be the only time you ever used it? Why didn't you put your sign down here?
Because I'm putting it next to the door?
You're making me walk.
Yeah, but we were going to do the walk anyway.
You're making me walk. I can't believe you. And I put on my... What are those socks that are like gloves called?
Stockings?
Toe socks.
Hose?
Toe socks. I put on my toe shoes for you.
Leggings.
No, leggings are something else. Trust me, I've done enough shopping with my lady to know the difference now. Actually, my fiance got the neighbor dog that keep howling. And at some point today, I go, you trained me better than those dogs next door, honey. And she has. Back to sugar bowl. The black bowl. What little money I had. There it is. For the money, run for the show, get my ball out, and shoot him before he knows. Hey, look, porkish. Need my white pine.
If you go look at Garong, check out his hand to see if he has that same bracelet, just like this guy.
I've tried, but it's hard to see. I think maybe next time I'll check to see if he has the same necklace. Necklace is probably easier to see.
Oh yeah, he does have the same necklace. But I feel like the bracelet is definitely the telltale sign of that it is Garong. Because there's only one person who sealed the Black Blade in that thing. And I'm dead.
What? Stop crouching. I got to wait for this thing to say you're dead, and then have to wave my finger in the air again. Wait. Give me a moment. Why can't I wave my finger? Okay, wave finger in the air. Give me a moment to summon these dogs. Okay, summoning dogs. Fuck. Hound, second boys, and wolf. I'm dead. They didn't do squat.
Oh.
In fact, they look like playful dogs around him. Your plan failed.
I just wanted to see what would happen.
And you use me for your experimentation?
Yes.
How human of you. Lowly barbaric human that you are.
I thought you were the lowly one.
No, I'm the elf. I'm in character as an elf on the character. I'm not talking about real life here.
Ah, okay. You're the highborn one.
Yes. With my nose in the air like I just don't care. 'Cause I don't. Long ago, man and elf fought side by side and died together. And since then, we've learned our lesson, so we're leaving you monkey to fight your own wars. For fuck's sake, we're immortal. Let's not risk this shit, eh? You guys throw your life away. You're gonna die eventually anyway. Why not do it today? Butt shot.
Oh my god, he threw a giant ass rock at me.
He basically used all the abilities that you can buy from him. Well, the other one. Ow. And skip. And run. Shoot. I hate it when he does his Spider-Man bit. I had to watch something while waiting here for all the millennium. Golden arrow!
Haha! Got him before he finished his move.
And now, time to turn a city into sand. Look at that Elder sign. You know how it looks different than what's normally around?
Elden sign?
On the wall above her?
Oh yeah. That's the sign of
big.
sigil of death.
Well, it got a lot of other symbol kind of hidden than the regular one.
Mm-hmm.
Like, maybe that what the Elder sign originally looked like before God showed up.
Yeah, probably. And then they had it sealed away.
Bit by bit.
Mm-hmm.
One symbol means death, one means secret, one means power, blah blah blah.
The thing is, when that thing that you touch right there before you glass the place, that's literally the big part of it.
Yeah, cutscene. Okay, the Ashen Capital.
Yeah, I don't think that's America in that statue. I think it's an unnamed tarnished. Doesn't really look like America to me.
I don't think Tarnish should get free dogs. I don't think it's a Tarnish. Tarnish were all
Have you not?
people.
Yeah, but those wolves, the lone wolf ashes, spirits of wolves chased from their pack, they later encountered a nameless tarnished who welcomed them as hunting companions. 3 dogs. 3 wolves that look just like them.
I think the unnamed Tarnish, I think that's odd now. That's not a history lesson. That's current event. Since it literally was the first one you get in the game. So, where do I summon you to help me kill Know-It-All? Read the description of the jellyfish. Is there some great ancient lore? Or is it just current event saying, he's a lonely jellyfish?
Have you not? I thought you did do the secret for the jellyfish, didn't you?
No, I did, but I'm saying read the description. It's not like some ancient lore. It's current event. Like the dog. Current event rather than ancient stuff.
It's not really current event. It's a spirit of a dead child.
Shh. Yeah, for some reason there's always a lot of children and jellyfish relation in From Software. I'm wondering if that's some Japanese myth folklore. Like in Bloodborne, there was like this children's of the stars and all those jellyfish heads thing.
I hated those. They were ugly, freaky.
I saw them and go, no, I don't want to join Scientology.
Okay,
Oh,
so
yeah.
up the elevator, you remember that statue, right? Before Mr. Know-It-All?
What? I remember what now? Speak up, Sonny, and who's you? What's your name? I've forgotten.
The other Mr. Know-It-All.
All right. How do you get to be a know-it-all? Well, one way is to actually learn a lot of stuff. Or step two, just sound confident in everything you're saying. Like a salesman. Okay, up the steps. And do I need to re-wave my finger. Touch the statue. Touch the invisible ghost. Now remember, there's no army of invisible ghosts about to invade this city. And there's definitely not 272,000 of them. Remember, there is not 272,000. Got that?
Okay.
Good, you believe me, right? You believe me there's no invisible army coming, right?
Well, I don't know. That's very specific.
Okay. Shut up! Shut up, old man! Why I shoot you in the face! I call it the Silent Owl. And he had every magical spell in the game. Shooting. Shoot him while he's in the trap himself with his own spell. Right.
This dude just keeps dodging. It's still stupid.
Ah,
Wow, you died by Gideon? I killed him.
he just got one good shot at me with a spell. I literally have no real armor or anything.
Dang.
Pretty much everything can one-shot me.
The only thing I don't like about the skeletal mask is the description about it. It's stupid.
Right.
Skeletal mask that tightly grips the face, worn by the assassins of Ravenmount. The ritual implement relentlessly digs into the wearer's face, preserving one's human instincts while dressed in, here's the part where I hate, imitation of the death birds. How are you imitating a death bird? You don't look like a death bird. They don't wear clothes. It's stupid.
Calm down. And I'm gonna have to resummon you. It didn't. That boss kill didn't count.
Yeah, I
Apparently
figured.
You didn't kill him. You didn't kill him quick enough. What's wrong with you?
I don't know. This has never happened before. I swear it never happens before. Usually I can get the job done, but I don't know.
Don't worry. We'll get you to a clinic. And if nothing else works, we can get you special pills. effects last longer than 4 hours, we'll call the clinic again. Drink. You're using all these spells, now I'm just going, one drink. I pull
Oh, I'm trapped in here. Oh.
I thought that was looking a little weird. I kind of aiming and sort of fire, like my target was on outside the fire circle, like, what's that?
Oh, that was the exploding one. Okay.
Haha. Dodge, 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 dodge.
It's so stupid. Is he dead?
He's still talking. That's how he did it last time. He just
Oh.
kept talking.
That bastard bought time. Literally.
Well, it gave me time to put on my ghost stuff so I can get more money.
Literally buying time before he died.
Just like any other old person. Yakka, yakka, yakka.
Jeez.
When I was young, I tried to defeat God, but, you know, didn't work. Okay. Off to the next thing. Does his armor give any special for magic?
I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't think so. Let me check.
Okay, just doing some leveling up while you check that.
Does 12.4 damage negation for magic. No.
Let's do more fate. Yeah, give me more defense and stuff. Okay, leveled up twice. Got money.
That's about it. Doesn't really look like there's anything special about his armor. Other than the fact that he saw Queen America and cried like a little baby.
Bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Just want to check something. He shudders in fear.
Mm-hmm.
Is it because he saw the rune inside the chest, and since he's all knowing, he knew what that means? Or
Really?
something like that?
Something about a future that should not be, and I'm not sure what that means. Maybe it's the Elden Beast thingy, I don't know.
Yeah, that should not be. Oh, don't do it then. Problem solved. Okay, getting up to the next crucifix. Let's see. And Nope, didn't do Mushroom Head quest line.
And he didn't do that warrior lady's quest line if you can't summon her.
Which warrior lady?
This guy's daughter.
Which?
Something Lou.
The shooty one?
The one that helps you with Godwin.
Oh, double axe lady.
Mm-hmm.
When you said this guy's daughter, I thought you mean the guy we just killed, not this guy we're about to see.
Mm-hmm.
Well, get it right with this guy thing. God, you're so confusing.
Oh no, all-knowing. That's his. I would assume stepdaughter, but more like an adopted daughter. This is her actual father.
Why he doesn't give a fuck? Oh God, I saw a random stand-up comedian today talking about he's marrying a lady and she had 2 stepkids.
A long while.
So like they're packing their house to go to a new place, and she's like, "What are those dishes are doing here?" You're like, "What? Those dishes are from your previous marriage. I don't want you having things from your previous marriage." The guy's like, "Well, you got 2 kids from a previous marriage."
Tarnished glory, spurned by the grace of God.
And I'm okay with them, so I think it's okay for me to have dishes from a previous marriage.
Right.
The Elden Ring.
And the greatest thing, and the dishes are even better because they don't talk back. They don't say, they're not going to turn around and say, "You're not my real dishes."
Alas,
Oh yeah, I thought that was great. From a random comedian I've never heard of before, but he's fantastic.
to be granted.
And when the kids are complaining, I know how to talk like they do. Like they have to go somewhere, I just say, "Oh, I can't be bothered." That's the language of kids nowadays. "Oh, I can't be bothered. Oh, I didn't know I was supposed to do that."
As Godfrey.
Okay, get his attention.
I'm outside the door.
Get in here.
Hold on, I have to scratch my head apparently.
No, get in here, get in here. I need you to be a mutual, trusted ally. You have my bow, and I have your body for taking damage. Run. Shoot the king in the ears with many arrows, and he's looking at me. He's looking at me. Don't stop it.
Nope.
Well, one good thing about this king, he doesn't do the dodgy rolling bullshit.
He just takes it like a man.
Well, they're basically just like vaccine shots. No, but he's not a bitch who whines about taking a vaccine shot. That's right, you anti-vaxxers are a bunch of bitches. I'm straight out saying it, you whiner. Whoa. Did you see his massive old man crack? Huge. Crap. Never get the timing of that right.
He's gonna do it again. And again.
Drinking. No, it wasn't.
Right now.
I got it right. Okay, this guy halfway or full measure type.
Oh my god, hello. I'm just gonna move back. Ow. Ow. Whoa. I'm good.
it's literally a full arena.
That did not hit me. Get out of here.
I got him. Okay. I got to avoid the first hug. Run away. Run. I don't want a hug from old people.
Oh, hi.
I want to hug you. We like you.
Oh no, I'm dead. Well, there I go. Whoa.
I can't do any summoning until you're officially dead. And I wave my finger in the... Oh, fuck.
You swapped the summons back to something that you actually use, right?
No. Let's do the dogs.
Oh no.
I don't expect you to die, Jack. Oh, crap. Ah. Fuck. Fuck. No, don't you do your floor thing. Come on, bitches. And I've been...
Oh, I forgot to swap talismans. That's why I was doing less damage.
I just got torn in two like a pussy.
Wow.
What? He tears his pussy in half.
You're not wrong.
He's a man who proves he's not pussy whooped. We need to call animal control, cause this guy can't get mad pussy.
Oh boy.
What's new, pussycat?
Whoa.
On this channel, we're not afraid to be grownish. Your groan feeds me. I see what makes you cheer.
Everything terrible.
It'd be fun if I could summon my ashes. Good. Yeah, one of the ashes I actually level up is the other sleeping arrow dude.
That's a girl.
Sleeping arrow chick. You sure?
Yeah, it's literally the legend. It's the same lady who, Gideon didn't like Syllabus for, because she went and left him for Syllabus. And then she turned into a puppet. Congratulations! Turns out it's Saint Trina. They use the Saint Trina arrows and everything. Legend about her was also that she dressed up like a dude and liked to use arrows. And hello.
And she was great in the pantomime. She always played Peter Pan.
My mom came in my room. Alright.
You put your sign down.
Yeah, it's same place. Do not see it.
Yeah. So, for some reason I saw it at the top of the stairs, not in front of the statue. My mistake.
Yes.
Slap. Just because.
Alright, let's try this again.
Okay, Jack. Huddle up. We're gonna have a motivational talk.
Alright, huddling.
Don't fuck up.
Alright.
Okay, motivational talk
Brick!
over.
And now for orange slices.
Nope, no orange slices. Those orange slices are for closers.
I forget where's that from. Uh-oh.
I don't know if there's anything specifically for orange slices, but there's always a joke about for closers.
I know I remember hearing that somewhere, but I can't for the life of me remember where.
Or specifically for orange slices?
Yeah.
That sounds like a Family Guy thing.
It probably was. Or like American, it's somewhere in the Seth MacFarlane universe.
Completely forgot about Foot Slap. And the second one.
Oh my god, how did I live through that slap?
I don't know. Maybe you got a bit of tickle as well with that slap. Maybe that's how you live. Come on, you like living with a slap and tickle? Well, hey, I dodged it.
Excellent. Ow. Stop
Didn't dodge.
doing that, you asshole. How many times is he gonna do that?
And I'm dead.
Oh. Holy, stop! Stop doing that! You dick! Ah. Ah. He just kept stomping.
He knows it's my weakness.
Like an angry child, just stomping all the time.
Put your right foot down and you swing your mighty axe. Why wasn't Gideon scared of this guy? He didn't get this far.
He was probably friends with this dude.
He was the wormwood to this guy. And that's the name. I think I'll get the physical attack thing equipped. Potion. I can't remember what my potion even does, but I have it equipped, ready to kill. Let's go! Forward, meat shield! I mean, trusted ally! I am going to do that joke every time. Yeah. Keep him over there! As in far away from me. Oh crap! Jump! Jump! Did the sequence thing.
Uh-oh.
Drink. Jump!
Ah!
Oh.
Interrupted! Thank you.
And skip. And immediately run away!
Ah! It still did it! You asshole!
Not even bad by that little cheap move. Well cheat, good king. Well cheated. And give me a minute break. Potion.
It had to erupt eventually, I guess.
Oh crap. Jump, jump, jump.
I got him.
Need potion? Oh, you
He's
killed
dead. Yeah, I said I got him.
I thought you like to get him a refreshment drink or something. Yeah. Okay. Time for a quick map check to make sure I've killed everything. Oh wait. I need to go kill my grandpa.
Mm.
Let's see. Jack, will you help me kill my grandpa?
Yes. No
You
question.
remember? Do you remember which boss is the grandpa?
Yeah, it's the giant freaking scorpion dude. Space scorpion.
And yeah, the one that's in the mine, not the one that's blocking the way to the magic knight place.
Yeah.
The one that's actually difficult to kill.
So what do you need that one for?
What does he drop again?
I don't remember.
I think he just drops a solemn ancient dragon stone, which is, you know, just generally useful.
Does he?
I think he does. We'll find out.
I guess so.
Actually, you want to kill God. Doesn't really make a difference because I can just keep playing and do the other stuff as well.
Right. Wish you told me that because I was just right there about it getting ready.
Well, which do you prefer?
Well, I'm here already, so might as well go kill your grandpa.
Okay. Hold on, just doing a little leveling up. Fuck me. Is it always 1 or 2? Fuck it. And I don't think we even need to go through the mine. I think I've unlocked the way to him. Are you in the mine?
Yep. Ow!
Where's your side?
Walking over there. Walking over there. Walking over there. You get the sign cause I haven't got it.
Yeah, you filthy liar. That's it. More clear sky for you.
No!
That's right.
I don't even like this song, Sunshiny Day.
I'll learn you. Oh, the same comedian I was telling you before, he was talking about in the old day, when you catch a kid with a cigarette, you make them smoke the whole pack. He's thinking, that's dumb. What you should really do is, like, if you find your kid bag of weed, me and your mother are going to smoke all of it. And then you have to be in charge of looking after us.
Oh no.
As we watch a video of you and your soccer team. It'll be hilarious. That'll teach the kid to bring stuff into the house.
Alright, I put my sign down in front of this statue.
Well, I can't wait for you. I'm going to summon this other guy. He was here. Oh, me.
You pss me all the time.
With good reason. You get summoned? There.
Yes. You bumped your head on those. Oh, you're doing. You like doing that. All right. I guess you're into that sort of thing.
I'm a headbanger. What can I say?
Is that why you're wearing a special helmet?
It's an awesome helmet. My extra teacher told me so. That special helmet is an awesome helmet. Don't make fun of it like I'm a red-headed stepchild. Hey, Grandpa, I'm here to visit. It's me, Dagwa.
You never call.
You remembered me. I was hoping you'd forget. Damn old people and their fantastic memory.
Oh no. Forgot it.
Mighty shot.
Oh, no. Do not grab me, sir. No. Ooh. Right in front of you. Oh, behind you now.
Okay, just running. Just decided to turn around and run.
Excuse me, sir. Need to get under you.
In your face, Grandpa! Don't die. He's looking at me. He's turning around you. In your... he's doing something. Get away. Run. Fire! Mighty.
Oh no. Ow.
Let me get my shot lined up. Jack, don't die.
Oh boy.
Fire! Ah, in your eye. Wrong with grandparents, they're always weaving and bobbing. Like they think it's the jitterbugs. My grandpa was really into the
I thought I dodged in time. Well, I'm dead. Good luck! Summons! Oh.
I was in the middle of a mighty shot, didn't have time to dodge away. Oh, in times like these, it's important to be able to assign blame. Jack, it was all your fault. Therefore, I have learned nothing. Achievement.
Never do.
Do I need to bring out the smart stick again?
No.
Good. You remember. Yeah, everyone keeps talking about the ugly stick. I think it's important to have the smart stick. Oh, you look like you're smarter now. Thank you.
It's all the concussions and the hemorrhages. The giant bulges in my head really make my brain look bigger.
Now remember, kid, when you beat your children, use a bag of orange. You can hit them as hard as you like and it doesn't leave a bruise.
Except for the oranges.
Yeah, we don't care about the oranges. And that's why we grow them in Florida, which explains so much, really. Okay, I need to get my money. Grandpa? Ah, fuck.
He focuses on you and I can't do anything because I'm not ranged. Or
You
able
have
to
any
attack
magic?
anything that's that far.
Or you could have the head of woe.
Nah, it doesn't work. It only works for the mimic.
Have you try it? Let's just see what happened. Let's just try it.
Alright. I'll get rid of something that helps me damage, I guess, and then put that on. Badoop. Yeah, I need to replace that one. Put that on. Okay. I put my sign down.
Stop hitting yourself with the smart dick. No cheating. Have you ever watched the TV show Third Rock from the Sun?
No.
I've been binge watching it lately. Still
Hello,
holds
Spock.
up. Had wonderful jokes in it. Go, remember, listen to your car salesman. He's there to be your friend and ally. Little jokes like that. Nails. Ah, fuck. Yep, he worked. He's aiming at you. First shot at me and I...
Yeah, but that was just a... He was still gonna hit you first, anyway.
That's because you weren't in the room yet.
I was...
Looked at you.
Ow!
For the first shot.
I'm dead. I'm
You're
alive!
not.
I don't want this necklace on. I feel like it's very unnecessary for me to have this on right now, especially when I'm this close.
Well, do what I do. Run like a bitch in high heels. Being chased by a pimp named Slickback.
Yeah, I was just about to say, run like a hose being chased by a pimp. No! No. No touching.
You know, there's quite a number of shoes in Bloodborne with high heels on them. Not so much in this game, but in Bloodborne.
They had style.
Yes, and like just think that 200 years ago they say, why can't you be a real man in wigs and high heels and makeup made of lead, like a real man?
Always being on the brink of death.
That was just stupid. Uh-oh, run away, grouchy stuff. I saw it coming. You alive?
No.
Why can't you do anything right?
If the game would just let me dodge!
Why didn't you dodge? Oh fuck, I'm looking. I'm way too close to do. Just run. Got to undo the finger, which is a. I wish it did that automatically.
Right.
Like, if I use the finger to summon you, I have to use the finger again once, like, summon people disappeared, so I can then summon Ashen. Okay, time for the cross-dresser to help me. Ah, fuck. Who's that person who part of the Kardashian? I keep forgetting her name.
Who what?
The person who used to be a skier married a mum from the Kardashian.
I don't know.
Then had a set change. And then in a South Park episode, they say so-and-so, the most bravest woman ever. What's their name?
Something Jenner, I think, isn't it?
Bruce Jenner, that's it. Wait, is she still going by Bruce Jenner?
I don't know.
Quickly, Google it while I'm running like a bitch. Whoa, whoa, rocks everywhere. Shoot. Ah, fuck. Run away. I'm teleporting, dude. Jesus, why you keep throwing rocks all the time, Grandpa?
Caitlyn Jenner.
Caitlyn Jenner, that's it. I had summoned Caitlyn Jenner to help me fight this boss.
I don't think that's how that works. I think it's the other way around.
Oh, right, it's a woman pretending to be a man. What famous person do we know that done that?
Nobody I know.
Fuck.
I think she's just a tomboy, just likes dressing like a dude. We need to bring back tomboys.
Yeah, we do. Actually, there's a one of the Terry Pratchett books I would love to actually see become a movie, but I really don't think it will ever happen. It's like, you know the story about like a girl pretend to be a man to join the army?
Yeah.
Well, the story starts off like that, and they join the unit, and as the story goes on, you realize every man in that unit is a girl dressing up, pretending to be a man. It's like, no, original. And then the story goes on to find out all the major general in the army were women who did the exact same thing. And then the main character who's like the most butch general, overweight, and like, I am not a man to lie. It turns out they were really a woman the whole time as well.
Jesus.
And the thing is, I would love to see that story made into a movie, but I cannot really think of any female actress who would do that, you know?
How many house husbands were in this story?
Hmm?
How many house husbands were in this story?
None.
Ah, that would have been great if that were.
What do you mean house husband?
You know, like how there's like housewives who like stay at home, especially for like people who go into the service. There's
No, well, the whole story takes place in the war. You don't focus back home or any of that bullshit. Like, oh, I am not in the war. This is so difficult for me. Fuck off. No, there's none of that bullshit.
Okay.
I mean, the only thing come closer, the main story, like, she joined the army because her brother was in the army and then went missing, so she joined the army to go find him. And yeah, that's the only thing that comes even close. And there's like one male guy, like the lieutenant of the unit is like the only man in the entire army.
And he just somehow doesn't know.
Well, he eventually gets in, but there's like a bit, and it's like they have to take this fortress, and they find out that there are washerwomen going into this. So they say, we have a plan to sneak into the army. And at this point in the story, everyone knows everyone else is really a woman. And then the lieutenant say, none of you know how to act like a woman. I, on the other hand, have field training. So, and the thing is, there's little things that all you lads are doing that will give it away instantly that you're really a man. Little things like you're scratching yourself. I mean, you just really won't be able to pass as a woman. It's just no chance. I mean, the story is just great, but I would love to see the story become a real movie, but I don't think there's any... all most Hollywood people, they're all ego, and I can't think of any actress who would really, you know, be able to disguise himself as a man, you know, to actually make it believable to the audience. They will all want everyone to know that they're really a woman actress who's making it big in Hollywood, and none of them are willing to give that up, you know. And I'm dead.
Took you long enough.
I was talking and running. Hey, Spock. How you doing, dude?
He shows up every now and then, but I don't think he like is actively here.
He does his own channel and help other people get followers as well. What he does.
Yeah. He just leaves lurks.
He's a people person who's likable and sociable. Unlike us, we know how to drive them away.
Hell yeah. My favorite brand, loneliness.
I'm just a lonely influencer. I'm just a lonely influencer. I'm sponsored by no one.
You really like crushing ice.
Well, don't you like crushed ice?
No, it gets into my throat too much.
You're weird. You weirdo.
Let's go. You ready to dodge?
And he shot at you. First thing.
Me?
Yeah. He shot at the door. And then shot at me.
Weird.
Weird.
He didn't even look at me.
Well, maybe it's just an animation thing. I saw him shooting at you. Right?
Oh, that's such nice damage. It's beautiful.
What weapon are you using?
The weapon that I've been using from the start of the game, ever since I got it. The scythe.
Healer?
No,
Scythe.
yeah, the scythe is the one I got the earliest.
Just a regular scythe?
The Reaper scythe. The ones that the skeletons use. I used to use, like, Bloodied and make it spinny spin, but now I spin it a different way.
Yeah, no, what weapon? It's not one I think of. I mean, I've used the angel
Oh,
scythe.
no,
I
I'm
used
dead.
the one you find in Godrit's house. Yeah,
I got caught.
yeah. Kill me. Just kill me, Grandpa. Yeah.
He's learning.
What, you?
No, you.
What? How am I learning?
It's not worth fighting. As your character. With all that health.
What health? I have none.
I was talking about Grandpa's health. He's doing fine. We'll never get the inheritance now.
What we need is power of attorney.
Yeah, this is the Grave Scythe.
Can you prove that he needs assistance? He's a skeletal monster in a dungeon. And can you prove that he's not living in good condition? He's a skeletal monster living in a dungeon. And can you prove he's feeble of mind? He's a
Skeletal living in a dungeon.
I give a power of attorney. If I ever get into proper animation, I need to make that a thing. Oh, that reminds me. Discord. Let's see. I'll do it the other one. That one, what to do with the other one? Oh, there it is. Check your Discord.
Oh. Having a hard time finding friends?
What do you mean?
Why is it I could never find where I'm supposed to meet other demons? I need to stop getting wasp all the time.
Oh, do you recognize the image?
Yeah, it's the some Amityville hunting with the.
No, that's The Exorcist.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Amityville, that's a whole different movie series.
Oh yeah.
You see the one with Kirby?
You suck. Yes.
Okay. Just someone in my Twitter feed said, give me the Kirby meme. And that was the first thing that came to my mind. He
Oh,
sucks. Grandpa, I'd like you to meet my friend, Mr. Stabby.
Hi, today I'll be stabbing you today.
If you live through this, we'd like you to fill out this card with your home address and everything. And if you're at now, you get a 10% discount on your body.
Okay, so he's doing the...
No,
Yep, he's doing it. Yep.
Run away! Run! Run across the map through the... I should not really dodging hard.
Oh my god, what the... He didn't... Well...
Are you alive?
No.
Why can't you stop getting caught in that?
I used to be so good at dodging it. And that time I didn't even know he was doing it. I couldn't tell.
You need talisman just to give you more health, just so you can survive that. I should get talisman that gives me more health as well, just for the odd one-shot thing he does.
Gives like 100 health for the +2 medallion. It's not really that much of a difference.
Well, remember there are others, like the one with the angel wings and so on. Physical
Angel
damage.
wings? That slowly restores
The
HP.
entry favor plus something. Like raise maximum HP, stamina, and equipment load.
Yeah, that one does less than the +2 for health.
Okay. Actually, that extra 100 probably would help you. Ooh. Increase. Oh, that's raid attribute. Right. Greatly raid attribute, but also increase damage taken. Then what the fucking point?
Right. It's literally only for damage, and then you become a glass cannon. But even then, it's not even that much that it's increasing by.
Oh no, that one like done like the sword seal. It like raised it nearly 150. It does do quite a bit more injured, more than the +2 thing does.
Yeah, but
But
you're
also
weaker.
increased damage. Yeah.
Like right now, I have pretty much 25 across the board. If I put that on, it makes me into like 13 damage negation.
Well, I'm taking my +2 and then retiring. No. Really wish I increased my bow. The range is very low. Oh, the range is not that much too.
It's too bad rune arcs don't work when you're joining other people.
Yeah, too bad. Can you imagine being one of those suckers who couldn't get their rune arc to work? Oh my god, I feel sorry for those users. But
Rude.
would you rather go kill God?
No, just summon me again.
Okay.
We can kill this thing.
If we hit our head against its blade hard enough, we will eventually drown it in our own blood. We can do this. I should wear heavier armor. Potion.
Potion of protection.
The protecting us from.
A single hit.
Is it right? Until we get hit by that single hit, or is it temporary?
It's temporary, but it lasts a while.
By the time that single hit comes around, oh no, it ran out. Single hit there.
Ah.
My shots are better. Tail stab. And doing some teleporting. Run away.
Oh, she's gonna grab. Oh boy.
That's why I just run. Oh crap. I don't know what he's doing. I can't see. Camera's looking the wrong way. Oh fuck. Stop coming for me. Go for Jack. Oh, gravity thing.
I thought I was dodging that.
You dead again?
Yes.
Really need someone just so you survive it.
Poop.
Whoa.
I know that it's dodgeable.
Not for you.
I've
You never
done it
see it coming.
before.
Crap. Tail. Come on, woman. Shoot. Shoot. Put it to sleep. Tell it about your shoe shopping. Oh-ho. Okay, that's enough. Shoot the thing. What the? That was a weird move. Didn't do much, but it was weird to see. This is turning out to be a very expensive fight. These gold arrows don't grow in trees, you know. And anything? Yep, they still go everywhere. He's doing the meteor summoning thing now, right behind him. I wonder if they went forward, but they go everywhere. Oop. Crap. Run. Run, not leisurely walk. Run. Crap. Whoa, whoa. You can't see this right now, audience, but this is the most amazing fight I'm ever having. My god, I'm dodging. Oh my god, it's crawling on the ceiling. Shooting web like Spider-Man. Oh god, this fight is going insane.
Meanwhile, it's just him running away and trying to poke him with an arrow.
Hey, shut up. Entertain your audience. Don't give them reality. Yeah. Well, at least I can dodge. Ow. Oh, fuck's sake. You know, it might be a mistake for a bow and arrow person to summon someone else who's also a bow and arrow person.
Really?
Well, let's just say my arrows are doing more damage. I'm kind of hoping a special ability. Whoa, I'm dead. He did that double ganger thing. And I was right in the middle, and there's just sort of 10 of them all come directly toward me in the middle.
10 doppelgangers at once. Dang. Now that's a gangbang.
What? There's no such thing. I just went down deep down his throat. Not gangbang. He swallowed.
Summon me.
Are you going to be able to dodge?
No.
Better get something useful ash ready.
Yep.
Okay, I got my dung eater ready. You know, got the Warhawk and Stormhawk ready.
I put on a few pounds, so now I have more health. Onwards!
Okay, fatty, whatever you say. You know how when I'm playing the dwarf, I wore that armor a lot?
Yes.
You had quite a few people who came directly from your channel over to my channel purely to call me fat. I mean, they literally did nothing else but just to say, you're fat.
I'm so proud of my audience.
Your audience so weird. I mean, they want to talk you up. They should just tell you you're great, but they're coming over to mine and just calling you fat. Because guess what? It's not real. These game of fiction, folks. I'm short, not fat.
Ah, come on, I didn't dodge again.
And you're dead again, aren't you?
Yeah, he lowered my health quite a bit before you doing that.
You are not helpful. I need to summon another fat guy.
You're not gonna get that chance.
A skinny elf and a fat man walk into a dungeon.
And now they're pregnant.
Well, you got the belly, so I knock you up.
Well, I knocked you down after.
Only if you can catch me, fatso. I have years of training in running away. You'll never catch me. Now, it'd be funny after all the try with this character, we fight God and we do it in the first go. Grandpa is mightier than God. You know what? I'm going to use my club. Forget the arrow thing. Getting expensive. God, you're fat. Did I level up any other weapon besides the mallet? No, I don't think so. Okay. Let's go. Dodge. Stop crawling. And jump attack. And crap. Mantle. Blah blah blah. Whip around. Anyway, teleporting.
No.
Grandpa is mouthing off again. Oh, gravity.
I'm fine. I have a bubble around me.
Still got her.
Ow.
Hey, heal up quick. Over here, Grandpa.
Oh.
You stop getting hit. You don't fight this boss very often, do you?
Of course not. Some random boss in the Outback.
Well, you kind of want the main boss for the magic stuff.
Yeah, but this guy attacks differently.
I mean, better.
Yes.
Okay, we're doing better this time. Heal up quick.
Ow. Ah, we're fine.
No.
Maybe not. I missed.
He's literally
Nope.
walking gently. Oh fuck. Could be
Watch
a
out, this is bad. Okay, he's gonna do the stinky meteor thing. And he's dead! He's
And
dead!
he's still doing the meteor thing.
No!
Not dead.
He's almost dead.
Not good.
I missed.
You don't. Why you get me excited?
You can get him. I believe in you. You almost have him.
You're a fool. Oh, he almost killed me.
Keep poking him.
I don't know where he is, and he's right in front of me.
Poke.
Fuck. Shit. Health is not the first thing I have ready. He dead.
Excellent.
With bow and arrow. Hey. And he gave meteorite of Aether. Okay. He gives the spell for that big rock throwing thing he does. Oh good, he gave me enough money to replace all the arrows I shot at him. Old people, totally a waste of time.
Seriously, I'm like right next to the exit. Just let me teleport.
Yeah, but you have to stand outside.
Stupid. Some dungeons I don't have to worry about that. I think it's when I complete them.
Yeah. Or you're standing next to a thing, like a grace or that to the surface thing. Yoo-hoo, merchant, I need to buy more gold from you.
Ah, putting your money in gold, you say?
That literally probably one of the best investment nowadays. It's like Bitcoin, but, you know, real.
Right. If it doesn't exist, it doesn't matter to me.
I think 2 months ago, my dad was actually asking me because I have a friend that telling me that we should invest in NFT. What do you think? I was like, no, Dad, it is literally a Ponzi scheme. It only makes money if they find other people to help invest into this thing. It is literally the definition of Ponzi scheme.
Fuck that shit.
Yeah. I mean, Bitcoin could work. If a you know how some people say if a government actually takes Bitcoin as a valid currency, the value of Bitcoin will drop.
Yeah.
That's actually a good thing. And then it will act like, real money that has a stable value rather than going through the roof to make people rich.
Right.
You don't buy a dollar bill and then expect 2 days later, oh, I'm rich now, I can retire. Not currency. That's a stock option. Bitcoin ever going to be a currency? Its value really does need to plummet one day. And then a lot of people get screwed over very quickly.
Hooray!
Yeah. Let's see. No. Really need to do these things till later.
Be right back. I'm gonna get water.
What do you got of water?
Myself.
Ugh. Don't be a wet blanket.
I'm not. I'm a towel.
You're a towel.
Yes, that's what I said.
Well, go soak yourself. You will.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
No, you forget it. Just go get your water. Don't do that voice ever again. Yeah, I have high frequency loss, folks. So high pitched voices do actually kind of annoy me when they're fake. Just because I'm not hearing how it's supposed to sound, and I get the worst of it. Should really go do the whole return tower thing. See, do I? Oh no, I haven't done it yet because we literally just killed it. Okay. Teleport over to this person. Where's this merchant sell? Don't tell me your life story, just sell me the shit. Shut up and take my money.
Hello.
Sorry, you came right at the same point. I wasn't looking where I was going, and then the controller vibrated because I've been attacked by something. Strangely well timed, sir. I've been attacked. Oh, just Jack had something weak and insignificant.
Wow.
The thing I'm being attacked by, not you, Jack.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well,
Yeah, I'm just doing the tower returning shit. Get the room. Ah! That bush. I was opening the chest, getting, vaping in my face,
yeah.
waiting to be teleported, and something attacked me.
Hmm.
Like, get off. I'm traveling here.
I'm trying to take this trap. Thank you.
I don't want to get hurt while I'm taking a trap. Right. Oh, you think in the DLC we'll be able to choose our own color scheme?
I hope so. That would be epic. Then I can finally match all this armor instead of having it all different colors. It would
But
look so
diversity is a
good.
good thing.
Not too much diversity, jeez. That's ignorant.
And just for the sake of the PG crowd.
Rude.
Yeah. No, it's not.
Eh.
Violent. It's violent, not rude.
No, I'm pretty sure it's the same thing.
Quiet, you.
Ah, stop.
Would you prefer tickles?
Why don't you just punch me in the gut?
There we go.
Ah! Much preferable.
Better.
So I'm feeling sunshiny.
That's ironic, cause your gut is now pouring out of the place where the sun doesn't shine.
Wonderful. So how long till you go back to you come over here to meet God?
Just taking trying to get Millennia Rune thing activated from the isolated tower.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I got my newest shield.
Man, they don't do any commercials nowadays, do they?
For what?
Six Flags?
Six Flag?
Yeah,
Is that a restaurant or a theme park?
Theme
That's
park.
Very American. Okay, that's an American thing. I don't really know.
I haven't seen them do a commercial for years. I don't even know if they're still running.
Geez, pandemic where people didn't want to go outside. You think they survived?
No, this was before the pandemic.
No, yeah, but I don't think they're still around after the pandemic. I mean, they're not Disney World. I don't think they have the luxury of billions and cartoon shows to fall back on. Let's see.
I think they have Knott's Berry Farm. Peanuts.
Pepper's Farm, remember? And Pepper Farm is not going to keep him to himself.
They have the millions of their jam products.
Oh, so you're telling me the jam product going to get them out of this jam?
Well, how else are you supposed to solve a jam problem? Obviously, you use more jam.
Well, I would think they would have to jelly it. That's how you get out of jam. You put jelly on.
Ew.
You never heard of a jam and jelly sandwich?
That sounds very odd.
But it's also quite famous. So,
I've
I'm guessing a
never
lot
heard
of
of
people
it.
do it. Jam and jelly sandwich?
Mm-mm.
Google it.
I only know of peanut butter and jelly.
And that's the only sandwich you know. That's the only sandwich in existence.
I'm talking about ones with jelly in it.
Okay. But you just said like that's the only one I know. And we're talking about sandwiches. Choice of word, dude. Choice of word.
Literally just searched it up and it immediately was like, "Do you mean a peanut butter and jelly sandwich?"
So the peanut lobby got to them too, huh?
So
Damn those lobbyists. Actually, I wonder. I don't know. I'm just thinking Google search is a bit too commercial. I wonder how well Bing works.
Aren't they ran by Google too?
No, they're run by Microsoft.
What's the difference?
One big corporation, one that actually rich and famous, and that one is old time rich and famous. Grandfathered in and all that. Anyway, you ready to kill God?
Yes. My sign is down.
Well, my finger's in the air. Let's see. Let's see what. I don't think Golden Owl gonna work on God.
Definitely not.
Can God get poison?
Not that I know of.
Can I got some blood stuff. Got blood arrows. Which is surprisingly one of the few arrows you actually have to craft. You can't just buy.
Yes. Those won't work either.
What about when you go super blobby-ish?
No, it's still immune to that too.
Well, I'm still gonna try it.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be hilarious if bow and arrow is like his God feel weakness?
That'd be
The
silly.
entire game, bow and arrow is completely weak, and then the final boss, oh, extra effective. The one weakness, an arrow to the knee.
Oh boy.
That's hilarious. Yeah. Oh fuck, this not the best shield. Holy damage. Good distance. Don't die. Ah.
Well, that missed.
Ah.
Oh boy.
Fuck. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm not dead. I'm going to die now. Thank goodness I'm medium weight. If I was heavy, there's no way I'm gonna live that time. Ah!
Wow.
Dead.
Well, so much about getting out of these places in time.
You need to get more attention. The second I shoot an arrow.
He was looking right at me. It wouldn't matter. He does it anyway.
I shot him in the head before he turned around to skewer me.
I literally hit him. He attacked me first.
I
don't know if you know this, but God is kind of a dick.
I think the lightning bolt going through my spleen would argue with you saying he attacked you.
What about the ones in my leg?
Yeah, don't be a baby. I'm the one who's really injured.
Yeah.
Don't be so selfish. You're making it all about you. Well, what about me?
You don't matter.
Jack,
Yes.
I'm just waiting for you to come in
Mm-hmm.
so I can kick you in the balls.
Well, I'm still waiting to be summoned.
I hit the go thing. It's going to tell us I can't summon you. It's taking forever to do it.
Redoing my finger.
Just do a shield. Ooh, this other shield definitely better for holy damage, so definitely switching shield. Let's see. Maybe get rid of his armor, since he's scared of her. Huh. So one of the better ones I have.
Have you looked
Yep.
at the Erd Tree Great Shield?
Never! That's how I play these characters. I don't just, mini-max when it's convenient for me. I stick to the theme, even if it's absolutely a terrible build.
What?
Holy damage +2, yeah. That's a good talisman to have. Jack?
Yeah, but it's an Erd Tree shield. Wouldn't that make more sense than the Albinoric one?
Not the kick. Kick. I'm having fun kicking. Kick. Kick you in the head. Kick you in the face. Kick you in the balls.
I have become lame.
Anyway.
I was hoping you would say, "What do you mean become?"
I don't need to ask that. I know you've always been lame. I have faith in you. Oh, and
No, wow, that's a very shiny metal ass you got there.
well, thank you. And don't look at my ass.
Kinda hard not to see it. It's so damn shiny.
Smack. And that did knock the guard down.
Ow.
Yeah. I'm having a whip round right now. Good. Always just out of reach. There we go. Smack, smack.
Hold on.
Oh, fuck. Go away.
Alright. Oh, there it is. There it is, the attention that I was looking for. Uh-oh.
Whip round. Uh-oh, foot.
Oh, no.
Shield up.
Oh, boy. That's not good.
Whip round.
I just drank the shield potion.
I just drank the shield Kool-Aid, and I'm not feeling too good. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I just remembered I should probably swap to a different weapon. I forgot that, I like to use the cane against this dude.
Oh, fuck. I couldn't see what was happening. Something was at my feet, and then I got smacked. I'm dead, by the way.
The perfect reason to swap weapons.
My death.
Yes.
I feel you can swap weapon mid-fight. You're
Yes.
just risking going into a menu and all that.
Yeah, but I had only one potion left, so I mean, it's probably best.
Oh.
Alright. Now I got my cane, and I got my scythe. I'm a crypt keeper. Hell yeah. I'm Garamond!
What?
Garamond, or whatever his name is. The dude in the wheelchair from Bloodborne. Has a giant scythe. Also is a cripple. Kinda.
What?
Don't you start this again.
What? What?
Summon me!
So bossy. Lovely there. Makes me happy. Wearing slightly more armor than usual. Okay. Where do you get that? I'm forgetting. Where do you get that type of chain weapon and shit?
Deathbird.
Yeah. Oh, dead birds.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Right. Well, it's a weird weapon. And it had death aspect to it, right?
No, it has Ghost Flame, which is a cold fire.
Whip. Wait, code works on this boss?
Apparently.
You can get. I have arrows that have code effect. Not many, but I have them. And he's looking at me. She, he. I can't tell no
It's.
more. It's looking at me.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
No, 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 no.
I'm kind of mid-swing, and I was just sort of turning, looking towards me, about to do that. I was like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
I made a bad life choice. So, first damage, eh? Summoning you. Let's see. Force out. Frozen tip.
I really like this shield.
Mm.
The Eclipse Great Shield. Very pretty. It, supposed to protect you against destined death, apparently.
Yeah, where do you find it, good sir?
You know that knight in front of the... It's not Death Touch, it's, Black Knife Catacombs? There's a knight outside of there, headless.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I got this from him.
Oh, so it's like a minion. Well, you drop. Okay. Let's see.
Yeah, after fucking days of being on this game, I finally got it. And this wasn't even when I was like attempting to farm him. I was just testing out weapons on him. I stopped trying to farm him a while ago because I just too much effort.
Yeah. Okay. got 2 type of frost arrows to try on this boss. And I don't have many of them, so let's make this count.
Onward.
You have to be extra annoying.
Hmm.
To the boss, not to me.
You want to hear the most annoying sound in the world? The thing is, I spent days of practicing that to do it perfectly, just like him.
Why?
It's a skill that I've never used until now. Ow!
Freeze! You dead already?
Yep.
I'm just gonna kill myself.
This guy did like the fucking wombo combo to me. Blast, and ass blast.
Wait.
It won't let you.
Oh, damn you, God! What do you have against suicide? Every time you masturbate, God killed a kitten. Because he's a psychopath that way. You made me do it, you wanker.
We don't allow bitches in heaven.
Yeah, you do. God is the biggest bitch. You know what I've always wanted to do? Go into church during a Sunday morning service and burn the Bible.
Oh, Jesus.
Exactly. And then I find out that the church had secretly been using poison ink in the Bible just in case someone did it. Like give a poison gas cloud from the special ink. Go, oh look, see, God does kill if you sacrilege that book.
That'd be quite clever, actually.
But it's not worth the return of investment to actually do it, so that it would never actually happen. But it'd be hilarious. One of the other thing I've heard is like, go to a church where no one knows me in a wheelchair. Go there for like 2 months before Christmas. Then during Christmas service, stand up and go hallelujah.
Oh, I got extra
Okay,
liquid
don't die
on
to
my
die.
hand.
Will you pay attention? God is killing us. I got extra liquid on my hand fighting God, man.
My
Don't die.
controller is gonna get all wet.
Fuck,
Don't die!
you failed.
Jeez, learn to take your own advice.
No, I'm an elf. We're a natural hypocrite. Don't ask me to go against my nature. Ow! How dare you hit an elf?
Just get over it.
No,
Yes.
I run.
Okay. Now my hands are clean. Shut up.
Careful, folk. It's learning. You haven't seen Dragon Ball Bridge, have you?
I have.
Okay, they use that line a lot.
Hmm. Oh, so yeah, they do it a few times.
Did you just bang it?
I never really paid attention too much to it, but yeah, I remember them doing that a few times.
Careful, it's learning. Dodge! Skip. Shield up.
Come on, big ball. Why don't you bite me? Yeah, give me that black hammer of yours. Uh-oh.
Shield up.
Oh, what was that noise? That was a pretty noise.
Ghost flame arrow.
Yeah, those do really good.
Frozen, but not doing that much damage.
It's doing better than the other arrows.
Oh fuck. Having it wind up too much. Even though it had the rapid fire thing, it takes too long to get out of it. And help me.
I'm trying. I got his attention now. Ow.
Thank God you're in pain.
Ah, fuck! Ah, my jaw!
Oh fuck. Need to get behind him to get a good line of shot. Nope. Paying attention to you.
Now, of course you teleport away, you...
Really? Oh, you didn't teleport. I thought, like, does that weird glidey thing he does.
Right as I was attacking him, he teleported.
Ah, like just vanished then, yeah. Okay, I getcha. Okay, run out of the good arrows.
Oh
Down
boy.
to the crappy frozen one. Whoop, dodge, dodge.
No!
Well, I have no more of those nice arrows.
Where'd you get those from?
I do not remember. I think these ones I had to craft.
They're very nice.
Gotta give me a couple of hours to get the material to craft them again. I mean, the crafting thing is still, it's a nice. Every time you do a thing, you get 10 hours, but still, it's a pain in the ass to get the material.
I don't see any ghost flame.
Spirit flame. Ow.
You mean cold bone?
No, spirit.
Huh.
They both do like cold damage, but they're like cold bone and their spirit flame. Both do cold damage apparently.
Weird, I don't see spirit flame in the crafting one.
Maybe I bought them.
Spirit flame. Oh, I have some spirit flame.
Yeah, so they exist in the game.
I think you might have bought them from that merchant in there. In the Eternal City or something? Lost
Maybe.
Merchant. You probably also just gathered them from the dudes that drop it.
Well, in the Eternal City, they mostly drop the Dweller Arrow, the normal dude. Which is more magic than cold.
Right.
Yeah. Don't know where I got them. You're right, I can't craft them. I don't think I got all the craft book yet for the character.
I have them. I have everything.
You're a whore. Duh.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. I wonder if I could over Holy God.
You mean like the fucking poison bubbles?
Maybe. Yeah. Okay, poison. try to poison out just for funsy. For funsy. Yeah. Potion, you gonna do all your blessing?
I already did.
Okay.
Hurry, man, they don't last forever.
Neither will God with any luck. Skip.
Quick,
Shield up.
let's pray that we kill him quick.
Oh God, we pray to you today so you will die faster. Shoot. Fuck.
He should be trying to get me now.
Okay. Need a bit of and poison, arrow, fuck. Shoot. Fuck.
God damn it.
Fuck. Yeah. You are terrible at getting attention.
I don't think he cares.
No, he cared. He's a caring god.
I don't think that's right.
He's a caring god.
But Gideon
God
said...
He's a caring god. And that, folks, is why we call it gaslighting. Can you hear the sound of the gas leaking out?
Nothing like good old-fashioned gaslighting.
There is no gaslighting. This gotta be our last try. I need to go to bed.
Okay.
So, it's now or never. Either God die today or he live forever. Or until we bother to get round to kill them later.
Right.
One of the free option. The Holy Trinity, as it were. Let's go.
Alright, sparing no expense. All buffs activated.
Wait, you were holding back before you asked?
These buffs are expensive, you know.
No, they're not.
The ones that craft are.
But you're not crafting them.
Yeah, not yet. Not till now. Now I have to.
I'm trying to poison God. Oh, he wasn't looking at me.
Ooh.
Is he poisoned?
No, he's taking ice damage, but I'm looking at oh, those are the arrows stuck in his hand. I was like, what the heck is that?
That's me shooting him. My God, he actually shot him. I didn't recognize him. Strange thing sticking out. Oh my God, the actual.
Oh my God.
I need to level up just so I can have enough damage.
Yeah.
Oh well, thanks for the play through this evening.
No
I'll let you
problem.
get back to your audiobook.
Yes, yes.
And I expect your full 20-page report on Monday, young man.
Fuck you.
Okay, just enjoy your book then.
Thank you.
And let me know when you get to what's this? It's a bloody dagger. You see this? It's a concealed weapon, which is against the law. And no, it's a weapon, no doubt about it. That's against the law. And what's more, it's a concealed weapon, which is even more against the law. You know the part. Anyway, later, dude.
Later. Bloop. Alright. Back to Le Dul. So right now we are on segment 6. Not even halfway, and apparently there are 21 segments. That's a lot of segments. Alright. We'll be right back. I need to use the restroom.
It's part of being a copper, and who knows, there might
Right,
even
I'm
be a
back.
few greasy spoons in this town so happy to see a copper that they'll spontaneously offer him a free nosh. Stranger things have happened, but nicking the oats from Marilyn, that stops now. And another thing, says here last night the hurry-up wagon had 8 passengers. 2 of them I know about, because one of them must have been me, and I met the other man. But the cells are empty this morning. What happened to the other 6? Sergeant Knock. The sergeant licked his lips nervously. Dropped them off in Cable Street for questioning, of course, as per instructions. Did you get a receipt? A what? Your men hauled in 6 people who were staying out late, and you handed them over to the unmentionables, said Vimes with the calm that comes before the storm. Did they sign for them? Do you even know their names? Orders is just to hand them over, said Knock, trying a little defiance. Hand them over and come away. Vimes filed that for future reference and said, Now, I didn't get taken there because we had a bit of a misunderstanding. And as you can see, it was a bigger misunderstanding than you thought, because I'm not down in the tanty counting cockroaches, Knock. No, indeed. I am standing in front of you, Knock. Isn't that what I am doing? Yes, Sarge, Knock muttered, pale with fear and fury. Yes, Sarge, but there was another man in the cells, and he's gone too. All I want to know is how much and who to. I don't want any looks of cherubic innocence. I don't want any don't know what you're talking about, sir. I just want to know how much and who to. A cloud of red, resentful solidarity settled over the faces in front of him, but he didn't need telling. He could remember. Of Corporal Quirk always had a private income from bribes. He'd been like Nobby Nobbs without the latter's amiable incompetence. Efficient Nobby, in fact, if you could throw into the mix bullying and brown-nosing the delighted small evils. Vime's gaze fell on Quirk and stayed there. I know you were on the wagon last night, Corporal. You and Lance Constable, Vimes, it says here.
Not worth worrying about if they get a decent sort,
Quirk said. He'd said,
How can we tell they're a decent sort, Corp?
well, you see how much they can afford.
I mean, you let them go if they're rich.
Way of the world, lad, way of the world.
no reason why we shouldn't get our share,
Did you see his money bag?
$5 should do it.
4 for me and 1 for you.
Because you're learning. That's nearly 3 days' pay. It'll cheer up your old mum no end. And who's the loser?
But suppose he's nicked the money, Corp.
Suppose the moon was made of cheese. Would you like a slice?
I think it was $5, Corporal, said Vimes, and watched the man's lizard eyes flash towards the young Lance Constable. No, the man in the cell talked. Told me I was an idiot not to buy my way out. So, Mr. Quirk, it's like this. They're crying out for good men in the day watch, but if you don't stand too close to the light, you might pass. Get along there right now.
Everybody does it. It's perks.
Everybody, said Vimes. He looked around at the squad. Anyone else here take bribes? His glare ran from face to face, causing most of the squad to do an immediate impression of the floorboard and ceiling inspector's synchronized observation team. Only 3 members met his gaze. There was Lance Corporal Colon, who could be a little slow. There was a certain Lance Constable, whose face was a mask of terror. And there was a dark-haired, round-faced constable who seemed to be puzzled, as if he was trying to remember something, but who nevertheless stared back with the firm, steady gaze of the true liar. Apparently not, said Vimes. Quirk's finger shot out and vibrated in the direction of young Sam Vimes.
He shared it. You ask him.
Vimes felt the shock run around the squad. Quirk had just committed suicide.
Everyone from underground offer the maid in our eyes.
When the jig was up,
He must have been one of the
drop someone in the khaki.
merchants.
They'd laugh at the idea of a watchman's honor, but it did exist in a black and twisty way. You did not drop your mates in the khaki. Especially you didn't do it to a wet-behind-the-ears rookie who wouldn't know any better. Vimes turned for the first time to the young man he'd been avoiding. Gods, was I ever that skinny? He thought. Did I ever have that much Adam's apple? Did I really try to polish rust? The young man's eyes were almost back in his head, only the white showing. Lance Constable Vimes, isn't it? He said quietly. Yes, sir, said Sam hoarsely. At ease, Lance Constable. Did you, in fact, take a share of the bribe? Yes, sir. $1, sir. At the instigation of Corporal Quirk? Sir? Did he offer it to you? Vimes watched his own agony. You did not drop someone in the khaki. All right. I'll talk to you later on. Oh, you still here, Quirk? If you want to complain to the captain, that's fine by me. But if you don't get your stuff out of your locker in 10 minutes, I'll damn well charge you rent. Quirk looked around for moral support and found none. He'd gone too far. Besides, the watch could see the storm of khaki when it was right overhead and were in no mood to stick their necks out for something like Quirk. I will complain to the captain. You'll see. I've got 4 years good conduct, I have. No, that was 4 years not found out. Clear off. When Quirk's footsteps had died away, Vimes glared at the squad. Good afternoon, lads. My name's John Keel. We bloody well better get along fine. Now, shine up. Captain's inspection in 2 minutes. Off you go. Sergeant Knock, a word, please. Men dispersed hurriedly. Knock stepped forward, not quite managing to conceal his nervousness. After all, his immediate superior now was a man who, last night, he had hit with matches. People could hold a grudge about a thing like that. and he'd had time to think. I'd just like to say, sir, about last night. I'm not bothered about last night. You're not? Would you recommend Fred Colon for corporal? I'd value your judgment. You would? Certainly. He looks like a solid lad. He is? I mean, yes, he is. Very thorough, said Nock, the reef rising off him like steam. Doesn't rush into things. Wants to join one of the regiments. Well, we'll give him a try while we've still got him. That means we'll need another lance corporal. Who is that lad next to Colon? Coates, sir. Ned Coates. Bright lad. Sometimes thinks he knows better, but we were all like that, eh? Vimes nodded. His expression completely failed to give away the fact that, as far as he was concerned, everything's clinging to the underside of high branches that knew better than Sergeant Nock. A taste of responsibility might do him good then, he said. Nock nodded because at that point he agreed to absolutely anything. And his body language was saying, we're all sergeants together, right? We're talking about sergeants and things that sergeants do.
Beast is dead. I know you want to fight me. Let's go.
Not ours, because we're sergeants. His eyes widened and he saluted as Tilden entered the office. There was some half-hearted saluting among the squad, too. The captain acknowledged them stiffly and looked nervously at Vimes. Ah, Sergeant. Settling in? Yes, sir. No problems. Well done. Carry on. When the man had disappeared up the creaking stairs, Vimes turned back to Nock. Sergeant, we do not hand over prisoners without a receipt. Understand? Never. What happens to them afterwards? Do you know? They get questioned. We take them up there for questioning. What kind of questions? How long does it take 2 men to dig half a hole? What? Nock's brow knitted. From now on, someone at Cable Street signs for prisoners, or we bring them right back here. It's bloody elementary, Sergeant. You hand them over, you get a docket. Don't you do that down at the Tanty? Well, yeah, obviously, but, well, Cable Street, I mean, you don't know what it's like here. I'd see that, but with the unmentionables round at Cable Street, it's best not to... Listen, I'm not telling you to kick the door down and shout, put down those thumb screws. I'm telling you, we keep prisoners. And you arrest a man, you sign him off to Snouty, don't you? When he leaves, Snouty, your orderly man, signs him out, doesn't he? It's a basic custody discipline, man. So, you hand the prisoner over to Cable Street. Someone there gives you a signature. Understand? No one just disappears. Nock's face showed a man contemplating an immediate future that contained fewer opportunities for personal gain and a greatly raised risk of being shouted at. And just to make sure everyone understands, I'll ride the wagon tonight. But first, I'll take that lad Vimes out for a stroll and shake him up a bit. He could do with it. Can't get his mind right. Good with his hands, but you have to tell him everything twice. Maybe I'll shout then. Vimes! Lance Constable Vimes shivered to attention. We're going to take a stroll, lad. Time you knew what's what. He nodded to Nock, took his younger self by the shoulder, and marched out. What do you think, Sarge? Said Coates, coming up behind Nock as the sergeant glared at the departing back. He likes you. Oh, yeah. Apple of his eye, you are. You're his old pal. You're being bumped up to Lance Corporal. Think he'll last? I'll give him a couple of weeks. I've seen them like that before. Big men in little towns, coming here thinking they're the bee's nose. We soon cut them down to size. What do you think?
The bee's
Dunno,
nose.
Sarge. Still thinking. Knows his coppering, mind you. Bit too cocky, though. He'll learn. He'll learn. There's ways. We'll show him. Take him down a peg. Teach him how we do things around here. Vimes always preferred to walk by himself, and now there were 2 of him walking by himself. It was a strange sensation and gave him the impression that he was looking through a mask. No, not like that. I always have to teach people to walk. You swing the foot like this. Get it right and you can keep going all day. You're not in a hurry. You don't want to miss things. Yes, Sarge, said young Sam. It was called proceeding. Vimes proceeded along Treacle Mine Road and felt magnificent. Of course, there were lots of things to worry about, but right here and now, all he had to do was patrol, and it felt fine. Not much paperwork in the old watch. In fact, come to think of it, he'd probably doubled it. All he had to do right now was his duty as he'd been taught it. He had nothing to do but be himself. Young Sam wasn't saying much. But good sense. I see you've got a bell there, lad, said Vimes after a while. Yes, Sarge. Regulation bell. Yes, Sarge. Sergeant Knott gave it to me. I bet he did, thought Vimes. When we get back, just you swap it for someone else's. Doesn't matter whose. No one will say anything. Yes, Sarge. Why, Sarge? A bell's a bell. Not that one. That's 3 times the weight.
Oh yeah, you're freaking booty bum.
Give it to rookies to see what they do. Did you complain? No, Sarge. That's the way. Keep quiet and pass it on to some other sucker when we get back. That's the copper's way. Why did you come into the job, lad? My mate Iffy joined last year. He said you got free food and a uniform, and you could pick up an extra $1 here and there. That'd be Iffy's Skurrick stationed over in the Dolly sisters' house then. And you've been picking up the odd $1, have you? They walked in silence for a moment. Then Sam said, Have I got to give the $1 back, Sarge? Are you worth $1? I gave it our mum, Sarge. Did you tell her how you got it? I didn't want it, but Corporal Quirk said, was he worth listening to? Dunno, Sarge. You don't know? I bet your mum didn't bring you up to think like that, said Vimes. No, she bloody well didn't, he thought. She'd tan your hide, copper or not, if she knew it was a dodgy $1. No, Sarge, but they're all at it, Sarge. I don't mean the lads, Sarge, but you only have to look round the city. Our rent's going up, taxes going up, and there's these new taxes all the time, and it's all just cruel, Sarge, it's cruel. Wind had sold us all to his mates, and that's a fact, sir. Said Vimes. Oh yes, tax farming. What a clever invention. Good old Winder. He'd flogged the right to collect taxes to the highest bidders. What a great idea. Nearly as good as banning people from carrying weapons after dark, because A, you save the cost of tax collectors and the whole revenue system. B, you got a wagon load of cash up front, and C, the business of tax gathering then became the business of groups of powerful yet curiously reticent people who kept out of the light. However, they employed people who not only went out in the light, but positively blocked it out. And it was amazing what those people found to tax, up to and including looking at me, pal. What was it Veterinary had said once? Taxation is a way of sophisticatedly demanding money with menaces. Well, the tax farmers were very unsophisticated in the way they went about recouping their investment. He remembered those days. Well, these days, the city had never seemed poorer, but by the gods there was a lot of tax being paid. Hard to explain to a kid like Sam why pouncing $1 when you got the chance was a bad thing to do. Put it like this, Lance Constable, as they turned the corner.
Where did this hole come from, and why is that there?
No, sir. $1,000 had set your mum up in a nice place in a good part of town, though. Knock it off,
Oh
Sergeant,
no,
not like
is that where the jar boy goes?
When you took that $1. Everything else is just haggling over the price. They walked in sullen silence. Then, am I going to get the sack, Sarge? Said the Lance Constable. For $1? No. I'd just as soon be sacked, Sarge, thanks all the same. Last Friday, we had to go and break up some meeting over near the university. They were just talking, and we had to take orders from some civilian. And the Cable Street lads were a bit rough, and it's not like the people had weapons or anything. You can't tell me that's right, Sarge. And then we loaded some of them into the hurry-up wagon just for talking. Mrs. Elsley's boy, Elson, never came home the other night, too. And they say he was dragged off to the palace just for saying his lordship's a loony. Now people down our street are looking at me in a funny way. Ye gods, I remember, thought Vimes. I thought it was all going to be chasing men who gave up after the length of the street and said, it's a fair cop gov. I thought I'd have a medal by the end of the week. You want to be careful what you say, lad. Yeah, but our mum says it's fair enough if they take away the troublemakers and the weirdies, but it's not like them taking away ordinary people. Is this really me? Vimes thought. Did I really have the political awareness of a headlouse? Anyway, here's a loony. Snapcase is the man we ought to have. And the self-preservation instincts of a lemming. Kid, here's some advice. In this town right now, if you don't know who you're talking to, don't talk. Yes, but Snapcase says, listen. A copper doesn't keep flapping his lip. He doesn't let on what he knows. He doesn't say what he's thinking. No, he watches and listens, and he learns and he bides his time. His mind works like mad, but his face is a blank. Until he's ready. Understand? All right, Sarge. Good. Can you use that sword you have there, lad? I did the training, yes. Fine. The training. Fine. So, if we're attacked by a lot of sacks of straw hanging from a beam, I can rely on you. And until then, shut up. Keep your ears open and your eyes peeled and learn something. Snapcase is the man to save us. Yeah, I used to believe that. A lot of people did. Just because he rode around in an open carriage occasionally and called people over and talked to them, the level of the conversation being on the lines of, "Oh, so you're a carpenter, are you? Wonderful. What does that job entail?" Just because he said publicly that perhaps taxes were a bit on the high side. Just because he waved. "You been here before, Sarge?" said Sam as they turned a corner. "Oh, everyone's visited Ankh-Morpork, lad. Only we're doing the Elm Street beat perfectly, Sergeant. I've been letting you lead the way." Damn. That was the kind of trouble your feet could get you into. A wizard had once told Vimes that there were monsters up near the hub that were so big they had to have extra brains in their legs because they were too far away for one brain to think fast enough. A beat copper grew brains in his feet. He really did. Elm Street, left into the pits, left again into the scours. It was the first beat he'd ever walked, and he could do it without thinking. He had been doing it without thinking. "I do my homework," he said. "Did you recognize Ned?" Perhaps it was a good thing that he was leaving his feet to their own devices, because Vimes' brain
No
suddenly
celestial
filled with
globe
warning
transmit to
bells.
posterity, the wisdom
Ned.
of the moon and stars, and
Only
the forever.
before you came, he said he thought he remembered you from Pseudopolis, said Sam, oblivious of the clamour. He was in the day watch there before he came here, because of better promotion prospects. Big man, he said. "Can't say I recall him," said Vimes with care. "But you're not all that big, Sarge." "Well, Ned was probably shorter in those days," said Vimes, while his thoughts shouted, "Shut up, kid." But the kid was, well, me. And he's niggling at little details, tugging at things that don't seem to fit right. He's being a copper, in fact. Probably I ought to be proud of him, but I'm not at the moment. "You're not me," he thought. "I don't think I was ever as young as you. If you're going to beat me, it's going to take a lot of work. 30 damn years of being hammered on the anvil of life, you poor bastard. You've got it all to come." Back at the watch house, Vimes wandered idly over to the evidence and lost property cupboard. It had a big lock on it, which was not, however, ever locked. He soon found what he was looking for. An unpopular copper needs to think ahead, and he intended to be unpopular. Then he had a bite of supper and a mug of the thick brown cocoa on which the night watch ran, and took Sam out on the hurry-up wagon. He'd wondered how the watch was going to play it, and wasn't surprised to find that they were using the old dodge of obeying orders to the letter with gleeful malignancy. At the first point he made, Lance Corporal Coates and Constable Waddy were waiting with 4 sullen or protesting insomniacs. "4, sir," said Coates, ripping off a textbook salute. "All we've apprehended, sir. All written down on this chitty what I am giving to you here at this present moment in time, sir." "Well done, Lance Corporal," said Vimes dryly, taking the paperwork, signing one copy and handing it back. "You may have a half holiday at Hogswatch, and give my regards to your granny. Help 'em in with 'em, Sam." "We usually only get 4 or 5 on a round, sir," Sam whispered as they pulled away. "What'll we do?" "Make several journeys." "But the lads are taking the piss, sir. They were laughing." "It's past curfew. That's the law." Corporal Colon and Constable Wiglet were waiting at their post with 3 miscreants. One of them was Miss Palm. Vimes gave Sam the reins and jumped down to open the back of the wagon and fold down the steps. "Sorry to see you here, miss." "Apparently some new sergeant's been throwing his weight around," said Rosie Palm in a voice of ice. She refused his hand haughtily and climbed up into the wagon. Vimes realised that one of the other detainees was a woman too. She was shorter than Rosie and was giving him a look of pure bantam defiance. She was also holding a huge
I don't
quilted
remember
work
you
basket.
being in front of there.
Out of reflex, Vimes took it to help her up the steps.
And again, it has been a very long
Get
time.
your hands off that. She snatched the basket back and scrambled into the darkness.
Really?
"Pardon me." "This is Miss Batty," said Rosie from the bench inside the wagon. "She's a seamstress." "Well, I assumed she..." "A seamstress," I said, "with needles and thread. Also specialises in crochet." "Ah, is that a kind of extra?" "It's a type of knitting," said Miss Batty from the darkness of the wagon. "Fancy you not knowing that." "You mean she's queer?" said Vimes, but Rosie slammed the iron door. "You just drive us on, and when I see you again, John Keel, we are going to have words." There was some snickering from the shadows inside the wagon and a yelp.
Bullshit.
Preceded by the noise of spiky heel being driven into an instep. Vimes signed the grubby form presented to him by Fred Colon and handed it back with a solid, fixed expression that made the man feel rather worried. "Where to now, Sarge?" said Sam as they pulled away. "Cable Street." There was a murmur of dismay from the cratered people behind him. "That's not right," muttered Sam. "We're playing this by the rules. You're going to have to learn why we have rules, Lance Constable. And don't you eyeball me. I've been eyeballed by experts, and you look as if you're desperate for the privy." "Yeah, all right, but everyone knows they torture people," mumbled Sam. "Do they? Then why doesn't anyone do anything about it?" "'Cause they torture people." "Ah, at least I was getting a grasp of basic social dynamics," thought Vimes. Sullen silence reigned in the seat beside him as the wagon rumbled through the streets, but he was aware of whispering behind him. Slightly louder than the background, he heard Rosie Palm's voice hiss, "He won't, I'll bet anything." A few seconds later, a male voice, slightly the worse for drink and very much the worse for bladder-twisting dread, managed, "Sergeant, we believe the fine is $5. "I don't think it is, sir," said Vimes, keeping his eyes on the damp streets. There was some more frantic whispering, and then the voice said, "I have a very good gold ring." "Glad to hear it, sir. Everyone should have something nice." He patted his pocket for a silver cigar case, and for a moment felt more anger than despair, more sorrow than anger. There was a future. There had to be. He remembered it, but it only existed as that memory, and that was fragile as the reflection on a soap bubble, and maybe just as easily popped. "I should perhaps include, if you try to offer me a bribe one more time, sir," said Vimes as the wagon turned into Cable Street, "I shall personally give you a coupling. Be told." "Perhaps there is some other," Rosie Palm began as the lights of the Cable Street house came into view. We're not at home to a tuppenny upright either, said Vimes, to a gasp. Shut up, the lot of you. He reined barreling to a halt, jumped down and pulled his clipboard from under the seat. 7 for you, said the guard loudly against the door. Well, open it up and let's be having them then. Right, said Vimes, flicking through the paperwork. No problem. He thrust the clipboard forward. Just sign here. The man recoiled as though Vimes had tried to offer him a snake. What do you mean sign? Hand him over. You sign. That's the rules. Prisoners moved from one custody to another. You have to sign. More of my job's worth not to get a signature. Your job's not worth spit, snarled the man, grabbing the board. He looked at it blankly and Vimes handed him a pencil. If you need any help with the difficult letters, do let me know. Growling, the guard scrawled something on the paper and thrust it back. Now open up, please. Certainly. But now, I'd like to see some form of ID, thank you. What? It's not me, you understand, but if I went back and showed my captain this piece of paper and he said to me, Keel, how do you know he's Henry the hamster? Well, I'd be a bit flummoxed, maybe even perplexed.
Henry the hamster.
We don't sign for prisoners. We do, Henry. No signature, no prisoners. And you'll stop us taking them, will you? Said Henry the hamster, taking a few steps forward. You lay a hand on that door, and I'll chop it off, will you? I'll arrest you. Obstruction would be a good start, but we can probably think of more charges back at the station. Arrest me, but I'm a copper, same as you. Wrong again. What's the trouble? Yeah, said the voice. A small thing quickly appeared in the torchlight. Henry the hamster stepped behind and adopted a certain deferential pose. Officer won't hand over the curfew breakers, sir. And this is the officer? Said the figure, lurching forward. Yes, sir. Vimes found himself under cool and not openly hostile inspection from a pale man with the screwed-up eyes of a pet rat. Ah, you would be Keel by any chance? I have been hearing about you. The man's voice was as uncertain as his walk. Pauses turned up in the wrong places. You hear about things quickly, sir. A salute is generally in order, Sergeant. I don't see anything to salute, sir. Good point, good point. You are new, of course, but you see, we in the particulars often find it necessary to wear plain clothes. Like rubber aprons, if I recall correctly, thought Vimes. Aloud, he said, Yes, sir. It was a good phrase. It could mean any number of things, or nothing at all. It was just punctuation until the man said something else. I'm Captain Swing. Find thee, Swing. If you think the name's amusing, please smoke, and to get it over with. You may now salute. Vimes saluted. Swing's mouth turned up at the corners very briefly. Good. Your first night on the hurry-up wagon, Sergeant. Sir. And you're here so early, with a full load, too. Shall we take a look at your passengers? He glanced in between the ironwork. Ah, yes. Miss Palm, good evening. And an associate, I see. I do crochet, and what appears to be some party-goers. Well, well. What little scamps your street officers are, to be sure. They really have scoured the streets. How they left their little jokes, Sergeant. Swing put his hand on the wagon's door handle, and there was a little noise, which was nevertheless a thunderclap in the silence. And it was the sound of a sword moving very slightly in its scabbard. Swing stood stock still for a moment, and then delicately popped a pastel into his mouth. Aha! I think that perhaps this little catch can be thrown back, don't you, Sergeant? We don't want to make a mockery of the law. Take them away. Take them away. Yes, sir. But just one moment, please, Sergeant. Indulge me. A little hobby of mine. Sir? Swing had reached into a pocket of his long overcoat and pulled out a very large pair of steel calipers. Vimes flinched as they were opened up to measure the width of his head, the width of his nose, and the length of his eyebrows. Then a metal ruler was pressed against one ear. While doing this, Swing was mumbling under his breath. Then he closed the calipers with a snap and slipped them back.
I must congratulate you, Sergeant, in overcoming your considerable natural disadvantages. Do you know you have the eye of a mass murderer? I am never wrong in these matters.
No, sir. Didn't know that, sir. We tried to keep it closed, sir. Swing didn't crack a smile.
However, I'm sure that when you have settled in, you and Corporal Hamster here will get along like a house on fire.
House on fire? Yes, sir.
Don't let me detain you, Sergeant Keel.
Vimes saluted. Swing nodded, turned in one movement as though he was on a swivel, and strode back into the watchhouse. Or jerked, Vimes considered. The man moved in the same way he talked, in a curious mixture of speeds. It was as if he was powered by springs. When he moved a hand, the first few inches of movement were a blur, and then it gently coasted until it was brought into conjunction with whatever was the intended target. Sentences came out in spurts and pauses. There was no rhythm to the man. Vimes ignored the fuming corporal and climbed back onto the wagon. Turn us round, Lance Constable. Good night, Henry. Vimes waited until the wheels were rumbling over the cobbles before he turned, wide-eyed, to Vimes. You were going to draw on him, weren't you? You were, Sarge, weren't you? You just keep your eyes on the road, Lance Constable. But that was Captain Swing, that was. And when you told that man to prove he was Henry the Hamster, I thought I was going to whittle myself. I knew they weren't going to sign right. Because if there's a bit of paper saying they've got someone, then if anyone wants to find out, just drive, Lance Constable. But the boy was right. For some reason, the unmentionables both loved and feared paperwork. They certainly generated a lot of it. They wrote everything down. They didn't like appearing on other people's paperwork, though. That worried them. I can't believe we got away with it, Sarge. We probably haven't, Vimes thought. Swing has enough to worry him at the moment. He doesn't care very much about a big stupid sergeant. He turned and banged on the ironwork. Sorry for the inconvenience, ladies and gentlemen, but it appears the unmentionables aren't doing business tonight. Looks like we'll have to do the interrogation ourselves. We're not very experienced at this, so I hope you don't get it wrong. Now, listen carefully. Are any of you serious conspirators bent on the overthrow of the government? There was a stunned silence from within the wagon. Come on, come on. I haven't got all night. Does anyone want to overthrow Lord Winder by force?
Well, no,
said the voice of Rosie Palm. Or by crochet?
I heard that,
said another female voice sharply. No one? Shame. Well, that's good enough for me. Lance Constable, is it good enough for you? Yes, Sarge. In that case, we'll drop you all off on our way home, and my charming assistant, Lance Constable Vimes, will take, $50 off each of you for traveling expenses, for which you will get a receipt. Thank you for traveling with us, and we hope you will consider the hurry-up wagon in all your future curfew-breaking arrangements. Vimes could hear shocked whispering behind him. This is not supposed to go these days. Sarge, said Lance Vimes. Yep. Have you really got the eye of a mass murderer? In the pocket of my other suit, yes. Sam was quiet for a while, and when he spoke again, he seemed to have something new on his mind. Sarge? Yes, lad. What's the tuppeny up like, Sarge? It's a pipe and jam, don't know, lad. Did your mum ever make it? Yes, Sarge. Sarge? Yes, lad. I think it probably means something else as well, Sarge, said Sam, smiling. Something big, blue. The whole of life is a learning process, Lance Constable. They got the wagon back to the yard 10 minutes later. By that time, Vimes knew that a new rumour was running out across the city. Young Sam had already whispered things to the other officers as the
Oh
curfew
my
breakers were
god,
kicked
that's a
off,
lot
and
of dudes.
nobody who gossips like a copper. They didn't like the unmentionables. Like petty criminals everywhere, who often prided themselves that there were some depths to which they would not sink. There had to be some things below you, even if it was only mudworms. Rosie Palm bolted the door of her flat, leaned on it and stared at Sandra. "What is he?" said Sandra, dumping her work basket on the table. It clanked within. "Is he on our side? You heard the lads. No bribes now. And then he drags us off to swings, bastards, and then he won't hand us over. I could kill him. I rescued him from the gutter, got Mossy to patch him up, and suddenly he's playing big silly games." "Yes, what is a tuppenny upright?" said Sandra brightly. Miss Palm paused. She quite enjoyed Sandra's company, and the extra rent certainly came in handy. But there were times she wondered whether, A, she should have a talk with the girl, or B, she was being very gently wound up. She suspected the
Wow, you
latter,
kill
since
everybody in that
Sandra
room,
was
you get all
taking
your
more
potions
money
back, pretty
than her
much.
most of the time. It was getting embarrassing. "It's a kind of jam donut. Now, you'd better go and hide the..." Someone knocked on the door behind her. She motioned Sandra through the bead curtain, took a moment to pull herself together, and then opened the door a fraction. There was a very small old man standing in the hall. Everything about him sloped hopelessly downwards. His grey moustache could have been stolen from a walrus or a bloodhound, which would have given very bad news. His shoulders sagged listlessly. Even part of his face seemed to be loose to the battle with gravity. He held his cap in his hands and was twisting it nervously. "Yes," said Rosie.
It said seamstress on the sign,"
The old man mumbled.
"and, well, since my old woman died, you know, what with
Uh-oh.
one thing and another, never been any good at doing it for myself."
He gave Rosie a look of sheer, helpless embarrassment. She glanced down at the sack by his feet and picked it up. It was full of very clean but very worn socks. Every single one had holes in the heel and toe.
Sandra, I think this one's for you.
It was so very early in the morning that late at night wasn't quite over. White mist hung everywhere in the streets and deposited droplets like tiny pearls on Vime's shirt as he prepared to break the law. If you stood on the roof of the privy behind the watchhouse and steadied yourself on the drain pipe, one of the upstairs windows would bounce open if you hit it with the palm of your hand in exactly the right place. It was a useful bit of information, and Vimes wondered if he should pass it on to young Sam. Every honest copper ought to know how to break into his own nick. Tilden had limped home long ago, but Vimes did a quick sweep of his office, and it was with great satisfaction that he did not see what he hadn't expected to be there. Down below, a few of the more conscientious officers were signing off before heading home. He waited in the shadows until the door had banged shut for the last time and there were no footsteps for several minutes. Then he made his way down the stairs and into the locker room. He'd been issued with a key to his own locker, but still oiled the hinge from a small bottle before he opened it. He'd not, in fact, put anything in there yet,
Well,
but behold,
free money.
there was a
Hell yeah.
red sack on the floor. He lifted it up. "Well done, lads." Inside was Captain Tilden's silver inkwell. Vimes stood up and looked around at the lockers with their ancient carved initials and occasional knife marks on the doors. He pulled from his pocket the little black cloth roll he'd taken from the evidence locker earlier. A selection of lockpicks glinted in the grey light. Vimes wasn't a genius with the hooks and brakes, but then the cheap and worn lockered doors were hardly a major challenge. Really, it was just a matter of choosing. Afterwards, he walked back through the mists. He was horrified to find that he was feeling good again. It was a betrayal of Sybil and the Future Watch, and even of His Grace Sir Samuel Vimes, who had to think about the politics of distant countries and manpower requirements, and how to raise that damn boat that River Division kept sinking. And yes, he wanted to go back, or forwards, or across, or whatever. He really did. He wanted to go home so much he could taste it. Of course he did. But he couldn't. Not yet. And here he was, and as Dr. Lorne said, he did the job. Currently, the job involved survival on the street and the great game of silly buggers, and Grimes knew all about that game. Oh, yes. There was a thrill in it. That was the nature of the beast. And thus he was walking along, lost in thought, when the men jumped him in front of the mouth of a shadowy alley. The first one got a boot in the stomach, because the beast does not fight fair. Vimes stepped aside and grabbed the other one. He felt the knife skitter along his breastplate as he lowered his head and tugged the man hard into his helmet. The man folded up quite neatly on the cobbles. Vimes spun around to the first man, who was bent almost double and wheezing, but had nevertheless kept hold of his knife, which he waved around in front of him like some kind of talisman. The point made erratic figure of eights in the air. "Drop it. I won't ask again." He sighed and pulled an object out of his back pocket. It was black and tapered and made of leather filled with lead shot. He'd banned them in the modern watch, but he knew some officers had acquired them, and if he judged the man to be sensible, then he didn't know that they'd got them. Sometimes an argument has to be ended quickly, and there were worse alternatives. He brought the blackjack down on the man's arm with a certain amount of care. There was a whimper and the knife bounced off the cobbles. "We'll leave your chum to sleep it off, but you are coming to see the doctor, Henry. Are you gonna come quietly?" A few minutes later, Dr. Lorne opened his back door and Vimes brushed past the body over his shoulders. "You minister to all sorts, right? Within reason, but this one's an unmentionable. Might kill me. Needs some medicine." "Why is he unconscious?" said the doctor. He was wearing a huge rubber apron and rubber boots. "He didn't want to take his medicine." Lorne sighed, and with a hand that held a mop, he waved Vimes towards an inner door. "Bring him right into the surgery. I'm afraid I'm cleaning up after Mr. Scalciferous in the waiting room." "Why? What did he do?" "Oh, he burst." Vimes, whose natural inquisitiveness suddenly curbed, carried the body into the vault in the sanctum. It looked little different from when Vimes had last seen it, but then he'd barely been capable of taking in that. There was the table and a workbench, and all along one wall were racks of bottles. No two bottles were the same size. In one or two of them, things floated. On another wall were the instruments. "When I die, I'm going to instruct them to put a bell on my tombstone, just so as I can have the pleasure of not getting up when people ring. Put him down, please. Looks like concussion." "That'll have been me hitting him." "You broke his arm, too?" "That's right." "You made a very neat job of it. Easy to set and plaster him up. Is there something wrong?" Vimes was still staring.
Easy to set and plaster up.
"You use all these?" "Yes."
He knows how to
Some
break
of
an
them
arm
experimental,
properly
though,"
without doing
said Lorne, busying
too much
himself at his
damage.
work table. "Well, I'd hate you to use this one on me," said Vimes, picking up a strange instrument like a couple of paddles tied together with string. Lorne sighed. "Sergeant, there are no circumstances where the things you're holding could possibly be used on you," he said. His hands were working busily. "They are of feminine persuasion." "Fallen seamstresses," said Vimes, putting the pliers down in a hurry. "Those things? No. The ladies of the night take pride these days in never acquiring that sort of thing. My work with them is more of, shall we say, preventative nature." "Teaching them to use thimbles, that sort of thing." "Yes. It's amazing how far you can push a metaphor, isn't it?" Vimes prodded the paddles again. They were quite alarming.
You're married, Sergeant. Was Rosie right about that? Yes. My wife is, elsewhere, though. He picked the things up and dropped them again hastily with a clatter. Well, at least it's just as well to be aware that giving birth isn't like shelling peas. I should bloody well hope not. Although, I have to say the midwives seldom refer anything to me. They say men shouldn't fish around where they don't belong. We might as well be living in caves. Lorne looked down at his patient. In the words of the philosopher second, the founder of my profession, am I going to get paid for this? Vimes investigated the money bag on the man's belt. Will $6 do it? Why would the unmentionables attack you, Sergeant? You're a policeman. I am, but they aren't. Don't you know about them? Oh, I patched up a few of their guests, yes, said Lorne, and Vimes noticed his caution. It didn't pay to know too much in this town. People with curious dislocations, or wax burns, you know, that sort of thing. Well, I had a little brush with Captain Swing last night.
Oh, why didn't you dodge, dude? I know you can dodge that.
He knows that this lad and his friend came up.
Sometimes it just doesn't want to register, and I don't get. But I'm pressing the stupid move button. See, that's just like right there. I was trying to do the stupid swing.
Well, I assume she meant that ungrateful bastard was out to return to you. I think I owe her some money. I've no idea how much. Don't ask me, said Lorne, smoothing the plaster with his hand. She generally names her price up front. I mean the finder's fee or whatever it was. Yes, I know, but I can't help you there, I'm afraid. Vimes watched him working for a while and said, Know anything about Miss Batty? The seamstress. She hasn't been here long. And she's really a seamstress. For the sake of precision, let's say she's a needlewoman. Apparently, she heard there was a lot of work for seamstresses in the big city and had one or two amusing misunderstandings before someone told her exactly what was meant. One of them involved me removing a crochet hook from a man's ear last week. Now she just hangs out with the rest of the girls. Why? Because she's making a fortune, that's why. Hasn't it ever occurred to you, Sergeant, that sometimes people go to a massage parlour for a real massage, for example? There's ladies all over this city with discreet signs up that say things like trousers repaired while you wait. And a small but significant number of men make the same mistake as Sandra. There's lots of men work here in the city and leave their wives back home, and sometimes, you know, a man feels these urges, like for a sock without holes in and a shirt with more than one button. The ladies pass on the work. Apparently it's quite hard to find a really good needlewoman in this city. They don't like being confused for seamstresses. I just wondered why she hangs around street corners after curfew with a big sewing basket. Can't help you there. Right, I'll finish with this gentleman. It'd be helpful if he lies still for a while. He indicated the racks of bottles behind him. About how long will you want him to lie still for? You can do that? Oh, yes. It's not accepted Ankh-Morport medical practice, but since Ankh-Morport medical practice would consist of hitting him on the head with a mallet, he's probably getting the better end of the deal. No, I meant that you doctors aren't supposed to hurt people, are you? Only in the course of normal incompetence, but I don't mind sending him to Sleepy Land for another 20 minutes. Of course, if you want to wham him with the mallet, I can't stop you. The last guest to swing I treated had several fingers pointing entirely the wrong way, so if you'd like to give him a few wallops for good luck, I could point out some quite sensitive areas. No thanks. I'll just haul him out the back way and drop him in an alley. Is that all? No. Then I'll sign my name on his damn plaster cast, so he sees it when he wakes up, in bloody big letters so it won't rub off. Now, that's what I call a sensitive area. You're an interesting man, Sergeant. You make enemies like a craftsman. I've never been interested in needlework, said Vimes, hoisting the man on his shoulder.
But what sort of things would a needlewoman have in her work basket, do you think?
Oh, I don't know. Needles, threads, scissors, wool, that sort of thing.
Not very heavy things, then.
Not really. Why'd you ask?
Oh, no reason, said Vimes, making a small mental note. Just a thought. I'll go and drop off our friend here while I've still got some mist to lurk in.
Fine. I'll have breakfast on when you get back. It's liver. Calves.
The beast remembers. This time, Vimes slept soundly. He'd always found it easier to sleep during daylight. 25 years on nights had ground their nocturnal groove in his brain. Darkness was easier somehow. He knew how to stand still, a talent that few possess, and how to merge into the shadows. How to guard, in fact, and see without being seen. He remembered Find Thee Swing. A lot of it was history. The revolt would have happened with Swing or without him, but he was, as it were, the tip of the foil. He'd been trained at the assassin school and should never have been allowed to join the watch. He had too much brain to be a copper. At least, too much of the wrong kind of brain. Swing had impressed Winder with his theories, been let in as a sergeant, and then was promoted to captain immediately. Vimes had never known why. It was probably because the officers were offended at seeing such a fine gentleman pounding the streets with the rest of the oiks. Besides, he had a weak chest or something. Vimes wasn't against intellect. Anyone with enough savvy to let go of a doorknob could be a street monster in the old days, but to make it above sergeant, you needed a grab bag of guile, cunning, and street wisdom that could pass for intelligence in a poor light. Swing, though, started in the wrong place. He didn't look around and watch and learn and then say, "This is how people are, how do we deal with it?" No, he sat and thought, "This is how the people ought to be, how do we change them?" And that was a good enough thought for a priest, but not for a copper, because Swing's patient, pedantic way of operating had turned policing on its head. There had been that weapons law for a start. Weapons were involved in so many crimes that Swing had reasoned reducing the number of weapons had to reduce the crime rate. Vimes wondered if he'd sat up in bed in the middle of the night and cuddled himself when he dreamed that one up. Confiscate all weapons and crime would go down. It made sense. It would have worked, too, if only there had been enough coppers. Say, 3 per citizen. Amazingly, quite a few weapons were handed in. The flaw, though, was that you had to somehow escape Swing. And it was this. Criminals don't obey the law. It's more or less a requirement of the job. They had no particular interest in making the streets safer for anyone except themselves. They couldn't believe what was happening. It was like Hogswatch every day. Some citizens took the not unreasonable view that something had gone a bit askew if only naughty people were carrying arms. They got arrested in large numbers. The average copper, when he's been kicked in the madgers once too often, with reason to believe that his bosses don't care very much, has an understandable tendency to prefer to arrest people who wanted some trying to stab him, especially if they act snotty and wear more expensive clothes than the person can afford. The rate of arrest shot up. Swing had been very pleased about that. Admittedly, some of the arrests had been for possessing weaponry after dark, but quite a few had been for assaults on the watch by irate citizens. That was assault on a city official, a very heinous and despicable crime, and, as such, far more important than all those thefts that were going on everywhere else. It wasn't that the city was lawless. It had plenty of laws. It just offered many opportunities not to break them. Swing didn't seem to have grasped the idea that the system was supposed to take criminals and, in some rough and ready fashion, force them to become honest men. Instead, he'd taken honest men and turned them into criminals. Turned the watch, by and large, just another gang. And then, when the whole wretched stew was thickening, it began to poignant metrics. Bad coppers had always had their ways of finding out that someone was guilty. Back in the old days. Now, these included thumb screws, hammers, small pointed bits of wood, and, of course, common desk floor. Always a boon to the copper in a hurry. Swing didn't need any of this. He could tell you if you were looking guilty by looking at your eyebrows. He measured people. He used calipers and a steel rule. He quietly wrote down the measurements and did some sums, such as dividing the length of the nose by the circumference of the head and multiplying it by the width of the space between the eyes. And based on such figures, he could infallibly tell you that you were devious, untrustworthy, and congenitally a criminal. After you'd spent the next 20 minutes in the company of his staff and their less sophisticated tools of inquiry, you would, amazingly, be proved right. Everyone was guilty of something. Vimes knew that. Every copper knew it. That was how you maintained your authority. Everyone talking to a copper was secretly afraid that you could see their guilty secret written on their forehead. You couldn't, of course, but neither were you supposed to drag someone off the street and smash their fingers with a hammer until they told you what it was. Swing would probably have ended up face down in some alley.
Oh my god, a stupid message!
If it wasn't for the fact that Winder had found it in a useful tool, no one could sniff
I hate how the
conspiracies
messages
like
don't just
Swing.
go away, and I hate how they
So
just
ended up running
interrupt.
vegetables.
They do it on
Most of them
purpose, I know they
started
do.
not look like the-
Assholes.
Vimes had always wondered how the man had kept control, but maybe it was because the thugs recognized some animal way, a mind which had arrived at thuggery by the longest and was capable of devising in the name of reason the kind of atrocities that unreason could only dream of. It wasn't easy living in the past. You couldn't whack someone for what they were going to do or what the world was going to find out later. You couldn't warn people either. You didn't know what could change the future, but if you understood things right, history tended to spring back into shape. All you could change was the bits around the edges, the fine details. There was nothing he could do about the big stuff. The lilac was going to bloom. The revolution was going to happen. Well, a kind of revolution. That wasn't really the word for what it was. There was the People's Republic of Treacle Mine Road that would live for all of a few hours. A strange candle that burned too briefly and died like a firework. And there was the scouring of the House of Pain and the... Anyway, you did the job that was in front of you, like unimaginative coppers always did. He got up around 1 in the afternoon. Lorne was closeted in his surgery, doing something that involved some serious whimpering on the part of someone else. Vimes knocked on the door. After a moment, it was opened a fraction. Dr. Lorne was wearing a face mask and holding a very long pair of tweezers in his hand. Yes, I'm going out. Trouble? Not too bad. Sliding Harris was unlucky at cards last night. That's all. He played an ace. That's an unlucky card. It is if Big Tony knows he didn't deal it to you. But I'll soon have it removed. If you're going to injure anyone tonight, can you do it before I go to bed? Thank you. Lorne jumped the floor. Vimes nodded at the woodwork and went out to stretch his legs and get some lunch. He was waiting for him, on a tray around the neck of the man. Quite a young
Oh my
man.
god.
There was something about the expression, as for a rat who was expecting cheese right around the next corner and had been expecting cheese around the last corner too, and the corner before that, and though the world had turned out so far to be full of corners yet completely innocent of any cheese at all, nevertheless quite certain that just around the corner, cheese awaited. Vimes stared, but why should he be surprised? As long ago as he could remember, there was always someone selling highly suspicious chemically reclaimed pork products in this town. The seller was very familiar, just younger. His expression lit up at the sight of an unfamiliar face. The seller liked to meet people who hadn't yet bought one of his pies. "Ah, Sergeant. Hey, what's that little crown mean?" "Sergeant at Arms. That's like sergeant with all the trimmings." "Well, Sergeant, could I interest you in a very special sausage in a bun? Guaranteed no wrap, 100% organic, all pork shaved before mixing." Why not? Thought Vimes. His stomach, liver, kidneys, and length of intestine all tried to supply reasons, but he fumbled in his pocket for some change anyway. "How much, Mr. Vimes remembered this time and made a show of looking at the name on the front of the tray. "Dibbler." "Fourpence, Sergeant." "And that's cutting your own throat, eh?" said Vimes jovially. "Pardon?" said Dibbler, looking puzzled. "I said, a price like that's cutting your own throat, eh?" "Cutting my own throat," said Vimes desperately. "Oh, right. Yeah, it is. You never said a truer word. So you'll have one then?" "I notice it says on your tray, Dibbler Enterprises Est. Shouldn't it say when you were established?" "Should it?" said Dibbler, looking down at his tray. "How long have you been going?" said Vimes, selecting a pie. "Let's see. What year is this?" "Dancing Dog, I think." "Since Tuesday, then," said Dibbler. His face brightened. "But this is only the start, mister. This is just to get a stake together. In a year or two, I'm going to be a big man in this town." "I believe you. I really do." Dibbler looked down at his tray again as Vimes strolled off. "Cutting my own throat. Cutting my own throat," he mumbled to himself and seemed to like the sound of it. Then he focused more clearly on the tray and his face went pale. "Sergeant, don't eat the pie." Vimes, a few yards away, stopped with the pie halfway to his mouth. "What's wrong with it?" "Oh, silly me. I mean, what's uniquely wrong with it?" "Nothing. I mean, just these are better." Vimes risked another look at the tray. They all looked the same to him. Dibbler's pies quite often looked appetizing. Therein lay their one and only charm. "I can't see any difference," he said. Yeah, there is," said Dibbler, sweat beading on his forehead. "See, the one what you've got has got a little pattern of pastry pigs on it, and all the others have got pastry sausages. I'd hate you to think that, I thought you were a pig or anything, so if you'll hand it over, I'll happily give you, another one. That one's not white. Not that it's a wrong un, but, the one with the pig and everything." Vimes looked into the man's eyes. Dibbler had yet to learn that friendly blankness that 30 years of selling truly organic pies would call into being. While the man stared in horror, he took a large bite out of the pie. It was everything that he had expected, and nothing that he could identify. "Yum," he said, and with some concentration, eyes fixed on the luckless pie man, finished it all. "I think it's quite possible no one else makes pies like you do, Mr. Dibbler," he said, licking his fingers in case he might want to shake hands with someone later on. "You ate it all?" "Was that wrong?" Now relief rose off the man like smoke off a greenwood fire. "What? No. Oh, that's fine. Jolly good. Want another one to help it down? Half price." No. One is more than enough," said Vimes, backing away. You finished every bit?" "That was right, wasn't it?" "Oh, yeah, sure, obviously." "Got to be going," said Vimes, moving on down the lane. "I look forward to seeing you again when I've got less appetite."
What's uniquely
He waited
wrong
until
with
he
you?
was well out of sight before taking a few random turns in the network of alleys. Then he stepped into the shadow of a deep doorway and felt in his mouth for the piece of pie that had seemed curiously unchewable even by pie standards. Usually, if you found something more than usually hard or crunchy in one of Dibbler's famous pork pies. The trick was to either swallow it and hope for the best, or spit it out with your eyes closed. But Vimes felt around between gum and cheek and fished out a folded piece of paper stained with unknowable juices. He unfolded it in smudged pencil, but still decipherable. It read, Morphic Street, 9 o'clock tonight. Password, Swordfish. Swordfish. Every bloody password is Swordfish. Whenever anyone tries to think of a word that no one else would guess, they always choose Swordfish. It must just be one of those strange quirks of the human mind. That explained the guilt, anyway.
Alright. That's gonna have to be it for now. I'm getting sleep. It's 7 hours and 7.5 hours streaming. We got a few kills. Died a couple times. Wasp showed up and we helped him out. I look good as fuck. And, yeah, I think overall, enjoying the read. Finally got past the point. I think I'm around the point where I left off last on this audiobook before, like, deciding to give up on it because I couldn't be fucked to fucking find where the hell the timestamp was, because for some reason YouTube didn't want to save that data. And so, yeah, we'll pick this up again, continue this the next time. We're on segment 7, almost done. Let's see. Oh, just about half hour, 12 seconds into the part 7. Anyway, that's all for now. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Hope you had a relaxing stay or an uncomfortable one. Either way, I hope you found what you came here looking for. And hopefully I'll see you in the next one. Later, y'all.